morning, everybody, and welcome back. The time is now 9:30, and I shall resume this inquiry into the appeal made against the Council's decision to refuse outline planning permission with all matters reserved except for access for a residential development of up to 250 dwellings and a mixed-use community hub with associated infrastructure, including public open space, community facilities comprising a replacement sport ground and pavilion, with access from Church Street, Cooling Road and Butway Lane, at land to the east and west of Church Street, Cliffe, Rochester. This is the third day of the inquiry. I'll start with the usual reminders. Please switch all phones and devices to silent, and I'll aim to break for lunch somewhere between midday and 1 p.m, with suitable breaks mid-morning, mid-afternoon. Again, please say if you need a break at any point. So to summarise, yesterday I heard from Mr Churchill for the Council and Councillor Fribbins for the Rule 6 Parish Council, and we started the evidence from Mr Brunskill and Mr Smith for the Resident Development Group. Today I will hear the remaining evidence from the Resident Development Group, followed by Mr Tarbert on design for the appellant, and then we will take the roundtable sessions on conditions in section 106, and we'll keep this under review as we progress today. Before we move on, does anyone wish to speak today who's not already indicated that they wish to do so? Nope. Okay, thank you. And are there any procedural or housekeeping matters?
Madam, just procedurally, my time estimate for cross-examination of Mr Tarbert, I think, was 45 minutes. Having reviewed my notes overnight, I think it's going to be more like 10 or 15 minutes, just to give the inquiry an idea of how we might proceed. And if other matters go well, it may be that we're able to get onto a site visit this afternoon. I don't know.
Thank you, that's helpful. We'll keep it under review after each session and see if we can manage the site visit today. Talking about the site visit, I have seen the map. I don't know whether anyone's got a printout. I don't know whether Mr Simons is there.
I've sent Mr Simons. Oh, in fact, he's back in the room, so there we go.
Mr Simons, is it possible to get a printout for me of just an A4 of the route for the site visit, please? Thank you very much. No rush, just thank you. While it was in my head. Are there any other procedural matters? Nope. No. Okay, thank you. So, Mr Brunskill, I think we've got sports and health for you this morning. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
Ms Joanne Shaunter will be presenting on those two, and I will hand over to her.
Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you. Is it okay to start with POE for the health impact assessment and amenities review, please? In this proof of the evidence, we present planning and regulatory evidence relating to the flawed reporting in the appellant's submitted health impact assessment. During this summary, we will highlight inaccuracies, omissions in the health impact assessment report produced by Stantec for and behalf of the appellant. The HIA is a tool used to identify the health impacts of a plan or project and to develop recommendations to maximise the positive impacts and minimise the negative impacts whilst maintaining a focus on addressing health inequalities. The Health and Wellbeing Services at Medway Council advised that this HIA would follow a rapid approach. The Cliffe and Cliffe Woods Residents Development Group have found that the data modelled in the HIA process is flawed throughout and as such has led to a biased outcome of positive and neutral recommendations, as evidenced hereafter. The following evidence will demonstrate that the data used was significantly lacking in depth and is not a true reflection of the impact that this development will have on the community of Cliffe. We will evidence that the level of data collected and approach to modelling is more akin to a desktop HIA rather than a rapid. This application has been scoped as EIA applicable under the Environmental Statement Town and Country Planning Act, regulations. The HIA should have fully integrated and aligned to the environmental statement. The environmental statement was not completed until June 2022. Therefore, the recommendations made as part of that statement factor the outcomes of this health impact assessment. This proof of evidence demonstrates that the HIA and the Hoodoo scoring omits to include a number of key considerations about the community that will be impacted by this project. The Cliffe and Cliffe Woods Residents Development Group have seen no evidence as part of the application documents that the HIA, EIA, to verify that the HIA technical note has been approved by the Public Health Team or considers the requirements of the Health and Care Act of 2022 and the Kent and Medway Interim Integrated Care Strategy. We will demonstrate the importance of these key stakeholders, the Act and these strategies in the following. Nearly every single item on the HIA Hoodoo assessment is deemed to have a positive or neutral impact on our village. There are 39 assessment questions in the matrix model. Only one item is known to be negative, and this is, does the proposal minimise construction impacts such as dust, noise, vibration and odours? Therefore, it is an item that is only considered during the construction phase of this development. 10 questions are assessed as neutral, and a further 28 have a positive impact. We will demonstrate why the desktop approach, used as opposed to the true rapid approach of data collection, and the poor quality data that has been used, has skewed this assessment and misinformed the associated appellant reporting, such as the environmental statement. For the wider audience that may not be aware, the HIA in Spatial Planning document Public Health England defines a rapid assessment, health impact assessment as follows. Rapid HIAs involve a brief assessment of health impacts, including a literature review of quantitative and qualitative evidence, and the gathering of knowledge and further evidence from local stakeholders. Rapid HIAs usually include the establishment of a small steering group and carrying out of a stakeholder workshop. By contrast, a desktop HIA can encompass engaging a smaller number of participants using existing knowledge and evidence to undertake the assessment of health impact. We will demonstrate that this health impact assessment does not even meet the benchmarks of a desktop assessment. In addition to the evidence about to be provided, it must be noted that this Hoodoo assessment refers to the relocation of Cliffe Bowling Club. This relates to a 2018 scoping application to a 500 home development submitted by the appellant. Beyond the evidence outlined as follows, there is a question mark over the general application information that was provided by the appellant to the professional undertaking this assessment. It is unknown at this time, at outline planning, how the proposed community hub will be utilised or how the various suggested forms of utilisation will be funded in the longer term. Whilst the final use of the community hub is to be developed during the next planning stages, a number of assumptions are made by the assessor and producer of this report. As a minimum, when scoring and undertaking assessments such as the Hoodoo, the scoring must not be skewed by assuming that a space such as this can solve all problems, leading to neutral and Hoodoo scoring across the board. The rapid assessment engagement element and policy reviews should inform the assessor of the likelihood that this community hub can mitigate this range of issues. By using such a space to mitigate the Hoodoo matrix items across the board, the outcome of the Hoodoo assessment, whether desktop, rapid or comprehensive, will not provide a true reflection of the impact of a development on the public health of those impacted communities. A fair approach and judgment must be applied to these mitigations to address such issues. And if and when alternative mitigations exist, they need to be considered and reported. But with no backup plan, the one space suits all approach to scoring will significantly impact the outcome of an assessment such as this. The Hoodoo assessment mitigates 8 of the matrix items by assuming that the community hub can offer the mitigation for the impact. This in turn then means that those items are scored as neutral, 5 of them, and positive, 3 of them, when the likelihood is that without manipulating the data, by offsetting the risk by the community hub, this problem hasn't been solved, and the results would have actually shown a negative impact. The utilisation of this building will be restricted by its size and future revenue fundings. This has not been considered. The Hoodoo assessment within itself states that this building mitigates the impact for potential to accommodate a new GP practice or medical facility, expansion of a local primary school, a preschool nursery, a shared workspace, meeting rooms, retail use, a cafe and a restaurant. They cannot all possibly fit in that space. Whilst the group accept that this is an outline for planning application, the future use is unknown. It's impossible that that building can be scaled to a size to mitigate and cater for all of those issues. The Hoodoo assessment scores the impact of housing needs for older people as positive, yet drawing parameter heights plan does not identify a minimum quantity of properties that will be below 2 stories. There is no block reference colour for single-storey dwellings. The appellant's design and access statement states that density will be reflected in proposed building heights as shown on the heights parameter plan, where it shows 1 and/or 2 storeys. The application therefore does not provide a plan for any specific number of accessible homes for the elderly or those that are less mobile. And it would not have been possible to mitigate the impact when undertaking this assessment without any statistics relating to the quantity of single-storey dwellings. References in the Hoodoo mitigation measures state that a proportion of single-storey homes does mitigate the risk, but this cannot without an understanding of minimal quantities. Therefore, this cannot be positive. At best, it could be neutral. The report draws a conclusion that the health impact on healthcare services in our community will be neutral. Just to provide some context, we looked at planning applications that have been approved since 2020, none of which, or the impact, has been considered as part of this Hoodoo assessment. There are 291 dwellings that are in construction or have been constructed in Cliffe and Cliffe Woods since 2020. There are 45 dwellings that have been approved for development since October 2022. That is a total of 336 properties, and it does not factor any developments in the geographies of the other GP surgeries that the members of Cliffe and the villagers have to travel to. In addition to this application, there are 45 dwellings awaiting an outcome for planning in Cliffe and Cliffe Woods. The Hoodoo mitigates the impact of greater demand on GP services by stating that consideration will be given to medical facilities to be included in the community hub. Sorry. How did the... In terms of GP provisions, aside from the practicalities of providing an additional GP offering in a remote building, this proposal will be contrary to the objectives and statutes outlined in the Health and Social Care Act of 2022 and later adopted in the Kent and Medway ICS, that's the Integrated Care System Interim Strategy. This development will provide 250 homes in addition to those that I've just quoted. How this impact can be neutral without mitigations wider than the community hub is just implausible. The HIA also fails to consider some key information that was easily accessible on the internet when the assessment was undertaken. It fails to consider that the GP surgery at Cliffe is largely closed for inpatient appointments. A Freedom of Information request by our group received a response on the 13th of April 2023. It was to ensure that information that was in the public realm was correct. They confirmed that in an 8-week period from the 6th of March 2023 to the 25th of April, 8 weeks 2023, they held 10 in-person appointments at the Cliffe surgery for patients in 8 weeks. Of those 10, 6 were routine appointments. That is less than 1 in-person routine appointment per week operating out of that surgery. All of these people that couldn't get an appointment had to travel out of the village in a car or on a bus. During 2022 and throughout the planning process, our group reported in our objections concerns that the Cliffe surgery is largely closed. This is evidenced in our objection documents and numerous emails that were sent to the LPO. The surgery continues to operate in this way. They are open Monday to Friday, 8 until 1, except for on a Monday. The practice website actually publishes these hours of operations. They have been published since and before the hoodoo assessment. This has not been considered. The appellant also reports that the GP practice has 13 GPs shared across 4 sites. At last published numbers, there were 15,623 patients registered at the practice. The appellant reports that this means there are 1,201 patients per GP. As a rapid assessment, the assessor should have spoken to the practice and they should have validated and understood this information. But had they done a Google, they would have actually seen that only 6.89 full-time GP equivalents work across the 4 sites at the High Parks medical practice. This is confirmed under a Freedom of Information request that has confirmed the numbers that these Googled doctors actually work. They are all listed clearly as part-time. This means that there are actually 2,678 patients per qualified GP at the High Parks medical practice. More than double what was factored under the HIA assessors modelling. When factoring the number of patients to GP ratio against the limited number of in-person patients at the Cliffe surgery, access to health in the geography of the village of Cliffe is already at a critically high risk of failure. How did the assessor miss such easily accessible data found on Google when this is a rapid assessment? The hoodoo poses a question: does the health facility provided as part of the development match NHS requirements of plans? They score neutral. The Health and Care Act builds on the proposal of legislative changes that was set out by NHS England in its long-term plan. That was published nearly 5 years ago. While incorporating valuable lessons learned from the pandemic to benefit both staff and patients, the Act sets out to remove the traditional divide between a hospital and a family GP, between the physical and mental health, and between the NHS and council-led services. The Act did receive royal assent in April 22, but the appellant's HIA fails to consider that by some of the mitigated proposals. Whilst the original assessment does predate assent, it was widely known by health professionals, and we assume the assessment was undertaken by a health professional, because there was a great deal of literature available in the public realm, and what this would mean to health systems and providers. The Planning Committee did not meet until October 2022. There was time to update the HIA report, and there was time to consider the impact of this on the environmental statement. To achieve the requirements of the Act, there will be a move towards a focus on health at place and neighbourhood level. The nature and location of Cliffe will make it incredibly difficult for the Integrated Care System Board, the primary care networks, to meet the objectives of the Act in rural settings such as this. The rural geography of Cliffe and the current GP offering means that with the best intentions, residents in the village of Cliffe will have to continue to commute to access wider health and care provisions at community, primary, tertiary and acute levels. It is extremely concerning that the appellant's HIA does not consider the Act or the rural geography of this development site in the assessment. In the terms of access to health beyond the GP surgery, on the 6th of March 2023, the High Parks Medical Practice published a poster signposting their patients to alternative help for care. They suggested Medoc, 7.93 miles away, a 26-minute drive. 53 minutes if you go on the bus, but that only runs until 7:11 in the evening. Gravesham UCT, 10.5 miles away, a 23-minute drive. Sevenoaks UTC, a 25.5 mile, 44-minute drive. Sheppey Minor Injuries Unit, a 29-minute journey, a 29-mile journey, 36-minute drive. Sittingbourne Minor Injuries Unit, 24 miles away, a 34-minute drive. These are the alternative options for care for the villagers of Cliffe when they cannot access via the GP surgery that currently serves over 2,600 patients per GP, and in a village where over 350 properties are being built or developed already. The only route to urgent care for the village and people of Cliffe is blue light services, a limited bus service, or private vehicle and private hire vehicle. Primary indicators show that the hospital in Stroud Rural is scored as worse when compared across England. What is not considered is the geography of Cliffe that sits right at the back, the furthest point of Stroud Rural, further impacting the health and well-being and access and outcomes. When considering this planning application, reprovision or additional services via a Section 106 agreement draft in location miles away from the village will not allow for social prescribing or improved and supported care in the community of Cliffe. It will create a larger community relying on car travel to access the car needed. It is likely to increase the risk of negative health behaviours, which have a direct correlation with health inequalities. People will delay accessing health due to the difficulties of getting appointments, due to the difficulties of travelling to appointments, and in a number of cases, due to a lack of funds to enable them to travel to that appointment. The contributions suggested will not alleviate the health and care accessibility pressures in the geography of this development site. This cannot possibly have a neutral impact with the current measures that have been proposed. When we talk about travelling by bus, whether it be the health services or for other amenities, the last bus to Higham GP is at 4:56 p.m. The last bus to Wainscott is 4:56 p.m. The last bus to Medway Maritime Hospital is 7:11 p.m. They all take a considerable amount of time, and in our POE you can see the exact times as people went on these journeys and check the bus records that it took them to go door to door to these particular sites that are listed in the appendix. The appellant does propose an additional bus service as part of their travel plan. Now, perhaps this is a consideration for the Section 106 roundtable, and the LPA will need to confirm this. But on the 26th of April 2019, an application MC 182961, land west of Town Road, Cliffwoods, was approved for construction of 92 residential dwellings. The project is now complete. The application included a very similar Section 106 offering. The Cliffe and Cliffwoods Residents Development Group have it on good authority that this bus service has not been commissioned. we are informed that the bus company has said that it will not support that. In 2022, Kent County Council announced a number of cuts to bus services across the country. They stated that bus use in Kent, as with the rest of the UK, had partially recovered since the pandemic, but currently estimated that local use and buses stand at around 80%. Throughout the pandemic and to date, many services were only being sustained because of financial support provided by government and from Kent County Council through protected levels of reimbursement on the English National Concessionary Travel Scheme and previously the Kent Travel Saver. Currently, government support in the form of Local Transport Fund is paid to local transport authorities and to operators directly. But this funding has now ceased at the end of September 2022, and the government have made clear that there is to be no extension or replacement of this financial support. Therefore, the LTAs have been tasked by the Department of Transport with working with the operators to rebase the bus network to a sustainable level post-funding, taking account of revised patterns of use and the other cost operational factors. The expectation that the appellant will provide a temporary solution where the residents of the 250 homes will travel via this bus service is totally unrealistic. The expectation that post-temporary funding period that the local authority or Kent County Council will continue to fund this temporary services is unrealistic. Worryingly, though, the appellant also suggests in their reporting, and I assume has been considered under the HIA, that there is an alternative route for the villagers of Cliffe to get to the Cliffe Woods GP surgery. That alternative route, and I would be really grateful if you could review Appendix 8 of this POE to get some perspective on what these environments are, is via either the B2000, a road that we know has limited footpaths and lighting, or via Wellpen, a public byway that is largely arable land leading to an enclosed pathway that then leads on to country lanes with no footpaths. There is extremely limited natural surveillance. There are no street lights. It is an unmade footpath. And there is no suitable access for those with pushchairs or less ables. And I would suggest that those travelling to the GP surgery might be feeling a little bit poorly and may not feel equipped to travel the long route along this public byway. The Section 106 draft agreement allows for a financial contribution of £12,500 towards improvements to signage and sightlines on the local prows. The HIA assessor has assessed walking cycling networks and disability access in the Hoodoo assessment as positive and neutral. The pedestrian routes to join the development to the village and to provide access to the proposed located APCM are fully reliant on the use of existing prows. None of the prows are currently suitable for cyclists, disabled users, pushchairs or less able. The HIA Hoodoo score of positive does not reflect the condition, width, lines of vision or natural surveillance or suitability of these prows, including in the scheme. And without any detail relating to the scope and extent of works that would be undertaken to make them usable, if that can be achieved, it's impossible to have scored these byways with a positive outcome. The appellant has not provided confirmation of the primary access and egress along the development site for pedestrians and cycles. We are informed that this is a matter for full planning and that only drawings submitted during the planning application were for consideration. We can only assume that the HIA assessor has reviewed those drawings. The assessment recommendation for cycling states that there is no mitigation required and that the travel plan will be implemented. For walking, they state that no mitigation is required, that the evidence provided for walking led to this mitigation states there are a series of prows that run through the site that will be retained as part of the proposed development. This makes absolutely no sense. They have no details, they have no information, they have the opportunity to see what these prows are currently in the condition of. How can this possibly be positive and neutral without mitigations that actually state these accessibilities will be reviewed for suitability. In terms of noise and air pollution and sustainability, the assessor has scored the scheme neutral and positive. The POE Appendix 12 provides a list of documents that were submitted by the appellant after this HIA report was completed. This includes transport and AIMSON reporting. The appellant, as part of their proof of evidence, have now submitted a further two new technical reports relating to noise pollution and air quality. As such, at the time of undertaking the Hoodoo assessment, it would not have been possible for air pollution caused by traffic and reduction of car use to be assessed. The project will not reduce existing car use in the village. By the sheer nature of increasing the number of properties in the village by 250, there will be an increase. The geography of the development site means that access to key other services and amenities are already restricted predominantly to car use. We have suggested a number of journeys, such as railway stations, primary and secondary schools outside of Cliffe, post office, sports centres, alternative GP surgeries, dentists, supermarkets and petrol stations. And full information of those distances are included within the POE appendix. Every single amenity on the list requires a vehicle to access, whether it be by private or public, except for an individual that is able to cycle or walk a distance greater than 2 miles, commencing along the B2000 route. Many of those listed have a journey of at least 5 miles. The Hoodoo score also scores positive when factoring elements to help design out crime and incorporation of design techniques to help people feel safe and secure creating gated communities. The Design Out Crime team at Kent Police responded to the application on the 7th of March 2022. The Stantec report confirms that the HIA assessment was carried out and completed on the 4th of March 2022, 3 days prior to the letter being issued by the professionals advisors linked to Design Out Crime. This means at the time of undertaking the assessment, the assessors were unable to rely on guidance provided by the Design Out Crime team specific to the development, as they hadn't yet commented on the application. The recommended mitigations state that the detailed design and layout of buildings will consider natural surveillance over public space. A lighting design will be produced at reserve matters. The proposed APCM site has limited natural surveillance. This is evidenced in our POE 6. We question what information the assessor actually used to draw a conclusion that Design Out Crime and mitigations were already in place. Finally, engagement. Medway planning officers recommended that the appellant commission an independent facilitator, Design Out Crime, to carry out some engagement workshops with the local community to understand the hopes and fears for the development of Cliffe. Design South East state that they put forward a proposal for a series of workshops to hear from local people and offer an opportunity for local residents and businesses to input into proposals for the development, essentially to input into the design, not to review draft designs. Unfortunately, as confirmed in Appendix 14 of this POE, an email dated the 28th of February 2022 from Design South East confirmed that the appellant did not take their advice, and they were later who did not fully take their advice. We challenged the rush for this stakeholder workshop. They were named community vision workshops. These are not the same sessions that were run for the community to attend at the Bowls Club. And we asked why they weren't postponed when attendance was clearly poor. Design South East in their email, and we mustn't forget that even under a rapid assessment for a HIA, the stakeholders' views are important for the modelling, that Trentport were made aware of the low numbers of attendees ahead of the workshops, and we did highlight the constrained time frame between invitation and the event. Our understanding is that because of their timetable for submission of the application, Trentport welcomed the opportunity to gather feedback from anyone who attended the workshops, rather than postpone or cancel. It should be noted that our proposal to Trentport was to carry out a series of workshops and engagement events, both in person and online, over a longer period of time. Only the first of these events, the online workshops, were commissioned. This was a discrete event, and as we understand it, was part of a wider process of non-statutory engagement by Trentport. The appellant relies on the statement of community involvement to show the high level of consideration of the community views from the beginning of the process. We can only assume that the HIA assessor also relied upon this information. They state that the two initial online consultation workshops, due to COVID, were organised for the 26th and 30th of June 2021, one morning session and one evening session, with all community stakeholders. This is not a true reflection of this event. The consultation workshops were to inform the design. The subsequent open sessions held at the Bulks Club were there to review the outcomes of these sessions and to offer and open up further discussion. We were stunned to read the community involvement document uploaded as part of the planning application. At the time of reviewing it, there were 10 official members of our group and 500 members of the Facebook group. Not a single member of either variant, when asked via email and on social media, confirmed that they were aware of the organised stakeholder workshops. We then contacted Design South East to establish how these events had been managed and arranged and who in the community had been invited to the online workshops, planned for what is quoted within the documents as representatives of local community groups. Again, within the ethos of the rapid assessment, key people that feed in. It was the responsibility of the appellant to ensure that the contact list was robust and that routes to contact were valid. The parish council supported in providing a list of parties, but this did not remove the appellant's responsibility to validate contact details provided or to obtain any that were missing. Less than 2 weeks' notice was given to these workshops on a project that would hugely develop our community. They were community workshops. The 2-week lead-in in a pandemic was not acceptable, but the route to contact was also dire. Members of the group have extensively challenged this concern. Design South East actually did provide a full list of those that were invited to the workshops. They also released the routes to contact. There were 51 contacts listed on the document issued by Design South East. So that is 51 members of multiple community groups. 41 of these people on this list have confirmed that they did not receive an invitation or there was no route to contact. With further investigations, though, we have found that actually 35 of the invitees on the list were not invited because there was no route to contact them at all. There was no email address, there was no information aligned and given to Design South East to enable them to invite to those people. The chair of the parish council requested at the workshop, please see Appendix 14 of the proof of evidence, that it be postponed due to the lack of attendance from the community, because he was fully aware that there was a large community group of people, of which he is someone that had partook, that would have attended on that day had they been aware of these workshops. I, as the chair of the governors at the time at St Helens School, was on that invite list. I did not receive an invitation. It went to a shared email address in the school that was an admin mailbox. None of the governors at St Helens School were invited to the workshops. I cannot deny the head teacher may have been past it, but the other named people on that email address were not given that invitation. And it certainly wasn't the responsibility of a head teacher in a global pandemic managing a school of frightened teachers to prioritise junk email that falls into their mailbox. The outcome of this consultation was not reflective of the community's wishes. The appellant ignored the advice of the independent company recommended by the planning authority. We were aware that the appellants were included in communications between us and Design South East. So they all were aware that we were very unhappy that we were not part of these workshops, yet they did not reschedule or engage our group or the community at any time since that concern was first raised. The engagement should have informed the design, and when concerns were raised, the appellant should have reconsidered their approach. Instead, the community were presented with designs at the Bowls Club. They were presented with proposals at the Bowls Club. They were asked to ask questions about said proposals. But it was too late. It was too late in the design process, under RIBA stage 0 and 1, for them to really make any contribution. It was too late for them to contribute in a way that the HIA assessor would have reviewed the statement about the community interest and actually modelled accordingly based on the risks being raised by our community. In conclusion, the health impact assessment does not meet the requirements of the rapid or comprehensive assessment as required by the EIA applicable planning application. The data modelling used is poor, and I would even go as far as to question whether it meets the thresholds of a desktop HIA assessment. As such, the information used from that document in other statutory and key appellant documents, such as the environmental statement, must also be flawed. Thank you. Sorry I was so long, but there was an awful lot to cover there.
No, it's fine.
I need a breath.
There's no time limit. It's fine. Thank you very much for that. I'll hand over to Mr. Strawn after you've had a moment for the cross-examination. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm not sure I got your full name. Sorry.
Joanne Shorter.
Shorter, thanks. And I have actually already asked some questions about consultation yesterday, so I've heard the same points being taken again.
Can I respond to that?
Well, I haven't said
on the points that were covered, the reason why... Oh, sorry.
Yeah, so, well, I'm in your hands, Madam, as to what you want to do, but I can ask again or make some further points about that. But I'd understood we'd had the consultation criticisms yesterday, and I'd asked some questions about that. I'm in something of a quandary because I'm getting different unidentified witnesses coming along, making a series of points, sometimes making them again, and it obviously makes it quite difficult for me to know who I'm questioning, what I'm questioning them about, and who the right witness is to ask about this. I appreciate it's a resonance group, but it's proving quite challenging to focus the right questions to the right person. So, turning to you, Ms. Shorter, did you write this document, Health Impact?
I was a major contributor.
Right. It says by HG. I don't know who HG is.
That's an error.
Sorry?
That's an error.
Okay. And who wrote the consultation proof that I asked about yesterday?
I was a major contributor.
Right. Were you here yesterday?
No.
Do you know what questions were?
I do. I was listening in.
You were listening in?
Yes. And that's why it's still included within this POE in the context of the impact that it's had on the health impact assessment.
Right.
And I did feel yesterday from your questioning there was confusion being raised between the initial design workshops, those two sessions for those community stakeholder groups, and what was presented at the Bowls Club.
Right.
And I felt that the ethos of the first part of that was being lost, that the community engagement was to contribute to the design, and the Bowls Club was to review the initial draft designs.
Okay.
They're quite different things, aren't they?
Well, I don't... That's a question to me. It's me to ask you questions for sure. But anyway, let me just see if I can try and deal this effectively without taking up too much time. So far as consultation is concerned, your what you've just described principally relates to the health impact assessment document that was produced by the appellant in the course of the application. That was the major part of your response, wasn't it?
Absolutely, and the fact that engagement would have fed into that the statement of community involvement, and that would have been used to assess whether or not this had taken on the views of the community in terms of healthcare, public healthcare and amenity provision linked to the HIA hoodoo assessment.
So just taking it in stages, first of all, and apologies, I don't know whether you're qualified in health impact assessments or anything of that kind, so I'm just feeling my way here, but let me just try and test some things and see if you feel you can't answer, please just say, and
Yep.
I'll move on.
Happy to take your questions.
In relation to a large part of your questions, you've raised the issue of environmental impact assessment and the health impact assessment. Under the environmental impact assessment regulations, there's a process for the relevant local planning authority to decide by reference to the applicant's submission as to what should fall within the scope of an EIA, as it's called. Are you aware of that?
Yep.
And the local planning authority decided that in relation to indeed a larger form of development, at that stage 500 houses, human health, the effects on human health should be scoped out because they're not likely to be, and that's their judgment, significant effects on health in consequence of what's being proposed. Were you aware of that?
Yes, I was aware of that.
Yeah. And insofar as people disagree with that decision, then there's the ability to challenge it, but no challenge has been brought to that decision that I'm aware of. Are you aware of any challenge to that?
We have challenged throughout that the EIA assessment is flawed. If you read our original objection of August 2022 and the objection of October 2022, we as a residents development group have said that we do not believe that the EIA process followed due process and that there is flawed documentation and reporting relied upon.
Yes.
So yes, we've been very vocal about it being non-compliant, both process management and the information provided by you as the appellant.
Yes, sorry, I apologise. What I mean by challenge, I mean by a legal challenge. Because these decisions are taken, they can be challenged legally. If they're not, they stand.
No, absolutely. And we have taken the basis of what's been provided, but what I've reported on today is actually the questions that have been modelled within the HIA assessment as part of the hoodoo that assess the mitigations that are required for this development to mitigate the impact of those potentially negative impacts on our community. Every single item I have discussed today is referenced against one of the 39 questions within the hoodoo model, and the POE actually follows that exact listing. It has been written in such a way that it responds as you go through this assessment.
No, that's fine. I just wanted to get, as I said, taking it in stages. So
that doesn't
you may not agree with it, but you're aware, the group's aware, that health impact assessment or effects on human health have been scoped out by a decision of the local planning authority some time ago on the basis that there won't be likely significant effects. You're aware of that because you've just told me about that.
I'm aware of that. We don't agree with that. And we also see, and I think what we've just demonstrated sees, that the health has a direct correlation to items that are under consideration, that were scoped in, such as transport, the use of the B2000, the use of the roads, and the use of the infrastructure associated with the village. So whilst it may be scoped out, the subsequent events that fall out of it are scoped in.
Well, they're not scoped in that sense, but let's not argue over the technical legal side. I'm going to try and take it in stages. So I'm just dealing with the EIA process because you raised that on a number of occasions. So the health impact assessment that's produced is not, or is scoped out of the environmental statement. As you say, and clearly we'd be here a long time if I questioned you about disagreement with the contents of the HIA. I appreciate you've got different views about it, but I just want to...
They're not views, though.
All right, shorter. Let's just take it as an example. The HIA document you've identified is dated March 2022, isn't it?
It is, I believe.
Yeah.
Yep, March 2022.
And it's produced by a consultant for the appellant, drawing on information, other information relating to the application, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah. So, for example, it identifies that there are both the parameters of what's being proposed in terms of an outline application, and it also relies upon C 2.1.2, packages of improvements to sustainable transport, including bus services, improvements to existing byways, etc. Now, I don't agree with you, but I appreciate you've got different views about those measures because you've expressed them, the group's expressed them. So there are differences of views about, for example, the effect of enhancing the bus services. That's right, isn't it? Unless you do agree with our views, I don't.
I certainly don't agree with your views.
No,
I think what
okay.
I've done is I've presented evidence to say that the mitigation measures that you've proposed are unlikely to ever materialise.
Well,
and I've evidenced in such a way that I've referred back to the people that actually hold the money that will take over responsibility for that bus service once the Trentport funds run out.
Right.
So I think that's very fair evidence.
Well, you say very fair evidence. You haven't evidenced that so far as Arriva's concerned. You said you had, it's the first I've heard it, on good authority. You were referring to the intentions of Arriva. I haven't seen that authority or any material to suggest that what you say is correct. Is there anything in the document that you produced here?
We've highlighted the Kent County Council funding, the Transport for London and the Kent County Council funding removal from September 2022. I think I've also asked, and I did mention when I was saying it, that perhaps the LPA can confirm whether or not the bus service for the 95 houses ever materialised after the houses were handed over to the homeowners. And I think that's a question you can ask them as this moves forwards.
Yeah, I'm not sure which bus service you're referring to.
The Section 106 agreement bus service aligned to that planning application.
Yes, which bit? Are you referring to the new shuttle bus service? Because there seems to be some confusion. The new shuttle bus service, which is actually a service that relates to what I think you refer to as the Gladman development, but it's 225.
No, it's the Esquire development.
Right, because I just say that because you referred to the appellant introducing a new bus service. That bus service is one that's being introduced as an extension to the one that flows from the Gladman proposal. Were you aware of that?
The Esquire houses were built first. It was approved first, wasn't it? Yeah. But regardless of whether or not they're connected via the applications and the Section 106 agreements, there actually is no bus service. There is no shuttle service, and the Esquire development finished some time ago.
Yes. The shuttle bus service is a service that is introduced by the Gladman Homes development, which is under construction, not the Squire development. Were you aware of that?
I'm aware that there are bus proposals for all the developments. What I'm also aware of is that none of us have benefited from said bus proposals as houses are commissioned and handed to homeowners.
Well, yes, you wouldn't have benefited from the enhanced shuttle bus service or the shuttle bus service. That's right, you wouldn't have benefited because it only comes, first of all, with the construction underway of the 225 Gladman Homes, and then, if planning permission's approved, extension into Cliffe. That's why I was a bit confused when you were referring to it as not something you're benefiting from. It won't occur until those things have happened.
I'm providing context that within Medway, firstly, funding is not currently available for additional bus services based on the funding mechanisms that have been in place up until September 2022. I'm also highlighting that the Esquire development was handed over some time. There was 95 properties built, and they have not benefited from what was outlined within the Section 106 agreement aligned to that development. So I am suggesting that there may be issues that need to be mitigated in, for example, the HIA assessment, where they would rely on your transport assessment, where if this bus doesn't materialise, what is that impact and what is that alternative mitigation?
All right. Well, I think I'm clear, Ms. Shorter, about the additional bus service you were referring to. Can we agree that you wouldn't expect to have experienced it yet, because that's a bus service that comes from, or if you're not aware, if you're
I
not
wouldn't
aware of
benefit
that,
from it. It's not in Cliffe. It is a Cliffe Woods development that had a Section 106 agreement aligned to it, where the bus service aligned under that Section 106 agreement since the houses have been commissioned has not materialised.
No.
I'm providing context of similar situations where in the very close geography of this development, they have been unable to convert that Section 106 agreement into the offering that was aligned to it as part of the agreement. I'm providing context. I'm not saying I would have used it, or the people of Cliffe would have used it, or would benefit
Ms.
from
Shorter,
it.
I'm not asking about whether you would use it. I'm just trying to clarify your understanding. They're two different bus services, and I just want to be clear whether you've understood whether we're talking at cross purposes.
No, totally separate things.
Sorry.
I agree, they are totally separate
Right.
services.
I'm now talking about the shuttle bus service to Strood Station. Were you aware that that comes with the Gladman development to Cliffe Woods, and then if permission were to be granted for this scheme, it would extend to Cliffe?
I am aware of that, but as I said, the Esquire bus has never materialised in any form. Whether it be your shuttle bus, whether it be an Arriva increase, there has been no change in buses since the last house was handed over to the homeowners.
Right.
So the community are concerned that it doesn't provide a wide enough mitigation, and there is no backup plan.
Okay. Just dealing with the other bus service, I'm not aware of any information before the inquiry that Section 106 contributions haven't been provided or bus service is not extended. That appears to be your anecdotal evidence, which I've heard. If that were the case, of course, then the local planning authority would be entitled to pursue that contribution and requirement, wouldn't they?
That would absolutely be their responsibility.
Yes. But for the purposes of the health impact assessment and assessing the proposals and what's legally committed, it's entirely appropriate to assess what is a legal requirement by way of existing and future development. That's the way it works. They're assessing a package of improvements which would be legally secured if permission were to go ahead here.
Yes, and I think that's why we were so concerned that the assessor had got the patient numbers wrong for the practice and the opening times, because they can't rely on a bus. They have to rely on a car.
Right,
and that's why this bus issue came to the forefront as a consideration of, well, actually, what will happen if there isn't even a bus during 9 till 5?
Right. And then I can't go through every point of disagreement. I call it difference of view, but let's call it disagreement because we'd be here a long time. I'll just give you, again, to understand the structure of the document. The health impact assessment is working on the basis of what's legally on offer, what's legally required, such as the public transport improvements, and making judgments about that as to the health impacts. And it does the same in relation to a lot of things, such as the scope of the Outline Planning Commission. Let's just take an example, because you raised this. If you go to the proposal addressing housing needs of older people, which is something you take issue with, yes?
Yep.
And the provision of accessible homes, which is covered by amongst other things, building regulations for the future. But I just wanted to just see where this may help you identify the difference between us. If this scheme doesn't go ahead, i.e. it's turned down, there won't be any new homes, accessible new homes constructed on this site in Cliffe, will there?
No.
So,
Well, there could be potentially other small infill developments.
well, yeah, that's possible. Small infill developments, possible, yes. But in terms of delivering accessible homes for those either currently in Cliffe or those who would like to live in Cliffe, or affordable homes, they won't be delivered. Other than, as you say, small infill. That must be right.
Totally agree, and they should only be built there if it's the right place and it's sustainable.
Well, that's a different point. That's covered by others. But from a health impact assessment, clearly the delivery of accessible new homes in the Cliffe, leave aside sustainability, is going to be a positive impact because they're going to be more accessible homes for older people or less mobile people than is currently the case.
That's not how the modelling works, though, is it? Because you have to provide details and evidence that support that, and you also then have to look at what mitigations are recommended in the event that that evidence says that you might not be able to do that.
Well, that's
and
what...
you haven't actually consulted the community as part of the rapid assessment.
No, Ms.
because
Shorter, that's not the point. Consulting people about the rapid assessment is a different point. I'll come back to consultation. My point is a short one. You disagree with the identification of a positive health impact of delivering this housing in Cliffe. That's one of the topics you raised. And you say you need to know the details of that. The answer is no, you don't, because building regulations, and this is identified in the document itself, require consideration in the detailed design of lifetime and wheelchair accessible homes. The detail of that, yes, indeed, will be fixed at the detail stage. But if this proposal doesn't go ahead, there won't be any such accessible, wheelchair accessible homes delivered in Cliffe on this site. So the precise detail of those, yes, to be fixed in the future, but the delivery of new accessible, lifetime and wheelchair accessible homes must necessarily be a positive, good thing in this table. I don't see how you could say anything else.
But that's assuming that somebody that's got a plot of land in the village doesn't build 10 bungalows next year.
No, well,
It's
if they do that, that would also
make... It's no better or worse, is it?
Sorry, Ms. Shorter, if they did that, that may also be a positive thing. Who knows? Depends. But this scheme, offering new... I know there are lots of other considerations taken into account. Certainly haven't forgotten those, but I'm just dealing with your criticism of the health impact assessment. That entry is identifying a positive potential health impact because new accessible lifetime and wheelchair accessible homes would be delivered as part of this scheme, and that must be the case.
I would argue, though, that surely to rank something as positive in that sense, when there's no details of a quantity as a proportion of properties, there's no details of access in terms of what the accessibility will be once they leave the threshold of their property, that it would be impossible at this time to say it would be a positive impact. It would surely be a neutral impact because there are still things that need to be considered and mitigated. Well, yes, it would be marvellous to have one extra disabled property in the village, but if you put them in the middle of something that makes them a siloed building without the appropriate resources around them and infrastructure around them, and you haven't identified, this is outline planning, you haven't identified that there will be that appropriate support around that property and that development.
Okay, that comes on to a different question about support around it. I'm just dealing with the box here does the provision of those, I think you're agreeing that that would be a good thing in principle, subject to your other points of criticism.
I would always promote disability access in anything that I talk about, ED&I.
Okay.
So whether or not it was for Trentport's development or other, I will always agree.
Yes,
But that doesn't mean I agree that that should have had a positive result.
Okay, well, therein lies a disagreement between, I call it a disagreement because, but what the health impact assessment consultant is seeking to do is in a rapid way, but in a box table seeking to address various requirements, and there's a different box for assessing capacity, location, accessibility of other social infrastructure. So you've gone on to a different box. But sticking with the first box, it's difficult to see how it could be anything other than positive.
It's not, though, because the details and evidence provided in the model actually says it is proposed that a proportion of homes will be single-storey, which are more accessible for the elderly and those less abled. A proportion can be viewed as, we're talking 250 houses here. For me, a proportion would be 25% of that. For the hoodoo assessor, was it 1%? Was it 0.5%? Was it 10%? So
Right.
actually, the proportion that's been considered has driven that as a positive response.
Right, so it's positive, but what you're saying is you don't know the full extent of how positive it is. It could be more positive or less positive.
No, because if it was 0.5%, the proportion that's been allocated is so woefully low that actually it should be neutral, because it's not going to benefit them, because you're creating a silo of people that are either more elderly and need a single property, or...
All right, so I can see the extent of the disagreement. So as I said, I'm certainly not suggesting we're going to agree on everything. Clearly, you've got some strong views, but I just want to understand where the points of disagreement are. So if we go then to, if we go to the question of health infrastructure and the health impact assessment, again, this may be a fundamental point of disagreement between us, I don't know, Ms. Shorter, but this appeal proposal, and through the application stage, has been assessed by the local authority, including in relation to what's required by way of additional contributions to address health infrastructure, hasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yes? And the Medway, as a local planning authority, has required of this development, as with other developments, the provision of contributions which are calculated in accordance with a methodology that they've established. And I don't think you're suggesting the appellants having to pay under the odds, or that somehow the calculations are mistaken or anything of that kind.
I think there are models in place that calculate these things, and I think if the HIA assessment or the information collected under the rapid assessment had been correct, those numbers would have been larger. I think the fact that we've evidenced that the number of GPs at the Cliffe surgery wasn't known, that the opening times of the GP surgery wasn't known, that the number of inpatient appointments at the GP surgery wasn't known, as someone that isn't a professional that would calculate a Section 106 agreement, I would question, though, whether the correct information was put into the whatever Excel spreadsheet they were using to churn out the numbers that you've committed to. And I think we have clearly evidence that those numbers are wrong.
Right, well,
in terms of the number of patients, the number of GPs.
Right.
I cannot comment, though, on whether or not the number of the Section 106 would come out the same if you factored the evidence that we provided in this POE.
Yeah, well, okay. Just breaking down, we don't accept your analysis, but we also don't think it makes a difference to the calculation. But perhaps more importantly, Ms. Shorter, this is material. I think you probably even put it to the local planning authority, didn't you, in your representations? Your criticisms or points in relation to the planning application when it was being determined by the local planning authority, you had various criticisms of lots of things, not just impact.
Absolutely. Well, we had objections
Yes.
based with evidence supporting them on why we were objecting to those items.
Yes, exactly. And those have been considered by the local planning authority, who do carry out these calculations based on an assessment of the infrastructure, and they have rejected them because they've identified what is an appropriate and necessary contribution based on their understanding of the area and the infrastructure within it. That's right, isn't it?
I would say that at planning application stage, when we submitted our objection of October 2022, it did not include all of the evidence that's been provided as part of this proof of evidence in the planning proposal, in the inquiry stages. Obviously, as part of the inquiry, we were asked to align our concerns to the 4 reasons of objection. As such, in that period of time, we've collected and ratified an amount of evidence relating to the HIA that may not have been available at the time of October 2022. We may have had suspicions, we may have had information that was just verbal communications between us and key parties. But since October 2022, we've managed to collate that evidence. We've had responses to freedom of information requests from the High Parks medical practice, and we've been able to include that in our statement of common ground and our proof of evidence. So I would suggest that since the LPA reviewed even the original application and refused, we have now provided even more evidence to say, actually, please, you need to listen to us now, because this is fact, this is data, this is information. And it's also information held on the NHS England website that we've used.
Right. Again, the local planning authority are here. They've seen your material. If they thought they were wrong, they would no doubt increase the contribution if it made a difference, which they don't consider it to do. But can I just give another, again, I can't cover everything because we'd be here a very long time, but let me just give you another example. You talked about the assumptions in relation to air quality and noise, and you said the health impact assessment has made judgments about the information about air quality and noise, as indeed it has based on the modelling that was done. And your criticism is, well, the appellants put in new evidence which the health impact assessment can't have taken account of. Do you recall saying that?
I do recall saying that you'd submitted 2 technical notes as part of your proof of evidence that hadn't been shared with us at statement of case or prior.
Yeah, well, talk about statement of case and prior, that goes into a different issue. Your criticism...
You're asking me if I'd seen it, though?
No, I wasn't. I was asking you, Miss...
I was aware, sorry, I was aware of it. I was aware of it when you submitted the proof of evidence.
No, I wasn't asking you that either. What I was... sorry for my...
Sorry, what's the question then?
No, I thought your point you were making to the inspector was that the health impact assessment doesn't take account of new evidence on air quality and noise that was produced in those notes. That's the point that you made.
The health impact assessment, I also said, predated the transport assessment, the iTransport reporting and the Aimson reporting linked to transportation. So I'm asking, the question was, would it be reasonable to accept that actually that wasn't up-to-date information that was modelled? And I think based on how many simple pieces of desktop data that have been applied to this model that are incorrect, our biggest concern is what other information was modelled or missed that was incorrect that led to 39 positive or neutral outcomes for this development. Yeah. Because our issue here is about the quality of the data that has been used to inform this assessment that was a rapid assessment. Right. I'm not here as a professional in any way to say whether or not what they've reported is correct. We can see it's not correct because we've collected evidence to the fact.
Well, look, sorry, I'm trying to address what I thought was your criticism. You've made criticisms of this health impact assessment. You're saying it's not based on correct data, and I'm just testing that. Mm-hmm. I've tried to do it efficiently by looking at some of the examples you've given. You gave one about accessible homes and lifetime, and I asked you about that. Incidentally, there is a condition on accessible homes. It's in the 106. Section 106 agreement which I don't know if you've seen, Ms. Shorter. I'm not criticising if you haven't, but
The
It's,
HIA assessor hadn't seen it though, had they?
no. But as I said, there's a point of disagreement between us as to whether you need to understand the full extent of a positive impact or just understand it to be positive. But I'm just drawing your attention to it. The obligation is to seek to procure at least 50% to lifetime home standards and at least 5% of the affordable housing to be constructed to wheelchair accessible housing. Yeah, sorry, all of the, yeah.
So
50% of all of the affordable housing is at lifetime home standard and at least 5% to be constructed for wheelchair accessible housing.
sorry, what percentage?
50% of I think this obligation relates to the affordable housing units to be lifetime home standard and at least 5% of those affordable housing units to be wheelchair accessible housing. But I digress. So can I come back to the point I was asking about, Ms. Shorter, just so...
So that's 6 houses. Is that correct?
No?
250 houses, 50% is 125, 5% of that.
No, this is the affordable. This is an obligation relating to the affordable housing. 25% of the affordable housing units are affordable housing. So someone to do the maths for you.
It'll be 3 then.
But Ms. Shorter,
Sorry,
can I just, we can come back to the numbers if you want in a moment. I'm just really trying to test the health impact assessment that you're criticising. Okay, what I'd understood, if I've got this wrong, then let me know, because I'm just trying to understand what your criticisms are.
I'm basing it on the parameter plan, which the height plans, which is what the HIA.
No, I'm talking about health. I'm talking about noise and air quality now.
You were just talking about elderly homes.
No, you're right. I said I digress, but I wanted to just come back to the health impact assessment. If I've got this wrong, please tell me, but I thought your concern was that the health impact assessment author in March 2022 was assessing air quality and noise based on the materials he had at the time, and that he didn't have available the notes that have been produced for this inquiry, and your concern is that it's therefore out of date.
What he actually said, or she, sorry, was the air quality assessment presented in Chapter 15 of the Environmental Statement has identified that there are no significant adverse effects anticipated that will impact existing and future human receptors.
Yep.
My question is, how were they able to draw that assessment in the Environmental Statement or subsequently in this document if they didn't have the information relating to transport reporting, the Aimson reporting, and the 2 technical notes that you've just submitted as part of the proof of evidence?
Right. Okay,
so I think it would be fair to say that they perhaps didn't have all the information to draw that conclusion and relied upon the environmental statement that also didn't have all that information to rely upon.
So I have got your criticism correct. So I'll break it down. First of all, the air quality and noise modelling reports, and again, no criticism intended, but have you read them as to how they're calculated based on the traffic numbers that are used in the transport assessment?
The issue here isn't whether I understand or read them, it's whether or not the person that completed the HIA assessment did. It's not for me to do your HIA assessment.
No,
it's for me to... They clearly didn't have the information, did they?
Well, that's what I'm exploring with you. They did have the information. They had the air quality assessment and they had the noise assessment in the environmental statement, which in turn are based on the traffic numbers that are in the transport assessment. If you're saying they're not, that's fine. You could point me to that document and say, oh no, they made a mistake. But that's what they're saying And that's why I asked you whether your criticism is because you've read them and you've noticed some error, or you're just raising a general concern.
So I'm not a transport expert in any way, shape or form, but I appreciate the Aimson modelling was the Medway Council preferred and the LPA's preferred route for reporting that, and your environmental statement predates that.
Sorry,
So,
there's a lot. You can hear there's quite a lot of drilling, and I can't find it struggling to hear what you're saying.
sorry.
Yeah, and Ms. Shorter, if my question's unclear, please. I'm trying to be as clear as I can. Let me just try again. The author's saying they made their judgment based on the noise and air quality. If you go and look at the noise and air quality assessments, those are based on the transport modelling, the numbers of traffic that will occur. Are you saying that there's anything wrong with those documents?
We are, but it's under the transport proof of evidence. It's not my area at all to cover, but what I will say is that we know that the iTransport report and the Aimson modelling came after the environmental statement was issued. They definitely post-date it because we raised it a number of times that we felt the environmental statement should be updated to reflect any new reporting that had come through from those documents. And as such, if the author and the assessor relied upon that, then they didn't have the iTransport report, they didn't have the Aimson reporting, and they didn't have the two new technical notes that you've submitted as part of the POE process.
Right. Looking at the two new technical notes, have you read them?
I've scanned.
Well, what are you saying is new information in them?
I'm saying that there was information in the iTransport report.
You're going back to the iTransport report, different point, not a good point, I would say, because any updates in the transport modelling haven't affected the air quality and noise modelling. But if you want to tell us where it does, please do. I haven't been told yet. But your concern was about these two. The one you expressed to the inspector was about the air quality and noise notes that have been produced for this inquiry. What is it in them that's new information?
I've not suggested it's new. What I'm saying is they were modelled using, I assume, the information provided in the iTransport and the Aimson modelling reports that were part of the main application.
Right.
Two documents that were submitted after the HIA hoodoo tool assessment was carried out. Right. So without even reading them, they are related to those documents that were submitted after this was done. Okay. So there's got to be an impact.
Right. You say there's got to be an impact. Have you read them? Have you identified a difference in the numbers or the conclusions, or is this just an assumption?
The issue here was the rapid assessor appropriately tooled and enabled to undertake the assessment for a development of this size? Did they have all of the relevant information at the time of the assessment to undertake that assessment?
Yeah.
And we're talking about 4 documents now.
Yes, Ms. Shorter, we're talking about documents, but I'm more interested in what's in the documents. What is it?
But that has an irrelevance to whether or not the assessor had the appropriate information to undertake the assessment that says this will have a neutral impact.
Right.
Surely.
Ms. Shorter, if you don't, fine, if you haven't read them or you don't know the answer, that's fine. That's all I'm trying to establish. What is it in the information that you say affects the HIA? What is it in any of those 4 documents that affects the conclusion on noise and air quality?
I'm not here as a noise or air quality specialist. I'm here to say that this HIA assessment was undertaken without those documents for consideration. And I think that is a fair point. Regardless of whether I understand what those documents say, if you are tasked to do a job that requires you data gathering, stakeholder discussions, etc., including potential work groups, then you should have all of the tools required to enable you. And this assessor clearly didn't, because those documents all post-date this HIA assessment.
All right. And then, Ms. Shorter, in relation to other judgments, can I see if we can leave it in this way? there are a number of other judgments made in this document which relate to differences between us. I say us, the appellant and your group, as to the benefits or otherwise of the proposal. So, for example, the assessor has made judgments about the local environment, the public transport, local services, sustainability, and reached views about positive outcomes if the appeal scheme were to go ahead for the reasons, broadly speaking, identified. That's fair. That's what the assessor's done.
The assessor has done that.
Yeah. And, of course, you've got different views about that, so you don't necessarily agree with the assessor's judgments about sustainability or the judgments of iTransport about sustainability, or you don't necessarily agree about the
Sorry, I never
pedestrian-
said I didn't agree with iTransport. I have no personal opinion on the iTransport report at all. I'm saying that the HIA assessor was not enabled to assess that document as part of the assessment.
All
They're
right.
very different things.
Well, I'm not sure. Look at the you got the assessment, page 13 of the health impact assessment. Sorry, it's page 13 in my electronic copy. It's a table. Have you got the health
What
impact?
item is it?
Health impact assessment that you were talking about?
Yeah, no. What assessment
Oh, it's the
criteria?
bottom-
Sorry,
it's
I
the
haven't got
bottom
page
one.
numbers.
It's just an example. Does the proposal include traffic management and calming measures to help reduce and minimise road injuries? Yes, as set out in ES Chapter 11 Transport.
Mm-hmm.
And the Chapter 11 Transport is the ES Transport Assessment, which sets out the effects of the appeal proposal in relation to transport and measures that were still being proposed to address improvements to Cliffe. So it is a health impact assessment based upon the transport consultant's input into the environmental statement, isn't it?
I didn't raise that item at all as an issue in the proof of evidence or within this conversation that I just presented. In terms of traffic management and calming measures, we're covering that under the transport POE.
Okay.
I can only assume that the transport that's been assessed has been from your design and access statement and the drawings that are provided within that, and our POE does dispute, because obviously we can see that these are very narrow roads, etc., etc.
Yeah, I wasn't trying to get into the dispute. I appreciate there's a dispute.
You've picked an item I haven't covered.
Okay, sorry.
It's not an item in dispute at this opportunity.
Okay, well, I think what you were saying is that the health impact assessment doesn't take account of the transport evidence that was produced in the environmental statement, but
I referenced the cycle, pedestrian and vehicle routes for travelling to the GPs.
okay, which item are you looking at?
Bear with me. I actually referenced walking, cycling networks and disability access, which were hoodoo positive and neutral.
Yeah, sorry, I'm just trying to locate which ones you're challenging.
So it will have included, does the proposal prioritise and encourage cycling?
Right, let's just look at that one then.
Do you want me to list?
Which one are you? Yes, so that's on page, that was just above the one that I was identifying. As noted above, new pedestrian and cycle routes will be provided as part of the proposed development, which would help encourage cycling. There is a new pedestrian cycle route that is proposed as part of the appeal proposal, isn't there? Running along the west side of the development.
So where do they go when they get to the end of that?
They carry on along the existing network where lots of people cycle currently.
The B roads?
No, doesn't have to be.
There's only B roads or lanes.
Or,
There's
well,
no
if you
other
call them
roads
B
for them
roads,
to
you're
spill out
thinking-
onto.
If you're talking about the B2000s,
No, I'm talking when you get to the bottom of the village, you go along the Buttway, you go out the back of the village towards Salt Lane.
yeah.
where the lorries come out.
No? Not,
Well,
has to be
they
where the
do.
lorries-
That's the only way that the lorries can access and egress the Salt Lane
Right.
development for that.
All right,
There's
Ms.
no
Short.
other way to go, where
All
the
right.
cement works is.
Right, Ms. Shorter, if you're saying there are existing vehicles and et cetera on the road, fine, we can have a long discussion about that. But just looking at that item, encouraging, what's being identified as new pedestrian and cycle routes. Yes? That they are created. You may not agree with them. I'm not asking you to agree with them. All I'm getting you to agree, if you can, is what the health impact assessor is identifying, is whether, as they've identified, are there new pedestrian and cycle routes created? Is there a series of measures to encourage alternative use, such as through the framework travel plan? Yes, he's come to a view that there are, and that's a positive thing, as compared with...
Only if they're workable solutions, though, surely. I
Right.
mean, you access at Higham Road, you leave on the Buttway, you then go on to the overflow lanes that take you up to Salt Lane, where there's lorries going into the cement work, or you go back into the village, which at parts is a single file road through the village with already traffic calming measures that don't particularly work that well, out onto a B2000. Part of this assessment should consider what the proposed development and those locations for those cyclists will be. Otherwise, they're going to be cycling from one end of Higham Road to Buttway and back,
Right. So can
without anywhere else to go, really.
Can I get to the heart of it, therefore, is that what you're disagreeing with, you've got a different view about whether this delivers new pedestrian and cycle routes which you think are effective. So you've got a different view to that held by the author here, and indeed held by Mr. Hamshaw, who's a transport witness you can come and speak to later on next week.
So I
But
agree.
Isn't that? I'm not asking you to agree with
No,
our different view.
I
but
agree that
he's
new pedestrian and cycle routes are being provided within the confines of the development site, and from Higham Road down to Buttway, I agree that there were a series of traffic measures within the framework travel plan to encourage people to get on their bikes. But I don't agree that the drawings and the information that's been provided in terms of the technical and the consequential impacts have been considered as part of this application, because when we're talking about cycling, and I assume you're referring largely to adults that are going out unaccompanied cycling or using their bike to get to amenities, it is of a certain age and a certain demographic. And they are people that at the moment don't feel safe on these roads. So that positive outcome has only considered the routes within the development and not where those people go once they leave the footprint of your development site. So at best it would be neutral, because the bit that you're doing is good, but the bit outside of what you're doing is bad. If you
Right.
weigh the scales, you're at neutral. I cannot see how they got to positive using those drawings.
All right, we have a different view, obviously, but
Well,
you're
I think
at best neutral. I know. Okay, so but what the point I'm making, Ms. Shorter, is that here is a health impact assessment. You disagree with some of the judgments in it, that you're entitled to have a different view. But then to say it's not a health impact assessment is just assuming your view is the only one that could prevail. And that's all,
No.
all I'm seeking to understand
this,
about these criticisms. I'm not asking you to agree with every judgment. I'm just seeking to establish that the author has taken into account what's proposed, reached a judgment, and you have a different view about that judgment.
the author has taken into account the information that you provided at the time, which included somewhere within those documents a development of 500 houses that moves a bowls club.
No.
It doesn't name the 500 houses. It names the bowls club. The bowls club is in this HIA assessment. It also is a view whereby we understand what's required for a rapid HIA as opposed to a desktop HIA. So we have provided evidence of a group that recognises that.
Okay.
It is proposed that the bowling club and playing fields be relocated within the site to the west of Cliffe, adjacent to an existing playing field. Therefore, whoever did the HIA assessment did not have all of the up-to-date information that would have enabled them to actually report on what this project includes.
And Ms Shorter, I'm not sure I can go through all of your criticisms in relation to differences of view about judgments. I could try. Let me just take one other. The Health and Social Care Act of 2022, that piece of legislation doesn't change the way in which assessments are made for planning purposes, or the duties of local authorities in respect of assessment of planning applications, or more importantly, the inspector's role in assessing those matters, does it?
It affects the information that would have been gathered as part of the rapid assessment that would have then been used to model this report. So it would have taken into consideration the fact that health was moving towards a place and joining the acute setting to primary, and it would have considered whether or not the community centre or a siloed approach to delivering health would have been an appropriate mitigation as part of the evidence provided and mitigations aligned to that item in the HIA.
No.
So
Well,
it would
that
have
wasn't-
informed that. It would have.
Sorry, would have.
It
Shall I
would
just
have-
try my question again?
Yeah.
So, yeah. I'm assuming you know the provisions of the Health and Social Care Act because you're referring to them. If not, that's fine. I don't want to ask you about things you don't know about. But the all I was suggesting to you is the Health and Social Care Act doesn't change the way in which a local authority is required to make an assessment of developments of this kind, does it?
I would argue that it does,
Right.
because
Which
the
provisions are you-
integrated care boards and care panels that have been set up are in place now. They should be. The integrated care panels are to consider all sustainable approaches to healthcare. There should be a healthcare leader sitting on that panel, along with someone that represents healthcare for the local planning, the local authority, feeding back to the local authority. So there is a consideration now in planning decisions that connect the integrated care system to the local authority to ensure that we're not creating and repeating the mistakes of the past. Otherwise, the act is pointless.
Sorry.
Has planning legislation been updated since the Act came into force? No. I agree with that. It hasn't. But has the role of the local authority changed in the sense of what they should be considering reviewing? That change is being implemented by the formation of the integrated care panels. And should this HIA have been signed off by the health lead? Yes. It should have been. Whether or not it has been, I don't know the answer. I've asked the question within this report.
Should have been signed off by... Sorry, that's where I'm a bit confused, Ms Shorter. Where's the requirement for the appellant's health impact assessment to be signed off by...
It should be considered by the public health team at the local authority.
Sorry, where's that requirement?
It's part of the HIA guidance notes.
You mean, you said signed off?
Considered.
Right. You
Considered.
mean the health impact assessment has been considered by the local authority, hasn't it?
By the planning team. That's not the same group of people, though, is it? That's
Well,
not the public health
They
team.
consult whoever they consider appropriate.
We
don't they?
asked the question if it has been, because there's no information referring or evidencing to that. We asked the question. We didn't say it hasn't. We didn't say it has.
Right, okay.
The fact that it's not reported leads us to think it hasn't.
And this proposal was subject to consultation with the relevant parts of the NHS. I think there's a consultation response from those responsible for healthcare, and their response to the application was to request a contribution that they had calculated to address the health needs. That's right, isn't it?
I do agree that probably is there. I haven't actually seen the response, but what I would suggest is that the Section 106 agreement is likely to actually be used outside of the village,
Well,
because there isn't a mechanism in place under the integrated care system at the moment to put remote GP surgeries next door to an existing GP surgery that only opens for 5 hours a day and for 10 patients every 8 weeks.
Yeah.
So it is likely to be outside of the village.
How it's used, how it's used is a matter for the primary healthcare provider,
Absolutely.
isn't it?
We're considering the impact though, aren't we? It's a health impact assessment. So we're considering the impact on those that live around the village and use these health services.
And how it's used by the primary healthcare provider is a matter for the primary healthcare providers to address the health impacts.
Absolutely agree.
Yeah.
But when we're scoring the HIA and we're considering we're moving those people out of the village to use these services, then it has an impact on multiple things, doesn't it?
That's your assumption as to how they're going to use it. But you're making a lot of assumptions there, aren't you?
It's not an assumption.
You just said you don't know. I'm just talking about the way the primary healthcare providers have responded. They understand the application, they understand where it is, they understand the primary healthcare arrangements in the locality. Their response is, yes, it's acceptable provided this contribution's made for us to address the consequences for the provision of primary healthcare.
But when you consider this against their own interim strategy to put anything health within the community centre, just wouldn't meet with the objectives of that strategy, and it certainly wouldn't meet with the objectives of the Act, and it certainly wouldn't meet with the wider objectives of NHS England and Department of Health and Social Care for the provision of GP services. The largest programme being funded for GP surgeries by NHS England right now is the Cavell programme, which is where all services, community and primary care, are being put into one very large building in central locations for communities. And you've suggested that you can mitigate this impact, or the assessor has, by putting something health in this community hub, along with 8 things that could potentially be mitigated by this said community hub. They can't all be mitigated by the community hub. They can't possibly be.
Right. I'm going to refer you, Ms. Shaw, I know you disagree, and you may have a wider issue with the delivery of primary health care in this country or locally, I don't know. But
I'm sure that you've just Googled me.
Sorry?
I'm sure you've just Googled me.
No, I haven't just Googled you. You're just expressing views about primary health care. I'm here to deal with the planning application, the appeal, whether the appellant is doing those things required by policy to make its development acceptable. The contribution that's being sought by the primary health care provider is the one that they've identified, isn't it? If you haven't seen the consultation response, do say, but I don't think you're suggesting we're under-providing from what they've required.
I'm not commenting at all on what the Section 106 allocations are, because it's not for me to understand how that's modelled or similar.
Yeah.
I'm commenting on the fact that the information in the data gathering stages of this HIA and the information that was used to form these decisions was lacking.
Right. Sorry, just in terms of lacking, that the information includes the position of the primary healthcare provider. If you look at their response, I don't know if you've seen it, it identifies the contribution. This is on the 10th of February 2022. And it identifies additional capacity for primary care premises. This can be by the way of extension to refurbishment of or upgrade to existing practice premises within the vicinity of the development, or contribution towards a new facility if this is required to support the population growth. That's their position, isn't it?
I'm sure it is what their position is.
And all the appellant's done is act in reliance upon the statutory body, the primary healthcare provider, in making that assessment. You may have a different view to the primary healthcare provider, but the appellant has acted, I would say, reasonably in relying upon the primary healthcare provider's requirements.
I think you have it appears you have relied upon it, but that doesn't take away from the fact that this HIA assessment, when you actually start looking at the detail and the information that's been used to do it, is not a rapid assessment. It is more likely akin to a desktop study. It is missing information. It is using information that is incorrect. It is referring to things that aren't part of your current application.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shorten and Mr. Strawn. It's 11:15 now, so I think it's probably time for a short break. I propose a 15-minute break before we resume with the resident group evidence. Is everyone okay with that? 15 minutes till 11:30 then. Thank you very much. We're adjourned. 11:30 and time to resume the inquiry. Any procedural points before we move on?
Madam, I've been asked by Mr. Simon, and it doesn't have to be now, but at a convenient moment, if we could just catch up on ID numbers, maybe at the end of the day but I've got a list from him of documents that he thinks have been handed in.
Yes.
So we can just sort that out.
Yeah, that would be helpful. Thank you. Just to say, I've just received the site visit plan as well, so thank you for the route for that.
Yeah, Madam, I did raise on email a couple of days ago an issue with the site visit map, because there was the assembly point listed of the village club. And I did say that actually the village club is protected by locked electronic gates. Although
Yes.
I've got a pass, nobody else will have.
No.
So the car park next to it would be, which is parish council owned, which services a local preschool, would be the best place. It's
Is that
right
the
next
Memorial
door.
Hall one?
Yes, it's the small hall car park in the Memorial Hall.
So the second one as you go into Cliffe,
Well,
on the left. Opposite the school, is it? Opposite the primary school?
not quite as far, but yes, it's next to the village club, so it's only the next
Yes,
entrance
I know
there.
what you mean. Yes.
But yeah, people potentially might get lost or we won't meet up.
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you very much. That's helpful. Okay, so now we've got proof of evidence from the resident design group for the sports ground access and site suitability. Is that correct?
Oh, am I on? Yes, sorry, that's correct. Proof
Thank
of
you very
evidence 6. Thank you. Am I good to commence? Yeah, sorry. Okay. The relocation of the APCM sports ground is the key that unlocks this development. If the APCM is not relocated from its current location, the appellant's proposal will be unable to be approved or proceed. As stated in the reasons for refusal, the current location of the APCM is more in the centre of the village, served by public footpaths and well overlooked from public land, where users feel safe, secure, and as a result, the sports ground is well used by the community for formal and informal recreational purposes and is an asset of community value. The site includes the current APCM sports field, 2 football pitches, 2 tennis courts, a pavilion and a mixed-use sports field. In one corner of the site is the Bowls Club and Pavilion, which will remain in situ. The site is overlooked on 3 sides by housing looking onto the sports ground. The west of the playing fields backs onto a lit public highway with footpaths with good lines of visibility to all areas of the field. The field has multiple access points, all with good visibility from the road and surrounding properties. The APCM sports ground has been a vital asset for our community as far back as the 1950s. By 1951, the APCM sports field had been established in its current location for the use of the cement workers' families and for the wider community. The original APCM sports ground was owned by the Associated Portsmouth Cement Manufacturers and was located further out in the village, but in 1951 it was moved, and in January 52, the Blue Circle's article states, a new sports field is being developed in the village of Cliffe, which is 1.5 miles from the works. Our new bowling green and tennis courts have had their first season of play last summer. Adjoining the site are allotments which were let to employees. Whilst I appreciate that this is a matter to be considered outside in planning law, I'm just going to refer to the Freedom of Information request for site of the head lease. We do appreciate that the appellant has provided a 2021 version renewal lease, but we have still not been provided by the LPA a copy of the 2001 lease at the point of sale transfer to the appellants. Land such as this, which is held by the local authority, must be held for statutory purposes, as Medway Council is a creature of statute, and it is highly likely that Medway operate and own some sort of interest in the land pursuant to the Open Spaces Act 1906 or the Public Health Act of 1897, or perhaps some similar other statute. But we will not know what this looks like until we have sight of at least the 2001 lease. As discussed at the opening of the public inquiry, the historical leases or similar associated legalities are not going to be considered by the inspector. We request, though, that these legalities... We request that as these legalities will not inform any outcome of this inquiry, that the new added document, Fields in Trust, will also be refused consideration or merit for the proposal, as it's not possible with the information provided to assess whether the Fields in Trust offer is better or similar level of protection for the proposed APCM than what may already exist to protect the existing APCM sports ground. And without sight of the 2001 lease, there is no way of anybody assessing the merits of this being a better offering. The APCM sports ground was awarded ACV status on the 14th of April 2022. During the inquiry on Tuesday, I'm informed that the appellant stated that the proposed replacement sports ground is proposed for formal use. This rather came as a surprise to our group. The reporting of the site in the appellant documents continuously refers to an improved and better offering than the existing APCM. It is also indicated by the appellant during this same discussion that the semi-natural open space will be used for informal use. There was also reference to the play area being a benefit for the replacement for younger children, which is currently shown on the illustrative master plan. The Cliffe and Cliffe Woods Residents Development Group evidenced the following uses of their APCM in their ACV nomination form. Football for at least the Eagles Football Club, Cliffe Woods Colts Football Club, Cliffe Football Club, youth teams associated with the above, and in a less formal nature, local families arranging informal games and matches. In an informal manner, local cricket clubs, local families arranging informal games and matches. We also have the Bowls Club. In an informal manner, there are informal exercise classes run on the site throughout the week. Many are free for the community or arranged by local people who wish to just come together to exercise as a group. For recreational group use, we have informal use by children playing, dog walkers, joggers, tennis, non-club football, kids cycling, ball games, kite flying and general gathering. Fields in Trust, the organisation consulted by the appellant, described a formal sport as follows. If a sports club, such as a football club, uses a site, then the landowner is perfectly within their rights to make a charge for this, especially if they are marking out pitches. Some landowners may want to formalise the use of the facility by a particular club, and this can be done by granting a licence which gives the club use of the facility at specific times. If formal use will be prioritised for the replacement APCM, this means that the following users, identified as part of the ACV nomination process, would naturally default to the informal, semi-natural open space. This includes the local families playing football and cricket games and matches. It includes the various informal exercise classes, the dog walkers, the joggers, the non-football, non-club football, the kids cycling, the ball games, the kite flying, and the general gathering. This means that this relocates or deprioritises the majority of the users of the existing APCM to the semi-natural open space and not the replacement sports ground.
Sorry, Ms. Shorter, don't want to interrupt your flow. I can't work out where you're reading from.
I'm reading my statement.
Is this a new statement?
This is my statement drawn out of my proof of evidence and the information gathered yesterday at the inquiry to question whether this was an informal or formal site being proposed.
So I've got on page 26 of your proof of evidence the list of the teams that use it.
Yeah, everything in this document in terms of information and data that's used is in the proof of evidence. Or the appendices.
Sorry, I don't want to interrupt, but you're reading from something, and I don't think it's this document, and that's why
I'm reading an abbreviated version of the proof of evidence document as I did in the last presentation, and I'm quite happy to share that with all parties via email at the end.
Okay. Well, it's just that it's referring to a lot more than what...
It's in the proof of evidence. The only thing I'm questioning
not the
is...
long list. It was all of this. You were referring to what happened on Tuesday and Wednesday and formal use and issues of that kind, which I don't...
We're trying to understand where those particular sports will be relocated.
Don't worry, I'm not dealing with the content. It's more just about the document itself. Is it, if you've got a separate document you're putting in, or is this a
The
new...
proof of evidence information is all in this. This is an abbreviated version that I'm presenting now to give an overview of the most pertinent issues that relate to the APC relocation.
So whereabouts roughly are we up to? I've seen page 26, we've got the list of the uses. Have you moved on from there?
Yes.
Because I've sort of lost track a little as well.
I'm just referring back to the comments of yesterday. So for the children's play area, we're assuming that that's a consideration that sits outside of the APCM anyway, because it was raised yesterday, as it would be a natural element to be included within the housing development. We're trying to understand, based on yesterday and what was said, what will actually be at the APCM as formal or informal.
So is that bit not actually in the proof?
No, it happened yesterday. It was a comment by the appellant that was made in their statements yesterday, wasn't it?
Okay, I think we probably need to, because that's sort of introducing new information, yeah, that can perhaps come out during the questioning on the cross-examination, but if we can limit it to what's actually a presentation of what's in the proof, that would be helpful.
Yeah, happy to.
Thank you.
But it was new information raised by the appellant, not by us.
It can probably be qualified then during the cross-examination.
Thank
any
you.
Issues like that.
Safe access for pedestrians and cyclists. Throughout this, can you please refer to Appendix 9 of the proof of evidence, where we look at the public rights of way. The evidence provided demonstrates within the proof of evidence that this development proposal does not meet the requirements of MPPF paragraph 92 and 98, nor Medway Local Plan Policy L3. The proposed relocation of the APCM will lead to a far less accessible site and a reduction of users. This in turn will reduce social interaction within the community. The proposals for the access routes to the APCM are not deemed safe or accessible, nor are they well designed. The appellant has been unable to identify the primary access routes. The community and our group feel that this proposed location and the reduced risk to use of the APCM would have a catastrophic negative impact on the health and well-being of our community. When considering the buttway access, the application documents inform us that there are proposed access arrangements for the relocated sports site, which include a new junction at Buttway Lane, providing access to the replacement sports pitches. It is proposed that this is the main and only vehicular access to the relocated sports ground, and it is labelled as secondary access on the appellant's drawing, alongside the statement within the design and access version of this drawing as a visually enclosed site. The planning authority acknowledged in the planning officer's report that it is acknowledged that there is an issue regarding pedestrian access to the new sports facilities. The visibility along Buttway is very poor, and the proposed secondary vehicle access may make blind spots between cyclists and pedestrian movement and vehicles. Within the Appendix 9 of the proof of evidence, we show the narrow nature of the Buttway Road, which is a narrow single-track road with a limited footpath. Access via the retained public rights of way is also considered within the parameter drawings and the design and access statement. RS87 is a restricted byway. The byway bounds the southern edge of the site, and it forms a track linking West Street in the west with Church Street in the east. It is a narrow path accessed via an alleyway between two properties from Church Street into a parking area at the rear of properties. Once you enter the public right-of-way, if that is possible, there are high hedges either side of the path separating the existing parish council-owned recreational ground, also referred to as the rugby pitch, and the proposed replacement APCM sports ground development site. Land registry drawings clearly indicate that the inner hedge to RS87 is on the land owned by the parish council. They have not been notified by the appellant by way and listed within Certificate B on the application form as adjoining impacted owners. For the purposes of the inquiry, the Cliffe and Cliffe Woods Residents Development Group are of the understanding that any references to removal of this or the adjacent hedge are to be disregarded, as they do not form part of the matters to be considered. Any assumption and comments made by ourselves within this statement, within our proof of evidence, and in future discussions, assume that the use of RS87 to serve the new APCM is purely by way of following its current natural path and route as per the application drawings. You enter one end, you leave the other. RS87 in recent years, the past 15 at least, has been left to nature. Villagers report historical fires and youth congregation in the area with high levels of antisocial behaviour. As such, the path was left to nature and walkers created an unofficial route via the recreational field, the rugby pitch. Whilst this does not restrict the use of RS87 for the users, and we do not dispute that it can be used by people that wish to walk through it, it certainly provides a justified reasoning for why it would not be suitable as the main access route for pedestrians and cyclists to the new APCM from Church Street. The existing recreation ground in Cliffe, also known as the rugby pitch, is adjacent to RS87. RS87 sits on that land, and it has far higher levels of antisocial behaviour than the existing APCM site. This is largely due to the recreational ground being far more secluded from natural surveillance, an ideal ground for youths to hide. It is well known and visually evident when you go to the site that the recreational ground experiences problems such as graffiti, drug taking, fires and vandalisms. The existing APCM with extensive natural surveillance shows no such evidence. It is no surprise then that the even more secluded RS87 path, hidden between two large and thick lines of hedges, which are even thicker during the warmer months when fully covered with leaves, was historically the perfect hiding place for youths wishing to create mischief, and as such has been left to nature as a natural deterrent for this use. The following improvements to the public right-of-way are referred to within the application. Improvements to RS84 byway to encourage travel to Cliffe Woods. Therefore, there is no specific proposal listed for works to RS87. Of more concern relating to the RS87 route are three main factors. The public right-of-way is accessed via an alleyway that leads on to parking and waste ground that is adjoined on either side by groups of properties. This route is currently used very lightly, for the most part, by those that live in the adjacent Church Street properties. This route is infrequently used to access the existing recreational ground. This is an ideal place for youths to congregate. By increasing the need to use RS87 as the main pedestrian route to the newly proposed APCM, the impact on crime and antisocial behaviour cannot be ignored. There are high hedges either side of the path separating the existing parish council-owned recreational ground and the proposed APCM development. There will be no natural surveillance between the recreational ground and the proposed APCM. Because the prow, RS87, is tall, is thick, and it blocks all lines of vision between there and the proposed APCM. This is a narrow path that is largely overgrown, and the village stops using it for the protection of the village. Access via the shared pedestrian and cycleway, which again is shown visually in Appendix 9, this access route is not identified as a primary access route for pedestrians. The pedestrian and cycle access route via Higham Road will be a path with very limited natural surveillance. This will only serve those living in close proximity to Higham Road or from the other end at the Buttway. When you refer to the Appendix 9 of the proof of evidence, you'll see for yourself that the proposed shared pedestrian is accessed via Higham Road, and access to Higham Road itself is very difficult for pedestrian and cyclists. There are no pavements to access Higham Road from Station Road, Church Street or Cooling Road. on a number of points of the roads. Walkers and cyclists currently have to navigate the mini roundabout, feeding off the end of B2000. To be noted, there's proposals to increase the footprint of that roundabout. That will remove the only banks where children and grown-ups walk on to get to school and into the village. This is the only direct route onto the village of Cliffe. To assess the proposed footpath, many users and cyclists will have to turn onto Higham Road via that roundabout by walking on the road itself. Once you arrive at the entrance and exit point from Higham Road to this footpath, you will be walking on a narrow lane with visibility restricted by vehicles, a telecom post, a road sign, hedges and an electricity box, or a power box, sorry, a large one. There are no pavements leading to this access point. There is very limited natural surveillance for those stepping off of that access route. There is minimal oversight from houses to the entrance to the proposed route from the second-storey windows. The majority of the route has very, very limited natural surveillance. There is a significant concern that this route will lead to increased levels of crime and antisocial behaviour, especially in the areas behind the allotments and similar. There is widespread concern that many users will not use the new APCM as frequently as the existing due to the concerns of safety when travelling to the site. The path is proposed for cyclists and pedestrians. There are concerns that even by erecting a compliant path, this will still be a risk to cyclists and pedestrians and incidents because there will be no lines of visibility. It will be an unsuitable route for disabled users as they will not be able to navigate Higham Road. And those with pushchairs are very likely to avoid it too, because they have to walk into a road with cars parked either side to even walk up the part of road that's needed to access it. Under BS 83001, 2018, it's very clear in its introduction to the standard that all persons, including disabled and older persons, should be able to access public spaces easily and independently. It goes on to say that the recommendations laid out in the standard should be incorporated into the design process at the early possible stage, and that management of the assets should be planned to continue and maintain access for all. It is clear from the appendant's current version of the submitted proposal that the recommendations set out in this standard have not been implemented. There is no primary access, and there is no indications within the documentation of how people people with disabilities and the less able are going to access these proposed facilities, except for if they drive into the butway and park in the car park. The appellant's submitted design and access statement does not include the necessary information to demonstrate how the relocated sports facilities are accessed for pedestrians and cycle users. They do identify there is one access point for vehicles via the butway, which we feel is a totally unsuitable road for that use. The rural geography of Cliffe and the current sport offerings mean that with the best intentions, residents in villages such as Cliffe will commute to access wider sports facilities. The current location of the APCM is easily accessible by the community. Very few would rely on a vehicle to attend it. There is no car park as it's not needed in the existing location. The new location is at the far end of the village and likely to increase those that rely on a vehicle to use the site. As previously evidenced, the access arrangements for walkers and cyclists are far less suitable and likely dangerous, and many will feel unsafe. Medway Council's Sport Facility Strategy and Action Plan, November 2017, identified locations of sport facilities in Medway. We assessed the locations of the sites and found that all would require private vehicle or use of public transport to access from the village during times where there is no bus service, or all would require private vehicles or private hire access vehicles. In their consultation response of the 15th of June, Sport England raised no objection, subject to a suitably worded Section 106 agreement on the basis that the proposal and its amended mitigation package was broadly considered to be meeting compliance of their E4 exception policy. Sports England have confirmed to our group that they have not visited this site. They wrote to us on the 28th of March and they declined a request to meet us at this proposed development site. In their email response, they stated, "I appreciate that this will be a disappointment to you. However, there is really no reasonable grounds for us to object the proposals if alternative provision in the vicinity of the village can be provided to at least equivalent, if not better, quality and quantity. That does not mean, however, we do not recognise that the wider considerations to be made in determining the application or that we actively support the proposal. The most important point to consider here is the response, proposal if alternative provision in the vicinity of the village can be provided to at least equivalent, if not better, quality and quantity. The appellant throughout the application documents has reported the fact that the replacement APCM will be of better quality and offering, yet we do not feel that appropriate evidence has been provided to make this judgment. The appellant is unable to identify the primary access to the site for pedestrians and cyclists, which is an unreserved matter. And as such, the statutory responders who have not visited the site have not really considered the true impact of this relocated site. We believe that the statutory responders who have not visited the site are not aware that the community have not been appropriately consulted, and they are not aware of the poor alternative being proposed. We undertook a photographic assessment of the existing and proposed sites. We also visually evidenced the lines of vision for natural surveillance, and these can be found in Appendix 15 to 17 of our proof of evidence. The appellant claims that the proposed new sports ground will be better than the existing, but all associated application reports assess this site as being better. In order to assess whether the replacement offer is better, we must consider why the community and our group are so opposed to this new location. When we consider what has been provided in Appendices 15 to 17, and the design and access statement itself referring to this space as visually enclosed, we must consider the fact that the existing APCM is not visually enclosed. The visual assessment that we have undertaken clearly evidences that the natural surveillance of the proposed site is far inferior to that of the existing APCM. Large members of the community have been very, very clear in their objections and in their interested party statements. They will not feel safe travelling to the new APCM along the current proposed routes. There will be a high risk of youths congregating, a high risk of crime and antisocial behaviour, and they will not feel safe using the new site where there is no natural surveillance and lines of vision. The proposed APCM sports ground has no natural surveillance from West Street. The closest properties are 234 metres away from the perimeter line of the proposed APCM and screened by a hedge. There are no natural surveillance lines from the adjacent recreational field due to Prow RS87's double-hedged height, quite high hedges along the byway. The closest property is circa 280 metres away from West Street, approximately at 150 degrees from the hedge line. The property would not have a line of sight to the proposed APCM. There is very limited natural surveillance from Church Street. Any natural surveillance is from the first floor of neighbouring properties. The perimeter line between the proposed site and the private residential properties is screened by high fencing, trees, outbuildings and hedges along the rears of these properties. The closest property from the viewpoint is approximately 21 metres away. There is very limited natural surveillance from Buttway Lane. The rear gardens of the properties are fenced. Houses on Buttway are largely single-storey bungalows. There is also a high volume of trees in the adjacent gardens that the appellant will have no control over reducing the heights of. There are no public footpaths or roads to the entrance to the APCM Buttway access point. The existing APCM sports ground, though, has multiple lines of vision across the APCM from Church Street. The perimeter of the site is a low wire fence adjacent to a public path or road. The nearest properties are 2 stories and located approximately 9.5 metres away from the perimeter. In addition, pedestrians and vehicles pass this side of the site throughout the day. There are 4 lines of vision from Cooling Road from Norwood Close. From Cooling Road, there are views uninterrupted along the perimeter of the arable fields. From the rear of the properties on Cooling Road, there are further lines of vision from the upper stories of the properties, with far less trees blocking their way than down on the other site. At Norwood Close, the closest property from the perimeter line is 4 metres away, and the boundary of the properties on Cooling Road and Norwood Close between the rear gardens and the APCM is a mixture of low-rise, close-boarded and wire fencing. There is a sparse arrangement of trees along the perimeter of the APCM. Natural surveillance onto the existing APCM is possible for the majority of the route of the prowl, but also from the properties along Cooling Road that are adjacent to Wellpen that have clear lines of sight across the field onto the existing APCM. Some of the lines of vision from Millcroft Road are restricted by trees, fencing and outbuildings, but with 3 clear lines of vision across 3 other main vantage points, it's less of a concern. As evidenced, the proposed location of the relocated APCM is far inferior to the existing site when considering natural surveillance and access. The visually enclosed proposed site is not an equal replacement or better. We deem this site to be less suitable, not suitable, and an unsafe provision. The replacement site is not equivalent. I've previously covered community engagement and how this could have been improved in terms of featuring as part of this proof of evidence under summary 4. But as an asset of community value, what we do fail to understand is that when these concerns were raised, and they've been the same concerns throughout, where are the lines of vision? We will not feel safe. How will we access it? We find it really upsetting that the appellant chose to ignore these concerns, chose not to reach out to the community or our group, and chose to proceed with the inappropriate consultation that was undertaken to inform the design, not to review the design, to inform that design. We would have spoken. We did speak. We spoke in August in our draft application response and our objection, and we did speak in October when we did the same. But the appellant also had sight to all of the emails that we were sending to Design South East, raising these concerns that we needed to have been raised as part of that consultation during the design phase and not at the Bowls Club when we went to look at what they had proposed and designed. Finally, I just want to pass on what we call the voice of the village. Unfortunately, the appellant has tried to discredit the Cliffe and Cliffwoods Residents Development Group by implying that as a group we have misled our community. This is not the case, and no proof has been offered to the inspector. The community of Cliffe, as witnessed by the interested party statements, are most capable of independent thought. In the context of the APCM, they are the users, they are the key stakeholders. They have shared that they will not feel safe navigating the proposed access routes to the new APCM or using the facilities due to it being, as the appellant's own documents state, visually enclosed. This is their perception. We didn't need to give them those words. They are their own words. They are the users. They know how they feel, and they know the village that they reside in. A survey of the sports ground users was undertaken by our group to ascertain why Cliffe residents and local from the surrounding areas use the sports facilities and their feelings of the proposed sports facilities on the development. The outcome of these surveys can be found in Appendix 18. The survey responses give clear indication of the APCM users' views of the current facilities and their views on the proposed facilities. The survey results shown in Appendix 18 show that the APCM user rate for the current facilities is extremely high in all areas surveyed. Comparatively, these users think the proposed sports facilities will be of a much lower amenity value than the current provision. It is the view of the potential users that the proposed facilities will not meet the criteria or equivalency or betterment of current APCM under NPPF paragraph 99B. The survey results also clearly demonstrate that the proposed sports facilities will likely result in a reduced level of use. Therefore, the proposed facilities will likely not be in accordance with NPPF paragraph 92 and 98. This is especially the case for the older population of Cliffe, as the survey results show that they are the largest group of current APCM users. Given that it's unlikely that the older users will feel that they can use the new APCM, then the facilities, due to access and the lines of sight, the proposed access to the facility shows that only equivalent access via the proposed... I've lost my thread. A survey of Cliffe residents was undertaken to take their overall views. The accesses identified were the Buttway, Church Street, Higham, and the new cycleway. And the survey results show that 28% of correspondents who currently access the APCM say they will not be able to access the relocated sports ground without using a vehicle. As access forms an essential part of the assessment criteria for the relocated sports ground, it is clear that NPPF paragraph 99B can also not be achieved. It is clear both surveys, which you will find in Appendix 18 and 19, and they are a true unbiased voice of the village. We used the appellant's documents, and all of the information provided is included in that appendix, that the relocated sports facilities will be of lesser quality to our community than the current APCM provides. In conclusion, Sports England, the National Planning Policy Framework, Medway's local plan are all very clear. To relocate the APCM sports ground, the offering must be equal or better. Safety and use of the community runs through all of these policies and guidance documents. And our proof of evidence and summary has shown that the access proposed and the natural lines of vision proposed by the appellant in this new geography is fundamentally not acceptable. Regardless of how many tennis courts or the quality of the surface finish, but when you consider the access and the lines of vision and natural surveillance over the proposed APCM sports ground, they are not better. They are not improved. The proposed APCM sports ground is not equal, and this move, if approved, will result in the loss of what has been a cherished facility for many users for 70 years. Thank you for your time. Sorry it was so long.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Shorter. Mr. Strawn, your questions. Thank you.
Sorry.
Yes, thank you. Ms. Shorter, can you hear me?
Yes, sorry.
So, Ms. Shorter, clearly we're not going to agree in matters of judgment, so I'm not going to spend a lot of time on every point of disagreement, but just to clear up some areas where you've covered and just want to understand the position correctly. First of all, you've referred to, so you're clearly familiar with, the MPPF and Sport England's own criteria for replacing or re-providing sports facilities. So you're familiar with those?
Yes.
And those principles in the National Planning Policy Framework that you were referring to and the Sport England criteria, those have been considered by the local planning authority in its assessment of this proposal.
I understand that they've undertaken an assessment of it.
Yes, and we've got council officers' views and we've got council members in the reason for refusal. But just pausing for a moment, let's just stick with Sport England for a moment. I don't think I ever got to the bottom of your, whether you were saying you're speaking as a local resident or some sort of expert or experience in delivery and assessment of sports pitches and facilities?
If who is, sorry?
You, Ms. Shorter.
I'm here as a member of the residents'
Okay,
group,
that's
not in a
fine.
professional capacity.
That's fine. Sport England is a national body that dedicates its existence to the assessment of whether proposed replacement pitches are equivalent or better, isn't it?
It is, but obviously at this stage they've only reviewed outline.
Sorry, your voice is dropping. Just
Sorry. Can you say the question again, please?
yeah, Sport England is a body, a national body, that devotes its existence to making an assessment of whether sports pitches that are being proposed are equivalent or better to the ones they're replacing.
Absolutely, which is why it's important, their statement. That does not mean, however, that we do not recognise that there are wider considerations to be made in determining the application,
Right.
or that we actively support or oppose the
Okay,
proposed.
so Sport England have made an assessment of what's being proposed here, and just to be clear, we can turn, I don't know if you want to turn it up, but I'll just read it out. Their exception 4 in their document requires the new area playing field to be of equivalent or better quality, equivalent or greater quantity, and in a suitable location, and subject to equivalent or better accessibility and management arrangements.
Absolutely, which is why we wanted them to visit the site, because we feel they've actually not met their duties to assess if this is a suitable location, and we were keen to understand what they'd relied upon to get to the conclusion, because a suitable location would assume that there is suitable access to said location. We also think that the drawings could be rather misleading in the sense that we're showing it obviously adjacent to an existing recreational field. So there could be an assumption from them that it's an expansion of said recreational field, but that's not actually what is proposed. This is a new location at the back of the village in a remote spot that your own advisors labelled as visually enclosed.
Right. So just agreeing their criteria, they in order to fulfil their job, they have to have considered this is a suitable location. That must be right, mustn't it?
But they've also said there are wider considerations to be made in determining this.
Yes, I know.
Fundamentally,
I know. Sorry, were you agreeing, Ms. Shorter, or were you...
I'm agreeing that in principle they have assessed that, but I'm also aware that much of the information that was provided by Sports England was about whether or not the tennis courts would be up to standard, whether or not the football pitch would be up to standard. We've not actually challenged in any of our proofs of evidence or even in our objections whether or not the tennis courts will be nicer to play on or whether the football field will have better grass. What we've argued is that the location of it and the natural surveillance is not appropriate. And much of the Sports England focus in their response has been very much about appendicing these guidelines that are going to be required for the next stage of your design.
Right.
They haven't actually said it's a great site, have they?
Well, sorry, Ms. Shorter, they have concluded that with the conditions, it meets their strict exceptions.
With the conditions, and we're stating that we don't believe those conditions can actually be met. And they don't know if those conditions can be met, do they? Because
Well,
it's
sorry.
with conditions.
Sorry, you keep on firing off on different points. The conditions, we're not talking about the conditions being met, or which ones you say can't be met.
Suitable location. There's not lines of vision.
That's not a condition.
No, sorry.
That's an assessment they've made already in determining that this is an acceptable, equivalent or better re-provision.
At this stage,
Yes.
subject to wider considerations to be made in determining the application.
Now, there are wider considerations in relation to this planning application which Sport England aren't concerned with. It's not within their remit, i.e. numbers of houses or...
No, but our specific requests related to this sports ground. We weren't asking them about their views on anything else in the application.
Yes, so they've responded and they've made it clear that let's just rewind. Sport England made an assessment for the purposes of this application. They concluded that it met their exception criteria, and you wrote to them to seek to persuade them otherwise.
No, we asked them to visit site, actually. That's what we
All right.
asked of them. We felt that if they visited the site, it may change their view on the suitability of the site.
Right. Can you just, I'll just find the page reference where you set out their response. 55, I think it is. I don't think you set out your response to them. Have you got that?
I don't think we replied after that email.
No,
actually.
the one you sent to get the email. Is that in here?
Yes,
Where is it?
in the appendices.
Yeah, sorry. Can you help me where? You've got a page number. If you know,
Off the top of my head, no, I don't know what appendix it is. No, but I can read you the statement. I've got this. I did read the statement as part of the presentation. It's not going to be this.
no, it's, what I'm looking for is your email to Sport England.
It's not going to be here. Sorry.
You wrote on the 28th of March 2023.
I can reference where that is afterwards within the POE if that would help, but I have read out exactly what it says.
No, what you wrote to them, you read out, did you?
I haven't got the front end email here to show you right now, but
No,
obviously...
did you say you read it out?
No, I've read out their response.
Oh, I'm going to come to their response in a moment, but I'm just interested. You said you asked them to visit the site, which you obviously did, but their email suggests you were asking them to change their view.
Well, of course we would be.
Well,
Why
you
would
just
we
said-
ask them to come to the site if we weren't trying to show them the context of that site?
But Ms. Shorter, rather than have a debate about it, has someone got the email that you wrote to them there? Because all I'm suggesting is that it's very clear from their response that you are asking them to change their view.
Yeah.
Page 55, having reviewed the case, our previous response to the planning application and discussions with the pitch sport national governing bodies, that's page 55, madam, we are not intending to alter the advice that we previously provided to the council. And so I just took it from that. You were asking them to revisit their conclusions, and they did revisit because they reviewed the case and then further considered the planning application and also pitch sport national governing bodies. So I inferred from that you did ask them to change their view. Is that a fair summary?
We asked them to visit site because we
I
didn't
know
agree
that.
with their view.
Yes, I know that you asked them to visit the site, but you asked them to change their view as well, didn't you?
We were very clear that we didn't agree with the view
Yes.
and that we would like them to visit sites. But without the email in front of you, I cannot tell you exactly how that was framed, but the outcome was the same. They didn't visit site.
I know that, but
Sorry, I'm not really sure what we're trying to get out of.
well, don't have to be sure. Just help me with answering the questions.
Well,
We're not
I'm
trying to get out. I was just trying to establish what you asked them on the 28th of March. And if you've got the email, that would be the simplest way of addressing it.
We write to you in response to statutory responses submitted by your organisation relating to the aforementioned planning application. The Cliffe and Cliffe Woods Residents Development Group have been assigned Rule 6 status by the Planning Inspectorate. We are a community group with a focus on the health and well-being of our community, and we are holders of the Asset of Community Value nomination relating to the site of the existing APCM sports and recreational site that is proposed for relocation to enable application MCC 220254. The existing well-used APCM is the key that unlocks this development. If it is not relocated, the development cannot proceed. We believe that the information submitted to you as part of the statutory review process has been misleading. Whilst we appreciate that this is an outline planning application, there are details aligned to the current proposal drawings submitted by the appellant that do not highlight the risk to the public and community should the relocation be approved. Our group, throughout the planning process, implored the appellant to engage us. They did not. The LPA, Medway Council, refused the application unanimously on 4 grounds. Ground 3 of the refusal states, you don't need me to read that, do you? The appellant's planning appeal statement of case states that there were no objections from Sport England. We believe that if your organisation were to visit the proposed site, review the access and egress, and compare the offering to the existing APCM, we will be able to clearly demonstrate why the proposed location is not suitable. The appellant is currently reliant on your recommendations, subject to conditions, as evidence to discredit why our community and group of over 705 residents is not valid. We also note that Kent Police offered a discussion with the appellant agent specific to design out crime, and we have not seen evidence that this this was addressed to Kent Police as well as Sports England. We see no evidence that this offer of your precious time was utilised during the planning application process. As a minimum, we wish to review the following with you. Access and egress to the site. All proposed access will be remote from the main village footprint and via rural paths with no lighting or natural surveillance. Villagers feel that the main access routes will become rat runs for youths, and many existing users of the APCM are reporting that they will not feel safe, therefore they will not use the facility. 2, a secondary public right-of-way from Church Street, identified by the appellant as the potential access route, is actually via an alleyway and residential parking area between houses onto a remote path that is a rural path and therefore uneven and minimises at some points due to the protected hedges and therefore only an option for groups due to safety and those that are fully able-bodied. There are no lights or natural surveillance on this route. There will be only one access point to the new APCM at the very end of the village via the country lane for vehicles or paved access and egress for the disabled, less able-bodied and pushchair users. To get to this access point, users would have to travel down a rural lane with limited pavements, there's an error here, none at points and no passing places for vehicles. The current APCM is widely overlooked by the community. The new APCM site will be hidden without any lines of vision from the village residential areas, footpaths and similar. There will be no natural surveillance and many users of the APCM state that they will not feel safe to use the newly proposed site unless in larger groups. The site adjacent to the newly proposed APCM is the local rugby field. This site is only used by clubs and youths. Before dusk. Dog walkers and lone people choose not to use the rugby pitch after dark due to the congregating youths. Parking will be limited on the site and there will be no natural surveillance on parking bays for disabled users and similar. In terms of CCTV surveillance, and please bear in mind some of this is directed at the design out crime officer, or similar, there will be no organisation or funding to employ a party to monitor. Due to the lack of surveillance on the proposed site, both natural and CCTV, any buildings or storage containers would be at high risk of vandalism. The appellant has at no time engaged our group, the Cliffe and Cliffe Woods Residents Development Group, to discuss the relocation of the site or the potential impact. The predicted land effects, as reported by the appellant, lists the protected open space APCM cliffs would be relocated north of the existing sports ground, scoring as a high magnitude of effect with substantial significance of effect and an adverse nature of effect. They themselves admit that this new site is not suitable in comparison. Our group do not feel that this development meets any of the policy requirements, E1 to E5, prescribed by Sports England. A site visit, visual inspection would evidence why. The appellant's drawings are misleading. The appellant's own design and access statement labels the proposed APCM site as visually enclosed. This is not shown on any of the proposal drawings. The newly proposed site is classified best and most versatile soil and is farmed agricultural land. The Section 106 allocation proposed for the relocation of the site is an amount which cannot possibly cover a suitable relocation that mitigates 1 to 12 of the concerns above, as confirmed by a chartered surveyor. Our group are now under very stressful time targets, and this was just a paragraph asking why we needed this to happen within a week. We believe that if you visit the site, we can fully demonstrate the detrimental impact that the proposed site would have on youth, crime and antisocial behaviour and the health and well-being of our community. Can we please ask that you meet us on site within the next 14 days? We will endeavour to be available at a time to suit you or your organisation.
Thank you. So it may be helpful if we can get that put in, since it's been read out, so you've got a copy of it, if you're happy to provide
I'm
it.
happy to. I thought it was in there, so if it's
No,
not,
that's
if
fine.
it's in there, I'll identify where. If it's not, I'm happy
Well,
to forward the
it's-
email.
Okay, thank you very much. It's not in there, but what it obviously demonstrates is Sport England reviewed the application initially and concluded that it met all of the criteria, including a suitable location, as we've established, and then they reviewed it again in light of all the points of criticism that you've articulated in that letter, which you raised again with the inspector today.
No, they didn't review it again.
Well,
They-
sorry, I'm just reading page 55. You sent them that letter, you sent them all of that information about your contentions about it being an unsuitable location. And what they said is, having reviewed the case, so they've reviewed it, our previous response and discussions with Pitch Sport National Governing Bodies, we're not intending to alter the advice we previously provided to the council. And that advice was equivalent to better quality, etc., sustainable location with the conditions proposed.
Perhaps we need clarification on whether they mean having reviewed the case during the LPA stages or having reviewed the case against the list of questions that we sent that day.
Well,
Because we don't actually know which of those it is, do we? Having
Well,
reviewed
Ms.
the
Shorter,
case, our previous response. They haven't actually said they've re-reviewed it. They haven't said they've considered what we're saying.
Well, Ms. Shorter, we can see what they've said. Having reviewed the case, this is a
Having-
direct response to your...
Having reviewed the case could
Yes.
be during the LPA stage. It doesn't actually state anywhere on that email that they have reviewed our concerns
Well, Ms. Shorter,
and considered them.
Right, Ms. Shorter. If that's your reading, that's your reading. But
We don't know
they-
which it is, do we?
Well, we do, Ms. Shorter. But if you want to take a different view,
Sorry,
of the,
I know I'm not meant to. How do you know? How can you 100% categorically state that that statement is having reviewed the case post our email, as opposed to having reviewed the case as part of the planning process and the LPA advisory?
No.
I can't
Read-
see
all
how
right, Ms.
anyone
Shorter.
could be 100% on that.
Well, Ms. Shorter, you may see that sort of doubt lurking behind statements of this kind. I'll leave the inspector to be judged, but you read it as a whole. Having reviewed the case and our previous response, we're not intending to alter the advice. It's obvious, isn't it? You
No,
set
because
up-
we're not
well,
approaching
okay.
them as the LPA, are we? I'm sure if the LPA approached them, there might be a different response there if they brought forward these concerns at this stage.
Right. Well, we can, if that's your approach to them, your attitude to it, that's so be it. The inspector can see what it says. So if, Ms. Shorter, they have reviewed the case, and if that's what if the words mean having reviewed the case, they have done what they said in light of your letter, then they have obviously considered all the points, the many points that you raised in your letter.
There is absolutely not a single sentence within that response that says they have reviewed what we're saying in our letter.
Ms. Shorter, I said if they have. If that's what the words...
But it's conjecture. We don't know, do we?
Yes, it's quite often the case I ask a question based on a difference of view. I know your view is that they've written this letter and explained they're not intending to alter their advice, having reviewed the case, means that they haven't reviewed the case, they're just referring to what they did previously.
But you're asking me if I agree.
No, I'm not asking you that.
Sorry, re-ask the question.
That's definitely not what I was asking.
What are you asking me?
I'm saying if that's what they've done, if they have reviewed the case, then they've reviewed the case in light of all the objections that you've raised.
No, because they didn't visit site, and that was the priority outcome of that email, was to visit site, and then assess against these key concerns that we have, and then form an opinion. Right. That's what we were asking them.
They haven't visited the site. If they've reviewed the case in light of your concerns, save for not visiting the site, they have obviously reviewed the case in light of the many lists of concerns you raised.
I don't agree there's any way of knowing from that email that I can say, yes, they've reviewed what I sent in that email, they've re-reviewed the case and then responded accordingly. There is nothing in that email that says that, and I think it's quite unfair for you to keep pressing it, because I don't see how we can form that opinion.
Right. Well, I can't, obviously, I can just put the point, but right.
Sorry,
so, Ms. Short, if you don't want to answer the question, that's
I've
fine.
answered the question, though, haven't I? I've answered it from where my position is. I don't think there's anything in that email that says they reviewed all of those concerns, re-reviewed the case.
I've got that. That was an answer to an earlier question. The question I put to you was, if they had reviewed the case, which you don't think they did, or you're not sure whether they did, that's the question I put.
I think if they had reviewed the case and visited site, they might have reconsidered their position at this stage of the planning process.
Well, I'm sure that wasn't the question I put to you either, but it doesn't matter. I'm going to move on. Just if you do find my questions confusing, then I'm sure you'll tell me. One of the criteria that Sport England consider, as we've identified, and do you accept, is whether the location is suitable. They have to consider that in order to perform their job.
Absolutely. E4 is in a suitable location,
yes,
and they've made that judgment based on seeing a box next to an existing box on a site plan for a village.
Well, so you say, now you're speculating and saying about what they've seen. But they've seen the application material, they've been consulted, and they've also discussed the matter with the pitch sport national governing bodies. So it's the view of Sport England, informed by pitch sport national governing bodies, that this is a suitable location for the replacement facilities, isn't it?
But just to be clear, there isn't a design right now of the proposed APCM sports ground layout. There is an indicative drawing of where it will be and what one access point will be.
Yes.
And they've gauged on that, without any of the other information that sits next to that, that it could potentially work as a suitable site subject to conditions. Well, so they haven't definitively said anywhere that this is the perfect site. They have said, though, by agreeing to that, that there is validity in exploring it further. Right. That's what this stage of the process is looking at, surely. Is there validity in exploring this further into a more detailed design and solution? They're not saying that once you've done that, they will absolutely agree that this complies with E4. And we're giving you reasons why we genuinely don't think they will agree with that once they've actually visited the site and you've worked up and developed detailed designs.
Right, Ms. Shorter, well, I leave it to the inspector to deal with the planning application and its terms. Yes, this is an outline application. Yes, it's identifying a potential type of replacement sports pitch in accordance with the application documents, the final details of which are still subject to control. Mm-hmm. But they must have, if they were performing their public duty, they must have identified this as a suitable location based on the information they had.
If it could meet those conditions at the future planning stages.
If it can meet, yeah, thank you. Yeah, okay. And which of the conditions they're proposing are you saying these facilities can't meet?
right ones?
That's the conditions.
They impose some conditions which the council have adopted, which you saying can't be met.
Condition 4, no development on the replacement playing field shall commence until details of the design layout of pitches, courts, pavilion and all other facilities where further approval of detail needs to have been submitted and to approval in writing by the LPA after consultation with Sports England.
Right. So that's requiring the details to be approved in due course.
Yeah.
So why are you saying that can't be met?
I think we're referring to different things. I am referring to the conditions that at the next stage when we look at the Sports England policy exceptions under E4, that I do not believe, and based on the evidence provided, that we will be able to prove that this is not a suitable location and subject to equivalent or better accessibility and management arrangements.
I see. So that we're back to those are the exception criteria that they said are met by this location. We're back to disagreement, are we, about whether they've reached that view?
Subject.
Sorry, it's not meant to be a trick question. You referred to conditions, and we are obviously at cross purposes. These are criteria or exceptions which they have said are met. And they impose some conditions as to going forward about the detail.
They haven't said they're met for you to go and put a shovel in the ground and build it. They've said at this stage, a high-level desktop study, on the review that they've done, it could potentially meet
Well, I don't...
the
Ms.
E4.
Shorter, you're putting words in their mouth. They've agreed in principle that what's proposed meets the exception criteria subject to the conditions. That's right, isn't it?
Sorry, I need that, sorry. Can I just...
And that's what they're required to do under their exception.
That's going to be the Fields in Trust, isn't it? That's Fields in Trust.
I think conventionally it's one person giving evidence. I mean, I'm trying to be as liberal as possible, but it's
Okay, I don't think at any time we have ever suggested that Sports England haven't written you a letter of support. But to get the additional letters of support that were needed in the CQRD report, you've actually had to provide more illustrative drawings, etc., etc. That's what this person has reported on that's done your main sports report.
yeah, sorry, Ms. Shorter. I'm not suggesting it's a letter of support. It's a letter of no objection by Sport England after applying their exception criteria to this proposal. Yes, the details of where the pitches, how they're laid out, is for future control, but the principle of the replacement sports pitch in this location is considered suitable by Sport England. That must be right.
At this exact moment, based on what's on that drawing, subject to detailed design, moving into how will we access this site?
Right.
Will it be safe? Well, it will, because if you get to full planning application, these are all things you're going to have to identify, isn't it? And at this stage, you're yet to identify what primary access is.
Well, okay, so we're back to that debate, Ms. Shorter. We disagree with that. The access that's identified on the plans is something we've already debated. I'm not going to go over that with you unless I'm told I have to. Right. So that's Sport England's view. You've had a go at getting them to change their mind. They haven't changed their
No,
mind.
we asked them to visit site.
Well, okay.
We asked them to
in
visit
that case,
site.
please can you provide that letter in full so the inspector could actually ask them, can see what you asked them to do.
But it is the email that I just read out where
Yes.
we asked them to visit site.
Yes, You did ask them, and you asked them you gave them a lot of information. Fine, please provide that, that's great. All right, so Ms. Shorter, we've got the position of Sport England, and try and cut a long story short on this. I know you've got the points you've raised with the inspector, which we don't agree with, others don't agree with, but am I right in thinking you don't...
Sorry, who are the others?
Well, are my witnesses, for example, the council officers who assessed the proposal?
Where does it say that they don't agree with any of our points? I haven't read that
the council
anywhere.
officers recommended this scheme for approval.
But they haven't at any time said they don't agree with all the points in our PRE.
All right,
we haven't
okay.
even spoken to them.
Sorry.
The parish council haven't been asked if they agree with our views.
I haven't said parish council agree with your views.
No, but you just said others.
Yes, it's a shorthand to refer.
You don't agree.
No,
but I don't
Mr.
think
Grady...
it's fair to include others in that assessment.
All right, I'll be more specific. Mr. Grady, the expert on our behalf, doesn't agree. The council officers recommended this scheme for approval. Notwithstanding your objection, they considered your objections. They recommended for approval. That's all I was referring to. I know you've got your views, and you're entitled to your views, and that wasn't the point of my question. But I just wanted to try and move on. Mm-hmm. You've got a different view. We know Sport England's view. We know our appellant's view. We know the council officer's view. But can I see if I can narrow the dispute down? I think what you're accepting, maybe not, but is that subject to this point about access and surveillance, which you've explained, you're not contesting that the new facilities would be an enhancement as compared with the old ones in terms of sports pitches and facilities.
I've absolutely not said that at any point, because you don't have a design, you don't have any details that would allow for that decision to be formed. And also the beauty of the existing APCM is that it's actually a very informal arrangement. It's a sports field. Right, it is what it says on it is a sports field with some tennis courts, and people go and meet and they have picnics and they do recreational things. So there is no way at this point that I or any of the members of the group or village can assess that what you're proposing is better quality, because you haven't actually designed anything yet.
Right. So, okay, that's clear. You do dispute that. Fine. So you dispute the quality of what Mr. Grady's identified. Have you read Mr. Grady's evidence and his assessment of, for example, the current pitches, the arrangements, whether they meet the requirements for sport? Have you read all of that?
I have,
yeah.
And 2 points to that. Firstly, Mr. Grady makes his assessment based on illustrative drawings within his proof of evidence document report that are not under consideration as part of this process, because they're not drawings that formed part of your planning application. And secondly, this is an existing sports ground, like we have existing roads around it, like we have existing buildings around it that all predate many of the current regulations that protect or sit with sites such as this. So we wouldn't expect our site to be completely compliant in the same way that we would expect a new site to be. But what we do is we use it and adapt in such a way, and part of the asset of community value status will allow us, once this process is complete, because there's no point spending money on a site that may not be there, to engage and see if we can do some improvements. And we have community members that are willing to raise funds to do so.
Right. So I'll try another question, Ms. Shaw. If you don't feel you want to answer it or can't answer it, do say, but I'll just try. If the sports pitches were provided in the way Mr. Grady's identified in as the site has the ability to provide, do you agree they would be better in terms of pitch provision, meeting the requirements of
Okay.
sporting bodies, as he's explained by reference to consultation with those bodies.
So unless you're materially changing your planning submission that went into the LPA, I have no view on those drawings because they do not form part of this application discussion, unless I'm being asked, unless I'm told or informed that they do. Have I misunderstood? I didn't think that those illustrative drawings were under consideration because they were new illustrative layouts that you consulted 3 sports groups with that nobody had had visibility of prior to you submitting the proof of evidence.
No,
Are we saying are they documents that we're meant to be reviewing now?
No, well, shall I try and help you, Ms. Shorter?
Well, I do understand the question, but I can't comment on drawings that
Well,
aren't part of this process.
When you say you understand the question, then you asked a question back, so I was trying to help you.
I'm asking if,
Yeah, that's
to
why I'm going
answer
to
your
try and help you.
question,
Okay.
I would need to know whether those drawings are to be considered or not.
Right.
If they're to be considered, I will answer the question, and that means that they are drawings that form part of this application stage. If they're not to be considered because they were later additions that we used to engage some sports professionals, then I won't answer the question. But I haven't really had time to review them fully because they were only part of the proof of evidence.
Right. Do you want me to help you?
Yeah, are they to be considered?
Yeah.
I suppose
they are part of the evidence in front of this inquiry. And yes, you're right, this is an outline planning application where the details are not fixed as to what's provided, but they, as indeed an illustrative master plan does, show what's capable of being delivered on the site, in the same way that the illustrative master plan shows that the site is capable of delivering up to 250 houses.
Sorry for my ignorance, but I'm not understanding how you're allowed to submit additional drawings at this stage under proof of evidence, because my understanding was you're not allowed to do that. They're not listed drawings on the document schedule, and I'm being asked to actually give feedback on what I think of said drawings.
Right.
Maybe
Well, then,
I've misunderstood this process, and please correct me if I have.
It. Yes, I am correcting you. You have misunderstood the process.
Does the planning
Do you want
inspector agree that these drawings are for consideration now? Sorry, I didn't think that they were drawings if they weren't drawings in the application.
Well, that's fine. But rather than take technical points, Ms. Shorter, just deal with what I just explained to you.
I can't answer that question unless those drawings are part of the main drawings that are being considered for this application.
Right.
And I didn't have visibility of those drawings until the proof of evidence was submitted. And sorry, just one more thing. I don't believe the LPA have been asked to comment on those drawings either, because they weren't part of... Am I misunderstanding new drawings?
Yes, you are misunderstanding. They're part of the evidence in front of the inspector. There's a lot of evidence in front of the inspector, and they're part of the evidence in front of the inspector, which shows a design. There are other designs, but what they're showing is, in principle, what can be accommodated on this area of land in different dispositions. They're not for approval, but they're showing what can be delivered and the quality of what can be delivered.
Okay, so I can answer your question in a different way then. I agree that if a professional has complied with the guidelines for sports facilities for the size of tennis courts, football pitches, etc., then I can confirm that they fit on that site. Is that what I'm being asked?
Well, I know they fit. I wouldn't need to ask you that, Ms. Short. I was just wondering whether you disputed the assessment of Mr. Grady that one will end up with is better quality pitches that meet the needs, the assessed needs of this area for sporting provision.
They're only better quality though if people can get to them and feel safe, aren't they?
Well, no, that doesn't affect their quality. I said in my question to you, Ms. Shorter, I know you had other points about access, etc. I was just focusing in on the pitch quality provision. If you don't want to answer, you don't feel able, I'm not going to push you. Just wanted to try and narrow the areas of dispute. I'm probably not going to be able to do that, I think.
Well, the indicative drawings shown as a professional architect has likely designed them, who has experience as a sports designer, will have had to design something that would compliantly fit on that site, and any schedule or specification of works that sits behind that in terms of finishes, etc., would also have to be compliant or their PI insurance would be in trouble. So I have no choice but to agree that they would be compliant if they've done that. But as we were not privy to those during the earlier stages, either at statement of common ground or until proof of evidence was issued, that was the first time we saw these indicative layouts.
No, I don't know what you're talking about PI insurers for.
Well, because designers have to design something that's compliant, so I have to agree that they would have given...
They don't have to. No, they don't have to. I mean, people often design things which may be non-compliant with standards, and people can comment on that. That's not my point, though, Ms. Shorter.
They wouldn't get approvals.
What we're talking about is Mr. Grady and others, or I forget, exclude others, actually, just say Mr. Grady. Mr. Grady's identified how in this location, these new sports pitches can address a number of deficiencies in the existing sports provision to meet future identified needs for sports in the area. And I'm just wondering whether you accept that. If you can't, then that's fine, I'll move on.
I don't accept that the existing APCM has been assessed in a way of how it is utilised now.
Right,
I think essentially, if we're moving towards a more formal use of the site, then that's not what the current APCM is. So you're potentially making a differing offering. That's a different thing to assess, isn't it? Is it suitable to be used for picnics, kids throwing balls, dog walking? Absolutely, the existing APCM is, because essentially it's a field.
Right.
What you're talking about is something quite different, isn't it?
No, well, yes, I suppose I wasn't asking about that, but if you're going to, I think I haven't got an answer to my question. That's fine, Ms. Short, I'll just move on, but let's go on then, if that's the point. If you're talking about other recreational abilities that come with the appeal scheme, you're talking about picnicking, throwing balls for dogs, etc. Your assessment, your criticisms don't take account of the 9.2 hectares of semi-natural open space that's provided along with the playing fields, do they?
Well, they do really, because we've already got that.
Right.
People walk across those fields. They don't sit there and have a picnic, though, and throw dogs at balls and
Which
kick
fields
football.
are people walking across, sorry?
Every field around our village, wherever there is a footpath through the arable, people walk. And they are respectful of that walk, and they have done for over 100 years.
Yes, I know footpaths, yes, certainly. Which footpaths are you talking about through that arable field?
I'm talking about any of the track footpaths. People roam through the village, are respectful of the farmers, are respectful of the arable growth, but they wouldn't choose to go there to do the activities that we've protected at under the asset of community value, as opposed to going to the APCM.
They're not going to picnic in the middle of an arable field, are they?
No, exactly.
Yes, but this is a 9.2 hectares of semi-natural open space which people will be able to do all of the activities legally and without arable crops or whatever ploughed fields on a dedicated public open space area of 9.2 hectares. Were you aware of that?
I am fully aware of that, but the item in discussion is whether the APCM re-provides what the current APCM does in a better way, and that isn't the APCM. You're talking about a separate area of land that certainly hasn't been consulted for those users across the community. Your drawings have all labelled it as...
separate area of land which hasn't been...
The semi-natural open space.
Hasn't been consulted.
For the replacement of the APCM. Is it?
I don't understand what you say. It hasn't been consulted.
So are you suggesting now that the APCM is going to become a traditionally formal enterprise in its new site where you have lease arrangements or whatever else are arrangements for the users, and anybody else that isn't one of those users will use another space, which is the semi-natural open space? Or are you saying that the APCM will still function as it does, but there's this extra bit of land if you want to go and picnic there instead?
Sorry, Michelle, I'm having difficulty following. The appeal scheme sets out, you keep on referring to APCM. The APCM is the existing sports pitch and areas around it. That is proposed to be replaced. The sports pitches and facilities are in the area we've been talking about. And in addition, there are 9.2 hectares of semi-natural open space created to the west of the site. And within the scheme, there are various areas of amenity space, local areas of play, and local landscape areas of play. I think I said yesterday LLAP was a mistake. It actually means local landscape area play, which is a leap, but done in a softer way. But anyway, that's all part of the application which is being consulted upon. I don't know why you were suggesting it hadn't.
So on the drawings that sorry, can you confirm what drawing you're referring to that shows the semi-natural open space being used with large areas that people can play football, kick balls, fry frisbees? Because I've not seen that drawing, I apologise.
It's in the parameter plans land use, if you've got those.
Sorry, so where on that, if we're referring to the same drawing,
Yeah, we are.
where on that drawing does it show what you've just described?
If you see, there's
I
a
can
large area of green, and
Yep.
it's designated semi-natural open space, so it's open space.
Sorry, but where's what you just described, that this is going to have large areas where people can sit, kick, throw balls, have picnics?
It's semi-natural open space for the public, available for public use as described in the application. People can do, well, provided they're considerate to others, as in any area of open space, they can do what they like in it, subject to the laws of the land.
But that's not the APCM, is it? That's not
No, of
the
course not.
replication
That's
and relocation. And there's nothing shown on that drawing that actually shows how the areas that are currently used in a more informal way within the APCM would benefit. I mean, my definition of semi-natural and open space is open space that includes woodlands, urban forestry, scrub, grassland, wetlands, open and running water, nature reserves and wastelands with the primary purpose of wildlife conservation and biodiversity.
I don't know what you're reading from.
A planning guide. But I mean,
What planning
sorry,
guide?
share what is your definition of the semi-natural open space? That's because none of these drawings.
I just-
sorry,
just-
Mrs. Shorten, it's not for you to put
Sorry,
questions to Mr. Strawn
I'm
every
confused on how
You can
that
ask for
shows us.
clarification on the
Yeah.
question,
Right.
but not his.
Sorry.
Yeah. So I assume you've read the planning statement and the design and access statement. Have you?
Absolutely.
Right.
Yeah.
So, and just to help you, Ms. Shorter, what I was described is all set out in this document. It's shown in the plan. You can read it with the design and access statement. This is the parameter plan. There's 9.2 hectares of semi-natural open space in that area. That's it set out in the design and access statement. The quantities. This document. Have you seen this document?
Yes.
Okay. And in it, there's a section on open space. It's the right page, sorry. Well, you've got also the plans in this document. Sorry, lost the page. Someone just give me the page reference. There's one on. 37 again. Oh yeah, you keep on reminding me, and I keep on forgetting. Thank you. Page 37. And you can see I hope you can see.
I can't yet, if you wouldn't mind just giving me a moment.
All right.
Sorry, what's the file referenced as? Is it S147? I'm not sure if
I
I'm
don't
only
know.
getting the
It's got a
appendices.
CD reference, is the only references I've got. Do you want to just have a copy of that? I'm not sure what the point of disagreement is with us, Shorter, but maybe you've misunderstood the plans, or, but if I can help, let me try, just by reference to the plan you've got. There are different types of open space being provided.
And there's no suggestion on the SNOS green box that that space will be used for recreation or amenity.
Right.
Because they have separate colours and markings on them.
What do you mean by recreation and amenity?
So you have
Sports and
green
recreation,
for sports
yeah.
and recreation.
Yeah.
You have amenity green space as light green.
Yep,
And then you have semi-natural open space.
yep.
So
So what's your understanding as to what happens? Are you saying you don't know what happens in that area?
I'm saying I don't think this document tells you that.
Right, okay. So is it fair to say, I mean, I'll leave the inspector to read the full documentation, but is it fair to say you're not, in your assessment, you're not, because you don't know what you say is in there, you're not taking that into account in your assessment of the overall effects of the scheme? Or are you,
No,
if you are taking into account, what have you taken into account?
I think if we were taking it into account,
Well, I was asking if you did, or are you, not if you were, not a condition.
we have assumed that what is currently provided within the existing APCM is re-provided within your new APCM proposal.
Right.
We have also assumed that the geography of the semi-natural open space is as infringed by natural surveillance and lines and visibility as our concerns that relate to the new APCM. We've also deemed that the semi-natural open space is as vulnerable to access and egress routes as we deem the APCM, because it is that whole area of land at the back of the village.
Sorry, vulnerable to access and egress. What
Sorry, restricted. It will restrict the access because the whole is at that side of the village where youths will congregate, where there isn't lines of village, lines of vision, etc.
Right.
So
Do you
I
know
would say
what happens on the yellow area? Have you looked at
I've
what
just
happens?
given it back. Sorry. Oh. On yellow. Sorry, different drawing.
The approach, the design approach that's been suggested in the design code to the yellow area for the housing there.
Yep.
You do.
Yep.
Okay. All right.
So are those houses going to face that field, or
Well,
are the rear of those properties?
You're meant to be answering
No,
the
sorry.
question, Ms. Shorter. What's
But-
your understanding?
We don't have the design of that property, but what
No.
we do know
Well-
is how restricted lines of vision are in this area here. We also know how often, and I'm sure the parish
I
council...
can't see where you're pointing to, but
Sorry.
you were trying to answer a question that you posed yourself, which you haven't answered. Do you
No,
know, do you
you're
know
up-
what the design approach is?
What, for the properties?
Yes.
Well, it'll be the design code that's being agreed, isn't it? But my concern isn't the properties there, it's the safety of the people that are in these areas. And I'm
Which
sure the
areas?
parish
Which areas are you
council-
pointing to? Sorry. The safety of the people in which areas?
All these areas
What, the
that
footpath?
aren't seen,
Which area? You're pointing to the whole of the semi-natural open space.
Well, pretty much, depending on what arrangement you do here, I
Well,
can't
that's why I was
answer
asking you,
that.
what arrangement were you
But even
understanding?
with that arrangement there, there's still going to be huge blind spots, aren't there? But my issue here is about the replication of the APCM and what the re-provision will be. And this doesn't answer that, does it, this drawing, or does it?
Well, I can't, I just want to understand, am I right in thinking your approach is to say, is the APCM replicated by the sports and recreation parcel of the land?
Our view on this is, from a community perspective, will it create a space that's as valuable, useful, safe, etc., as the existing provision that will be removed?
Yeah, I
because you will
understand
be displacing.
I understand.
That's our view. It's not about the
but
sports.
to make that comparison, you've just looked at the sports and recreation that we're proposing, the light green, versus what there is currently.
No, we've looked at all of the pedestrian routes and the access for the whole development and what it would mean to us.
Pedestrian routes and access and the light green.
Yeah, so to get into there,
Yeah,
you've still got the same Higham Road issue.
Into where, sorry?
Sorry, to get into the top of what's marked as your semi-natural open space from Higham Road.
Why do you need to go through, why can't you just walk through from Church Road through the development?
What, up RS87 or through the development?
Sorry.
But why would somebody living on Higham Road...
You keep on asking me questions.
What,
I'm just saying...
Oh, sorry.
I don't know what... You're talking about getting to this area here?
Sorry, I will rephrase this not as a question. Somebody who is living up this end of the village will not walk...
Which end? We can't see what you're pointing.
Sorry. As you enter the village at Station Road, somebody that lives Cooling Road, Higham Road, associated houses, they wouldn't naturally, because I can't speak on behalf of everybody, walk onto Church Street, down, through the housing estate and into the semi-natural open space. They would rely upon having an appropriate access, because you're proposing an access there for that footpath, via Higham Road, but what we're reporting is that's not a suitable access point.
Okay, so we're moving topics now, but you're talking about people down here? Down here?
I can't see where you're pointing either.
I'm pointing to the south of the village.
Station Road. Right, south is Station Road then, yes.
Are you not a villager?
Yes.
Yeah, so that's
I'm just not good at geography.
No, that's fine. I wasn't. That's fine. You're not.
Go on.
So Ms. Shorter, what's your concern? What, these people here in this whole square of existing development, they're right opposite the semi-natural open space, aren't they? So if they come down this road, they can go into the semi-natural open space. What's your concern about them?
All these people in the south that you're pointing to, why would they walk through what is going to be a really dangerous roundabout? Well, in our view, in our view, what we have identified as being a roundabout that will create risk, because it's already dangerous.
Walking through a dangerous... I mean, I don't understand walking through a dangerous roundabout.
Sorry,
which side of the road are you talking about?
So just to be clear, if you've come through here and you get to this pinch point corner on the roundabout of Station Road, Cooling Road, Church Street, if I'm facing down towards the village, there is no pavement on the left. You have to cross the road and the roundabout before you can get to any pavement.
That's the current situation.
Exactly.
To get to the APCM.
Yes.
That's for the journey they have to do now to get to the APCM.
Yes, or they go through an alleyway on the other side.
Which alleyway?
But what I'm saying is...
why they...
Sorry, they might do that roundabout at the moment, but there is a large grass bank that everybody walks upon, waits and crosses. Your roundabout drawing removes part of that bank, which will narrow the amount of space there is.
Are you talking about on the right of the road? As you come...
This is getting very confusing of where I am.
You're turning it upside down. If you keep the south to the bottom. Right.
Sorry, what's the question, please?
If I live in these houses to the south, And I want to, if I want to go and have a picnic in the APCM, I currently have to cross the roundabout, walk up Church Street and enter presumably by the tennis courts, or I can go down Cooling Road and come in a longer route.
No, that's not correct. There's
Right, where
a
are you pointing to now?
footpath. I draw on things. I've just drawn on your drawing. I didn't mean to do that.
Right.
There's actually a footpath here that takes you on to nearly dead opposite the gates.
That's why I said by the tennis courts you're talking about.
No, but we haven't gone on that roundabout. On my route, we've gone through across APCM. But what you're suggesting is that they would go...
Which resident? Where are you talking about? Which resident?
We're talking about the
living
people
where?
in the south.
Living where?
All of the people that live in the south.
All of these people?
Simmons Road, Higham Road.
Right, they're on the west side of the B2000.
Can I point at the alleyway?
Yeah, why don't you?
It would be much easier. So there is an alleyway here.
That's the tennis court.
No, it's not.
Those are the tennis courts.
No, I know they are. That's
Right.
an alleyway. I'm pointing at the pinch point of the alleyway where it comes out onto Church Street. But what you're suggesting is they would need to do that or that.
No, I was talking about these people here. Where are
Yeah,
they? And where are you saying they go? So just trace their journey.
There.
Right.
Is that what it's called? I have no idea. Well, I do live in the village. I don't do geography.
All right. So I think they go. It said that they come out of their front doors onto the B2000, walk up.
No.
No.
No, they don't. I think
Well,
on the
there are
site,
properties on
perhaps on the site visit, if we could show you where this alleyway is, that is an alleyway, it's a proper cut through,
Yeah.
it might give some perspective on the route they would be going out, down, back, through the houses and then back, rather than coming onto Higham Road, literally doing a left, if there was room for a footpath to get onto the semi-natural open space. So people will naturally take the risk on the dangerous bit of road if there's not.
Well, that brings me on to I think it's best you can go on the site and look at but don't bring. Oh yeah.
Sorry.
Oh, gosh, I'm nearly done. Sorry. Yeah. So.
Do you want me to? Sorry.
So, Ms. Shorter, if we can try and just conclude, we can look at the inspectors can look at on the site. Getting to the semi-natural open space, and I think I've understood how you haven't considered it.
I have considered it.
All right. You raised this question of safety, and you talk about this being unsafe. Now, you're entitled to your view, but can I just see if you can agree this? The access arrangements that are being proposed have been considered by both the local planning authority and the local highway authority responsible for highway safety, and they consider them to all be safe, don't they?
Sorry, what access? So I believe the access to the two new housing areas, but I don't believe you've actually defined on any of the drawings what the primary access to the proposed APCM is or the footpaths. My understanding is that hasn't been defined as the primary access or
okay, we're back to that point then. So, for example, let me give you an example. The improvement proposed to the roundabout, for which there is a drawing, allowing for people both to drive, cycle and walk through it, have been considered by the local highway authority and is considered to be safe.
I don't believe that it is considered to be safe.
You don't believe it's considered to be safe by the highway authority? Or you don't think it's safe?
Sorry, can I just refer to a document, please?
Yeah.
Because I didn't actually mention that roundabout in any part of my POE. My concerns are the pinch points as you move through the village to get to the APCM. And I've just pointed out an alternative route that people take that get them to the APCM via an alleyway for anybody in the south on the west side of the village. And then anybody on the other side of the village gets to the APCM.
Look, I can't deal with everything. You talked about the unsafe roundabout.
So
A few moments ago.
a few moments ago,
Yeah.
in response to the question that you asked, but it's not something that I've brought evidence to in terms of the proof of evidence that we're in discussion about. It's something that should be addressed under the transport discussions.
All right. Well, sorry. Back to my question. The scheme that's being proposed, if you want to go back to the access and movement plans, they show, for example, the shared pedestrian cycle access way that borders the semi-natural open space and comes down to Higham Road. These have all been assessed. What we're proposing as safe. I know you may have a different view, but look at the plan that covers parameter plans, access and movement. It shows that pedestrian and cycle route being created all the way down to Higham Road.
Sorry, I'm
So
just
you've got
bringing
pink,
up the drawings.
sorry, madam, it's the purple line.
I just want to confirm we're looking at the same drawings, so
Yeah.
parameter
It's-
plans,
I've-
access and movement.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I've got shared pedestrian cycle access is a pink line,
I don't think.
pink hatched line.
Yep. Yeah, thank you. But that's the new version, isn't it? Yeah, that's, it is, it's new. It's got the markers going into the APCM through the hedge. So, who are you saying has approved these paths as being suitable? Sorry.
I already put that in
the
my
question. Can you
I put
repeat
that-
the?
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
sorry. Can you repeat the
local
question,
planning
please?
authority, who considered the drawings, the parameter plans, and the access arrangements, plus the local highway authority who were consulted on them. And the one thing that's not suggested, even by council members, is that there is any safety issue with anything that's being proposed.
Please do.
I think, oh, maybe enough microphones have gone off that I can say that again. Just to help Ms Shorter, paragraph 9 of my opening submissions confirm that the local planning authority doesn't advance a technical highways case, accepting there'd be no unacceptable impact on highways safety. And that's reflected as well in the statement of common ground in the section that deals with transport 511 and 512. I don't know if that helps Ms Shorter in respect to Mr Strawn's questions.
Sorry, so am I reading right? It is would not be severe. It is considered that the increase in traffic would have an adverse impact on the amenity in the area. Have I read that correctly? Item 9 of the Medway Council opening statement.
Just addressing the safety point.
That is what it's saying, isn't it?
Safety point in particular, just trying to help you with the local planning authority's position on that. Obviously, others can take different views, but just so that you're aware of the local planning authority's position.
I mean, if it's news to you, that's fine, Ms Shorter, or if you just have a different view, that's also fine. But the point I'm really putting to you is that you've raised repeatedly throughout your presentation concerns that you're expressing on the part of residents as to lack of safety, including, for example, the access from Butway Lane before accessing the sports facilities. You say they're unsafe, etc. But that is not the assessment of the local planning authority or the local highway authority. They're all satisfied that these are safe arrangements for the roads in question, the speed limits, vehicles and their use. Are you aware of that?
I'm not aware, I haven't covered that area, but regardless of being aware of it, it is considered that there would be an adverse impact on the amenity of the area, and there is no pavement. So I cannot understand how that drawing is how anyone could draw that conclusion, that you're pushing people on
there
foot
are other parts
into-
of Cliffe without pavements, aren't there?
There absolutely are, and people have to navigate them, but you're creating something new here that relies upon no pavement. They're things that are existing and pre-existing that evolve naturally over time, replacing the existing of use of building and such like. We're talking about a new thing here, something brand new and shiny, and we're saying we do not feel the infrastructure that's proposed to support the location is safe.
No, I understand that's your view. Ms. Shorter, I was just saying, were you aware that the local highway authority and the local planning authority have assessed this as being safe? Don't take any issue with the safety.
I may have totally missed something, but I've not seen anything that says that the footpaths, etc., are all safe, and the cycle paths. I've not.
All right.
Can you direct me to that if it's there? I mean, I will comment on it if it's there, but I've not seen that in the public rights of way.
It's covered in the highway authority's response is covered in their consultation responses to the planning application, and there's a committee report which deals with the council officer's assessment, and then there are the reasons for refusal that the council members took, which don't raise any issue of safety.
Do they specifically refer to that public right of way though, and that
I don't know whether
I don't believe they do so.
Well, I don't know whether they refer to it specifically, but they've assessed the application, and if there are any concerns on safety, they'd be duty bound to raise them.
My understanding is that this obviously access is an unreserved matter, and they've reviewed the 4 access arrangement drawings that you forwarded to us when we asked the question via pins what the primary access is.
If we're going back to this point
No,
about primary access, Ms. Shorter, it's a very simple question. If you're saying you don't think they are satisfied it's safe, or they haven't assessed safety, if that's your position, fine. If it's it's not really phone a friend time, I'm afraid.
No, sorry. It's very hard for a member of the public to sit here. It is, and I've been here for about 3 hours, and I don't mean any disrespect, but I just uttered a comment because I was questioning myself as much as I didn't actually ask Justin a question at all.
I have been pretty relaxed about that, I'm just trying to come to an end to my questions, and it was just trying to understand. All I was putting to you that the application's been assessed. The whole application's been assessed by the local planning authority, the highway authority. Any issues of safety, if they were arisen, could have been taken. There's no concern in relation to what's proposed in terms of safety. I know you have a different view, but I just wondered if you're aware of that.
I've not seen that relates to the public rights of way, though, access.
All right.
I've only seen that relating to the 4 drawings that are in the planning application for access,
Okay.
which are separate to the public rights of way and the pedestrian and cycle routes.
That's your understanding. Thank you very much.
Thanks. Sorry.
Thank you very much, Ms Shorten and Mr Strawn. You'll be relieved to know that I haven't got any additional questions for you, so you can stand down. Thank you very much for your contributions on that. So, what are we up to? Yes.
In case Ms Shorter leaves, if she could helpfully provide to Mr Simon the email,
The email.
and the
Yeah.
and the Natural England of natural sports England response. That would be very helpful. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. So it's 1:25. Apologies for those of you using the canteen. It's
I'm sorry, I completely
no,
couldn't
it's
see
fine.
what time.
Don't worry.
Mr. Churchill
Is
will be
45
upset.
minutes sufficient as per the other days? Or do you need a bit longer or shorter? $45 minutes, everyone? Yep. Okay, so if we resume at 2:10. Thank you. We're adjourned. Okay, welcome back. It's 2:10 and time to resume the inquiry. Any procedural points before we begin? No? Okay. So we've got the appellant's evidence-in-chief, Mr. Talbot, welcome, for design. Is that correct? Thank you very much.
And, Madam, I am anticipating being somewhat shorter than I anticipated because of the way issues have narrowed during the course of the inquiry. So I will introduce Mr. Talbot, if I may. You should have a copy of his proof of evidence, and we may need just to look at the design code and the design and access statement in due course. So your name is Jonathan Talbot?
It is.
You're a qualified urban designer, architect and chartered town planner with over 25 years experience in the public and private sectors. You've published extensively on the subject of urban design, including The Plot and the Urban Block, which won the National Urban Design Book Award in 2021. So I'm plugging your book for you.
Thank you.
You acted as a project architect, urban designer for this current application, and also was responsible for the design code to which reference has been made that forms part of the proposed application on behalf of the appellant. And Mr. Talbot, what I'm going to ask you to do, if the inspector's content with this, is go to section 8 of your proof of evidence, because there you actually provided a summary and conclusion, or a conclusion I should put it. And I think if you're happy, Madam, I may just get Mr. Talbot to read parts of that, and then I've just got a few supplementary questions. So, Mr. Talbot, could you begin at 8.1? And just by way of context, your evidence is principally directed at reason for refusal 1. And just before you start reading, that reason for refusal, I know it'll be very familiar to you now, Madam, but it is set out earlier in the proof at 2.3. And Mr. Talbot, as a result of my questions of Mr. Churchill yesterday, we established that the criticism that's now being made relates essentially to sustainability rather than design or scale in terms of the increase to the village, and you'll recall that yesterday. So hence why I'm going to be a bit shorter in evidence. But since you've come to the inquiry to give some evidence on the design, and others may have questions, could we go back to section 8?
Yes, thank you. Yeah, nonetheless, the design has been very carefully considered, and
You may need to move that closer to your... You've got quite a quiet voice, Mr. Talbot, and others may need to hear at the back. Let me know if you can't hear.
is that close enough to be heard? Yes?
Yes? Yep, I'm getting a
Thank
thumbs
you.
up.
So I consider the reason for refusal number 1 as explained in the accompanying statements of case from the Council and the Rule 6 parties as being unsustainable for the following reasons. Number 1, Cliffe's character is not uniformly positive, and it is not in any case intrinsically dependent either on remaining the same size as it is now or being limited to a proportion of the whole settlement. Nonetheless, the development would not be perceived as a proportion of the whole of the entire settlement. It would not impact on the historic core of the village, at least as defined in the local plan conservation area. Cliffe's status as a village is not intrinsically linked to its scale or its population, and would be consolidated as a unified and compact form of settlement, entirely in keeping with the commonly understood meaning of the term. Cliffe is not an especially historic village. It does have great charm and some lovely townscape characteristics which we can go into. But they are not focused around the development site, and we can discuss that further. The proposals would not harm Cliffe's character, appearance, or amenity in any demonstrable way. They would, if implemented in line with the planning application and the submitted design code, reinforce the positive aspects and enhance the character and appearance of the village and its immediate locality, whilst also delivering new amenities. The proposals put in place a well-structured master plan framework with clear parameters, secured through the following parameter plans as amended: the movement and access parameters, height, including scale, density, land uses, and public space, including children's play. The movement structure sets out a clear hierarchy and connected network of streets and pathways designed to knit into the existing movement structure, while respecting the historic pattern of movement, e.g. the primacy of the main street that is typically met with secondary routes in the form of T-junctions or crossroads, as opposed to, for example, roundabouts. The height parameters would be consistent with existing 2 and 2.5 story building heights in the area, while density parameters provide for a gradation of density, reducing from the relatively urban character, urban in inverted commas, character of the Church Street, with its terraced and closely spaced semi-detached housing forms, to the lower density rural edges comprising a higher proportion of detached cottage forms and agricultural small holdings, typical in the surrounding rural area. The land use parameters will align with the predominantly residential character of the village, while providing for a new community facility proximate to the existing cluster of community and commercial uses in this part of the village. The open space parameters are integrated with the master plan to provide views out to the surrounding countryside. That's quite a big contrast to the present predominant condition, as well as a multifunctional focal spaces for sustainable drainage, habitat creation, play, and general well-being. Buffer open space is always also provided between the development and protected habitats to the west, helping to absorb pressure on those habitats while also improving its appearance and its biodiversity. The master plan also provides for a break in the established building line fronting Church Street to provide for a mini village green area. This echoes the similarly sized retained bowling green on Church Street, but also acts as a kind of a counterbalance to the existing small green area to the north of the village, which is in the original historic nucleus of the village. The design code for the development adds further and more detailed analysis of building characteristics and types, as well as adding further layers of detail to ensure applications for approval of reserved matters will respect their context and setting. These include, but are not limited to, reinforcing the movement structure with sensitively designed streets in line with the principles of the Manual for Streets and the Kent Design Guide, to ensure they are pedestrian-friendly and not suburban in character or overly engineered, which I feel would not be in keeping with Cliffe's character. Advocating parking typologies to ensure that cars and garages do not dominate the street scene. Setting out design principles for green infrastructure, including public spaces and play areas that must be met in order to meet the objectives of the National Model Design Code.
I think NMDC. You've abbreviated it too, but
yes,
that's what you're referring to.
I probably referred to it previously in my proof document. Identifying key building frontages where it is particularly important that edges, internal views, open spaces and corners are positively addressed and overlooked by new homes and or buildings. Promoting simple and compact building typologies that respect and harmonize with the aspects of built heritage in the area that have been identified in the design code as having positive characteristics. Influencing aspects of building form that play a significant role in determining character and identity, such as building line, separation distances, alignment and juxtaposition of neighbouring forms, including frontage characters for building line and boundary treatments that align with built form and density parameters to provide an appropriate transition in character between the inner edges of the village, e.g. Church Street, and its outer edges facing west or east to the countryside or the proposed areas of open space. Identifying appropriate building materials that reflect the colours and textures prevalent in the traditional urban fabric. Formulating architectural design principles for the facades of new buildings to create attractively proportioned facades that will resonate with the positive features of traditional buildings and architecture found in the area. Setting out principles relating to housing design and quality, including relevant Medway standards and Medway residential design guidance. In conclusion, therefore, the proposal is for a high-quality, sensitively designed scheme that will draw on the positive aspects of Cliffe's character to provide new homes, including affordable new homes, open space, including enhanced sports facilities, and community facilities, including a community hub, to make an entirely positive contribution to the character, appearance, and amenity of the locality.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tarbert. And Madam, there's obviously much more detail about those conclusions in the proof itself, but I'll take those as read for the time being. Just, if I may, a couple of supplementary questions, Mr. Tarbert. First of all, just to confirm, the design code is, as you've explained, at CD, so everyone can locate it, CD26, I think. And that's this, this document, for those who wanted to know. And that's what you were referring to as having been drawn up and offered to be part of the appeal proposal governing or informing the future detailed design that would come later as controlled by the council.
That's correct.
Thank you. I'll come back to that in a moment. And the second supplementary question, Mr. Tarbert, during the course of this inquiry, including again today, some people have expressed concern about the loss of the APCM and its replacement facilities in the north part of the appeal site. And you've heard about that. And there appears to have been some issue over how that is being looked at by residents, namely a like-for-like replacement of the way the current APCM sports facilities and area works as compared with the area to the north that's proposed for replacement sports pitches and facilities. You recall that, that's been discussed again today.
Yes.
And as part of that, there appears to be some, if I put the word confusion, that might be a motive, but some misunderstanding as to all of the elements of the appeal scheme that you've talked about in your proof of evidence, including amenity space, semi-natural open space, and the recreation facilities. So could I just get you to comment on effectively the criticisms that are being made about the way in which the APCM has been approached in terms of design?
Okay, well, if we look at the function of the ACPM as it currently stands, we've heard that it performs a variety of functions in terms of sports, formal sports, informal children's play, and dog walking in particular. So as we are proposing to re-provide specifically the formal sports provision to a new location to the north of the application site, south of Botway Lane, what I think is being missed here is that all the other functions are being provided for in a much more enhanced and considered way, specifically in terms of, for example, children's play, providing for purpose-designed children's play in accordance with Field and Trust guidelines, etc. And I would just mention that I suppose the way that the semi-natural open space is characterized in the DAS as a buffer to the protected habitats to the west in terms of the marshlands, in accordance with best practice thinking about design of open space, that is indeed intended to perform other functions than just being a mere buffer. It would be designed at the later stage by landscape architects to improve biodiversity, to act as a sponge for uses such as dog walking, which are not intrinsically compatible with formal sports games, as well as all the other informal activities that the ACPM provides, but in a much more attractive setting and a much larger setting as well, I would add. And that's not taking away from any uses that the proposed replacement sports facilities may also function. In terms of the children's play area, there is an existing playground just to the north of the western field, which is existing. We are proposing areas of focal spaces within the development which would be passively overlooked by new homes, and I can draw your attention to some of the design aspects of those in the design code if you wish, showing how they will be overlooked. So supplementing those with areas of open play which are appropriate to either doorstep play for younger children or areas of equipped play in the form of an LLAP, which is a locally landscaped area for play in the eastern parcel. So I would argue that, although I would argue that the ACPM is not being lost, I think it's being multiplied, if that's the word I could use.
Thank you very much. And a follow-on question from that, Mr. Tarbert, in your summary a moment ago, you dealt with the question of the design code covering principles about, and you talked about this a moment ago, surveillance, where surveillance is considered appropriate or necessary. Can you just help us a little bit further on that? Because you've already explained the local area of play for children, and LLAP will be subject to surveillance in the normal way through design. You also, I think, spoke in your, a moment ago in your summary proof of evidence about the design code. Where was it? Yes, identifying key building frontages where it's particularly important that edges, internal views, open spaces, etc., are positively addressed and overlooked by new homes and buildings. Can we just, can you help us, please, or help the inspector with the approach to the semi-natural open space and what's going on there in terms of interrelationship between buildings and further amenity space for the community as a whole?
Yes, so the design code addresses this issue in a number of ways and responds positively to the advice of the National Model Design Code in terms of the principles of open space design, including, amongst other things, boundaries, entrances, surveillance, activity, maintenance, ecology, access, and lighting, and deals with those issues in turn. One of the ways it deals with that is what's called in the design code a regulatory plan, which is, I guess, in simple terms, an overlay of the what we would call the fixed parameters if the development was approved, with additional layers of information, including what's called on the plan key frontages. So that's really elucidating what's shown in the illustrative master plan in terms of where we want homes and buildings to overlook key frontages. Those would include internal frontages and internal areas of open space and children's play, but they will also include frontages overlooking both the semi-natural open space to the west and the open farmland to the east, and that's in section 3.1 of the design code. If you can bear with me a moment while I turn to...
We might just need to go to that. That's...
The issue of surveillance and creating, if you like, enclosed and overlooked streets and spaces, which is a matter raised in the neighbourhood plan quite rightly, as well as the NMDC, is also dealt with in a little bit more detail in section 5.2 of the design code under the heading of frontage character types, and that's on page 40.
Thank you.
So, looking at page 40, the frontage character types and the approach to frontage, it focuses on what I would consider the key edges of the proposals, namely the frontage to Church Street, which I would call an internal edge, and then the frontages to the west, overlooking the proposed semi-natural open space, which is number 2 in the table, clustered frontage. And that's a characteristic, if you like, interpretation of the traditional small holding farm type of arrangement of buildings, which are small clusters and small courtyards and so on. And then number 3, a slightly different but nonetheless soft and feathered approach to frontage, overlooking the farmland to the east. But in all cases, the principle there, which is illustrated, is positively addressing and overlooking those spaces, whether they are streets or open spaces or access arrangements.
Thank you. Just while we've got that document open, there is in there further information about the children's play areas that are created, and on page 34, or the approach in terms of the design code. Is that right?
That's correct, yes. This is the section on subheading of children's play in 3.1, green infrastructure and the design principles.
And just for the avoidance of doubt, I don't know if you've got you may not have the statement of common ground there, but just to be clear, what's referred to as condition 46 in that document, I guess the numbers might change, but as it's currently, if you got the statement of common ground, I will just hand that. Sorry to.
Thank you.
Just to explain the council's approach to that area, the semi-natural open space, being the subject for approval of reserved matters in relation to landscape details, including full details of soft landscape works, any artefacts in the public space, timetable for implementation, so ground levels, means of enclosure, pedestrian access, circulation areas, minor artefacts, and planting plans, quite a considerable level of details to the control over how that space is then to be laid out. Is that right?
That's correct, and that's the usual approach in my experience.
And so, Mr. Tarbert, with those principles in mind, can I just get you to comment whether you, as an urban designer, standing back, looking at the appeals scheme as a whole, if it were to be delivered in accordance with these principles, whether the situation for the for Cliffe as a community with all of those elements of open space would be better, worse, or the same if the appeal scheme were to go ahead?
Hugely improved, in my opinion.
Thank you. And so far as surveillance of the the sports pitches and facilities in terms of the formal sports pitch and facilities concerned, I understand that you think that's more a matter for Mr. Grady to comment upon.
I would defer to Mr. Grady's specialism in that area. However, in my area, it's not generally regarded as a massively significant issue. It's quite common for sports facilities to occupy these sorts of locations in many towns and villages across the country that I have experience of directly. There will be some incidental overlooking from the rear of homes which abut the site to the north and the east. But given the nature of the activity, I think this is a somewhat moot point.
Thank you. So, Madam, I've taken that quite shortly. If there's anything else you want to explore, then please, you obviously will do so. But I'm going to say that please wait there, Mr. Tarbert. There may be some questions for you.
Thank you very much. If I let Mr. Dufour go first for a cross-examination, and then I'll pick up any questions that remain at the end.
Yes, please. Madam, thank you very much. Good afternoon, Mr. Tarbert. Do you have the statement of common ground in front of you? Keep it close. As Mr. Strawn started his examination in chief, it was established yesterday that the criticism being made in respect of reason for refusal 1 now relates to sustainability issues rather than design or scale, rather limits the matters that we need to discuss. I just want to look at what's agreed in the statement of common ground with you, if I may. Section 1, of course, deals with the site description, the site and the surrounding areas. And so Section 1, I'm afraid, is actually page number 1, but you have to turn about 4 pages into the document to get to page number 1. Have you, just so I know how quickly or slowly to take it, have you seen the statement of common ground before?
I've seen it and not read it from
No,
cover to cover.
absolutely. Well, you don't need to read it from cover to cover. It covers a lot of issues that you're not involved with. But just sort of to navigate our way through it, we've got the site description in Section 1, which deals with the site, some of that relevant to your area, some of it not, and indeed the surrounding areas, and again, some of it relevant to your area, some of it not, that's agreed. If one just flicks through for that first Section 1, do you see all that?
Section 1.
Yeah.
Yes, yes.
Okay. And then if one moves within the statement of common ground, please, to the matters which are not in dispute between the parties, which is on page 11. That's where that starts, Section 5. Do you have that now?
Yes.
And little b, if you see the italicized writing, is design and layout. Do you have that?
Yes.
And see agreement between the parties that the application site can accommodate 250 residential dwellings, and that an acceptable layout and design for the number of residential units proposed can be achieved based on the outline application submission. So no issues between us on those matters. Yes?
Yes.
And then one just needs to look at landscape briefly, because some of your comments touch on landscape, although from a design perspective I understand rather than from a landscape and visual perspective. But whilst we're there, 5.7, the numbering goes slightly wrong, but the impact of this development on the overall wider landscape is considered to be acceptable with suitable mitigation. Again, no dispute between the appellant and the local planning authority in that regard. Yes?
Yes.
Sorry, there may just be people at the back who can't see you're nodding.
Yes.
I can see it, but others can't. And, of course, what you and I understand is that this is an application in outline, yes?
Yes.
And the matter for detailed approval at this stage is access,
Yes.
with landscaping, layout, scale and appearance, all reserved matters.
Yes.
So if permission were granted, the details of those matters fall for consideration at a later stage of the process.
Yes, just to add in that obviously the parameter plans do deal with some aspects of
You're
scale
ahead of
and
me.
landscaping,
Absolutely, absolutely they do. So it's the principle really that we're looking at now, subject to those parameter plans. And what we have in terms, just to follow that point through, if you go to Appendix 3 of the Statement of Common Ground, we have the list of conditions, which probably fairly shortly we'll get on to discussing in more detail. But Condition 3 lists the plans which are subject to approval at this stage. In fact, it includes at the moment the illustrative master plan, which of course isn't subject to approval at this stage, but as you rightly mention, parameter plans in respect of land use, open space, movement, density and height, I think, are the parameter plans, and those are subject to approval now. Yes?
correct, yes.
And so it is the description of development and the conditions, including those parameter plans, which will control what can come forward at reserve matters.
Yes.
And then if we go just through to paragraph 5, condition 5, over the page, obviously you've mentioned the design code. There's provision for design codes covering the whole of the application site to be submitted and approved ahead of the reserve matters application as well.
Yes.
So that, although I think no issue between us in respect of the design codes as they stand, that's for approval at a later stage.
Yes.
Thank you. Quite right. Not the archaeology condition. Yes, the first of the condition 5s. Thank you very much. I'm sure we can pick that numbering up in a moment. Fine. Okay. So that's whistle-stop tour through the Statement of Common Ground and the conditions. In your proof of evidence, you make reference to S1 and S2, policies S1 and S2 of the local plan. Do you recall what you say about that? You make some points about the infilling of the gap in the village, and you talk about S1 and S2 from a design perspective. You can turn it up if you need to, but paragraph 511 of your proof, for example.
Yes. If I can expand on that, the reason for refusal covers aspects of scale, character, layout, appearance, amenity, as you know, and suggests that those aspects would not be in conformity with the policies mentioned, including BNE 1, S1 and S2. So while I defer to my planning colleagues as in this appeal in terms of the policy interpretation, I felt it was appropriate, that it was necessary to at least touch upon S1 and S2 in my response.
Absolutely. You picked it up from a design perspective. I think you've made the point I was going to make. As you say in 511, it's dealt with more fully in, I think it's Mr. Edwards' evidence. And as you say, you defer to him in respect of overall compliance, I think, with S1 and S2. Is that fair?
Correct.
Thank you. And in those circumstances, I can leave any discussions of S1 and S2 to discussions later in this inquiry with him. Yes?
Yes.
I'm grateful. The other matters relate to things like sustainable transport, not an issue you cover, and you made clear in examination in chief that in terms of the surveillance issues in respect of the sports ground, that's something that you defer to Mr. Grady on. So again, I can pick that up with him as necessary later in the inquiry.
Yes, I've made a comment about that in the context of my area of expertise, which is urban design and master planning and architecture.
Yes.
And I believe Mr. Grady will make a response in terms of his expertise in sports pitches, yes.
And you specifically, in answer to Mr. Strawn's question, whether you deferred to Mr. Grady, you did give some more detail, but you said essentially yes. So again, I'm just suggesting I'll take that point, if I may, with Mr. Grady in due course.
Yes.
Thank you. In that case, I can cover everything else I need to with others, and thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dufour. If I hand over to Councillor Frippin for the Rule 6 party, are there any questions you wish to ask?
Yes, one specific issue about the status of the neighbourhood plan in your reports. You obviously have referenced the neighbourhood plan. Design guidelines are obviously an appendix to that plan. So the question is, to which extent were you reliant on the neighbourhood plan to develop your response, bearing in mind we had a sequential timing problem of it being fully adopted until very recently. And so what particular reference, there are obviously no references that I see specifically in your report to policies or design guidelines within your report, but obviously there is a reference that you have considered some of the issues. So is there anything further you'd like to add on the input from the neighbourhood plan, consideration of its policies and its design guidelines?
Well, I was obviously aware of the draft neighbourhood plan as it was when we were in the process of preparing the outline planning application. So yes, had regard to that, but with particular regard to the design guidelines which you mention and the design principles relating to landscape and character that it refers to, and that which I have responded to in some detail in my proof. Obviously, I understand the plan is going through the formal processes, but for my purposes, I've taken it as read that and assumed that it would more than likely be adopted. And I find nothing in the neighbourhood plan policies that would be contrary to the proposals that we're putting forward.
Yeah, thank you. I think there's only one matter which will probably come up later on when we get to more detailed stages of the application, and that would be to do with car parking standards. There was some discussion between KCC, I'm not quite sure why they were involved, and Medway Council and ourselves about the car parking standards, which are the policy as adopted now. Referendum's complete, and next week we should see the adoption. The car parking standards are more onerous than Medway's because of the rural location and the particular issues of the area. At this stage, I probably don't expect to necessarily see that at this stage, but have you taken that in mind when looking at issues like density?
The design code provides for aspects or typologies of parking in a design sense, but not in a numerical sense. So I'm not aware of what the neighbourhood plan parking standards will be. I would expect that to be a matter that cannot actually be usefully explored until the detailed layout is actually drafted through the reserved matters process as a more detailed application.
Yeah, thank you for that. That's as I see it, obviously the issue would be if it does have an effect on things like densities later on, which were a matter now, but obviously will be a more detailed matter when we get to design. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fribbin. And Mr. Brunskill, do you have any questions for the witness?
I have one question. Is it possible for Ms. Shorter to ask a question as well? Yes, or a couple. My question is just relating to the use of the semi-natural open land. And are you aware of the concerns of the OSPB and the proximity to the nature reserve?
The OSPB?
RSPB.
RSPB. I'm not aware of them having particular concerns about the semi-natural open space.
In their statutory response, they say, given the proximity of a planned residential area to the designated wildlife sites, the RSP concerns about the impact of increased disturbance, particularly by dog walkers, and the sites in particular on their important populations of the passage migrant and wintering wildfowl and waders. We would also be concerned about the impact of increased disturbance should further residential buildings close to the designated area sites be undertaken in the future. The RSPB strongly advise that footpaths, especially the planned additional footpaths, are designed to adjust in such a way that they do not funnel walkers towards the protected areas. We also strongly advise that sufficient footpaths and tracks are included in the plans in such ways that enable residents, particularly dog walkers, to have adequate access to the ground and green spaces included within the site itself. Now, given these concerns, would the semi-natural open space planning therefore limit or be somewhat more limited than the current APCM field in its use, particularly for dog walkers and pedestrian access?
I don't believe so. In other planning applications, this type or category of open space, semi-natural open space, is sometimes referred to as SANG, which is another abbreviation which means suitable alternative natural green space. And the purpose of this type of open space is exactly to absorb pressure for activities like dog walking, so that they are less, to sort of relieve pressure on the actual protected habitats themselves.
But this semi-natural open space will in fact be moving dog walkers towards the protected habitat, will it not?
Physically, yes, yes, correct.
Thank you.
Sorry, just a couple of few questions. How long ago did you visit the site? Just a rough time period, please.
I visited the site about 3 times during the preparation of the design code. This version is dated July 2022, but I couldn't give you a precise date.
And did you travel obviously via the B2000 road, which largely falls outside of the development site?
Yes, I travelled up the B2000 Church Street and parked in the St Helens parking area next to the church.
And as a project of this scale, from your experience, navigating the B2000 as you would have done, would you be recommending any additional works to make that a safer road?
The evidence is design, so this is a question that would need to be put to the transport witness.
Within the design.
He'll be coming up on Tuesday. That's okay, no problem.
Sorry. So item 3.2 of your statement, you talk about community engagement and workshops. Obviously, the group have highlighted within our POE forum, the community engagement POE.
Can I pause you there? Sorry, 3.2
of your document.
Of the design and access statement?
Yeah. Your report.
My proof or?
Yeah, your proof, sorry.
Say again,
3.2.
Got it.
Sorry, and I believe, I'm just scrolling back myself, it's the section on the page as you roll down, though, not the first part of it, if that helps. You suggest that the landscape spaces, that will feel safe and overlooked, and it was supported by independent design review panel, Design Southeast. The independent design review panel was obviously the outcome of the consultations that our groups argued that consultation wasn't appropriately managed to engage members of the community because there wasn't a route to contact them, to actually invite them. Do you feel in your professional... Oh, sorry.
Just to be clear, happy for the witness to answer, but just to be clear, there's an independent design review panel process which the appellant undertook with Design Southeast, which is to get comments directly from them on, Mr. Tarbert will tell me I'm wrong, from them about the design. That's different to the consultation exercise that you've been criticising. So just to be clear, maybe you're aware of that.
No, sorry, I am aware that that would have come after the design, but obviously from our point of view, it's about that front-end engagement where the stakeholders are part of that design process, and that's the bit that was missing and the bit that we've presented as a concern of ours. Do you feel from the evidence that's been presented to you that the community and the stakeholders have been appropriately engaged at that very front end to inform this next stage where you've reviewed the design?
If I can preface my answer by saying I was aware that prior to my involvement with the reduced scheme, there was a larger scheme for a proposal of 500 homes, which was discussed at various levels and with various people. And the planning consultants obviously fed back some of the concerns that were being raised through that process secondhand. I would say in my experience of my involvement therefrom in terms of the current appeal proposals, that the level and quality of engagement exceeded what is typical in my experience, because it included the Design Southeast hosted workshop events, which I was not party to, as it was decided that it was preferable for the design team not to try and steer that process. As Mr. Strawn has commented, my primary involvement in terms of Design Southeast was with the design review panel, whose members are chosen from a panel of experts and would not have been party to that workshop in detail. So the design review panel process is really peer-to-peer analysis and examination of the proposals, and detailed recommendations that they make in relation to design matters, which I can say we did take full account of and resulted in what I would say are positive improvements to the master plan and the proposals.
So it was your expectation at the point where that information was handed to you to review that an appropriate level of engagement had been carried out with key stakeholders?
Which information?
So after the original workshops that you were asked not to attend so that it wouldn't bias, it was your understanding that an appropriate number of people on that stakeholder engagement list that you may or may not have seen were part of that process, appropriately invited to that process, and that the subsequent information produced was informed by that process?
Well, the report of Design Southeast on the workshops was circulated, as was the report on the design review panel. Yeah. For my part, all I can say is that we were disappointed that more people didn't attend the workshops, but we were only left to speculate as to the reason why that was, because certainly my observation was that it was a very, very long list of invitees, and I know there's been correspondence about whose email, who received what email, and what emails were opened according to Design Southeast, etc., etc. So I can't comment on the detail of that.
Okay, but it would be, from your professional opinion, the more people that had have attended that process would have been really beneficial to that part of the design process.
Well, presumably that would have been Design Southeast's intention or reason for suggesting the process. There is, of course, a further process, which was the public exhibition, which was held and which was very strongly attended and very vociferous in relaying concerns, which we'd obviously, been aware of, but were made more aware of through that process. And I can say, made some adjustments to the design or the application as a result of those.
But the two key workshops where the community stakeholders could have informed what was presented at the public exhibition, there would have been an expectation of a much higher turnout and a much higher presence and contribution from those stakeholders that led to the information presented at the public exhibition.
I don't know.
One last question relating to the comments that you made with regards to the formal sports ground surveillance. You stated it's not the natural surveillance isn't regarded as a significant issue, and you used the phrase moot point. The examples that you gave were largely existing sports grounds. I'm assuming, actually, first question, were you, the many sports grounds you referred to, were they majority existing sports grounds? Yeah. So on the basis that they're... Yeah, he just nodded.
Yes.
Sorry,
Yes.
sorry. And because they're obviously majority existing sports grounds, they will not be up to current standards and compliance that you would need to meet in 2023 for a new sports ground. So does that still make it a moot point?
Yes, it does. I've never encountered a situation where I've been asked to promote or provide or recommend sports grounds on the main streets of a town or village. I think it's quite an unusual situation. The rationale for this master plan really is about identifying what I would call a gap in the natural fabric of the village, which provides an opportunity to knit the village together in terms of its built fabric, to consolidate the services which are in that locality, to provide a more coherent and attractive streetscape in that locality, including a small village green, etc., biodiverse spaces, etc., etc. And that, I would argue, makes a lot more sense than retaining the sports grounds in its current location, particularly as there is an existing sports ground which has been referred to as the rugby pitches. And to me, it makes a whole lot of sense that those would be consolidated as well, thereby improving the structure of the village from an urban design perspective and an open space perspective. As I've mentioned, that's not to say that the development areas would not include areas of open space. They do.
Sorry, I'm just finding... So the design out crime recommendations do have a specific focus on the benefits of natural surveillance and artificial surveillance where that isn't achievable. Surely that's a consideration?
Well, in urban design terms, that consideration relates more to children's play, pathways, walkways, alleyways, laneways, and streets in general. What Jane Jacobs, the maybe a well-known theorist, puts it in terms of putting eyes on the street, and that general principle obviously is a preference to put eyes on the street, but also to put eyes on the open spaces as well. But I would probably stick by my earlier statement that I regard overlooking of the formal sports activities as somewhat moot, in my opinion, and I will defer, obviously, to Mr. Grady's opinion and the inspector's opinion on that matter.
Okay, so throughout this process and documents, though, there has been this key theme about a better, improved facility. In your professional view, do you feel that the proposed APCM ground has as much natural surveillance as the existing? Because that's one of the key concerns of the community.
Well, as I've said, parts of it were probably equivalent because the APCM has houses backing onto it to the north and the south. There is an overlap in the application or appeal sites, which you can look in both directions, which is a gap of about 50 metres. And there is a limited amount of frontage on the western side of Church Street, which has some frontage towards the sports grounds. The point I'm making really, I suppose, is that the proposed children's play areas and the area of semi-natural open space and the byway 87 to the east and the farmland that sits within that would be much more positively overlooked were the proposals to go ahead than they are now. And so I would just, again, I wouldn't withdraw that comment as such, no.
Sorry, just so that I'm clear then, you're saying that it will be more overlooked than the existing APCM?
No, I'm saying that the semi-natural open space and the play spaces and focal open spaces within the development and the surrounding area, including the farmland, would be more overlooked.
But if we're specific to the sports ground, the proposed APCM, as opposed to the existing APCM, and users were to use them in their current function, would the new APCM site have as much natural surveillance to meet the design out crime criteria as the existing?
I believe that it would, unless you'd like to read out the design out crime criteria to me.
Sorry. I think it's in the appendix, sorry. No. Sorry, I haven't got all the information in that attachment. No, that's fine.
I have interacted with design out crime officers in the past on other projects, so I am aware of their general points and concerns.
Okay. Are you happy?
Yes. Thank you very much. No
Thank
more
you.
questions.
Thank you very much. I think most of my questions had been covered. I did have one left, which was touching on the gap, which I think you just answered a few moments ago. So there's no additional questions from me. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, re-examination.
Thank you very
I just
much.
had to take a pause for a minute.
No, it's fine. Don't worry. I've only got two questions for you, Mr. Tarbert, in re-examination. Councillor Fribbins asked you about the neighbourhood plan design guidelines. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And whether you'd taken into account. You said yes, you had, and you referred to your proof of evidence. Everyone may already be there. I just wanted to go to that part. Were you, just to help Councillor Fribbins and the inspector, if not already there, but I've got a section in your proof, draft neighbourhood plan design guide at 5.13.
Got it.
Is that what you were referring to? Or what are those referring to?
Yes, the heading there is Draft Neighbourhood Plan Design Guide, and picking out two particular aspects of village character which are referred to in the design guide, albeit not in a highly systematic way. The first is reinforcing or enhancing the established village character of streets, greens and spaces. That approach, which I feel meets that principle, is explained in the design access statement through simple diagrams on section 6, I think.
Thank you.
Section 6 is 6.1, page 33. That's the design and access statement, yes. It looks like this.
And
So the first diagram looks at the logic or the rationale of knitting the fabric of the village together, similar to jigsaw pieces slotting in quite naturally to that village, what I call the village envelope, and infilling or filling in that gap. That creates an overlap where there is an existing but retained bowling green. So we're putting back some street frontage there, but relieved by a small green, which would contain suds. One of the reasons for that is that there is an existing right-of-way which crosses the corner of that space. But it's also the lowest point of that western parcel, which means it's a natural point for sustainable urban drainage in the form of a pond, which would be an amenity in its own right, a visual amenity, but also a biodiversity net gain in terms of habitat creation. The fourth diagram illustrates the principle of higher, medium, and lower buildings. The fifth, that sort of green infrastructure framework in simple terms, which is a network of green spaces linked by green routes, pedestrian-friendly routes and streets, and indeed suds. And then the fourth diagram is sort of pedestrian and main access routes, as including the bus stop, which has been highlighted. So that does deal with a bit more than established village character of streets and greens, but that encompasses that principle. And secondly, respecting rural character of views and gaps. Councils, as in Medway councils, technical officers, including its urban design officer, who is a qualified urban designer, and its landscape officer, both supported the approach to the siting of the development in terms of its rural location, views and gaps. As mentioned in diagram 4, we are intentionally providing for views and gaps, as these are integrated as part of our green infrastructure framework in terms of SUDs, green links, but also providing the views and gaps, the views out. The converse of the views out, of course, is the views in from, for example, byway R87. And the principle, as I've discussed earlier, of fronting new homes to the countryside edge to create a softer transition in terms of both views out and views in, if I can put it that way. The other aspects in terms of the neighbourhood plan guidelines, where character is mentioned, is local green spaces, views and character, poses a number of questions. Although it's not stated, it is implicit to me that if you answer these questions in the affirmative, then you are meeting the principles of the neighbourhood plan. The questions that relate to character in particular, as this is what the subject matter I'm dealing with, or what was dealing with when I wrote the proof of evidence, are as follows. What are the particular characteristics of the area which have been taken into account in the design, i.e. the landscape qualities of the area? How does the proposal affect the character of the rural location? What are the characteristics of the building line? And what are the characteristics of the roof line? I'm happy to expand on how we've responded to those points, if you wish.
Well, I'm obviously if the inspector wants more, but I think you then go on to, in the proof itself, to tackle those points. So I don't think anyone else has questioned you about that, so probably unnecessary to do. So the only other reference on that for the inspector's note, I think I'm right in thinking that in the design code, the Cliffe and Cliffwood's design guidelines are also identified as part of the planning policy and guidance for the design code. Section 0.4 on page 11, is that correct, Mr. Talbot? I'm just trying to reassure Councillor Fribbins as to the value of his work being taken into account in the future design of this proposal.
Yes, the design guidelines are referenced there. I mean, I would add that the design guidelines obviously cover the entirety of the village, and indeed Cliffe Woods as well. Cliffe and Cliffe Woods are quite different settlements, and therefore I feel it is nonetheless worthwhile taking the advice of the design review panel, which was taken on board by Medway's officers to produce a site-specific design code which looks at these areas in these aspects, including the topics raised in the National Model Design Code, which publication postdates the draft design guidelines. So following a more, if you like, structured approach to those topics and a more site-specific approach.
And so that was one question, turned out to be a couple, apologies. The other question I wanted, the second one, was just the question asked by Mr. Brunskill about RSPB's response. He read it out, the RSPB response, and just as far as I could recall from what he read, but just summarising the position as set out. I don't know if you have the committee report to hand, the council's committee report, 6.4, on page, and there aren't any pages. Towards the end, there's a heading, designated sites and local nature reserve.
Yes.
I don't know if you've got that one.
44 of the PDF.
Thank you. I've given up on my PDF because it doesn't give us the wrong page number. There's advice there, to relieve the pressure upon the internationally designated site and the nearby RSPB site, quality open space must be provided on-site for activities like dog walking. And you gave your answers, Mr. Talbot. Does the SONS provide on-site activities for dog walking?
Yes, I apologise if I didn't make that clear, but that was my intention, yes.
And has RSPB objected to this proposal or the semi-natural open space shown for that purpose?
I don't believe so.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Talbot. Thank you for all your contributions.
Thank you.
So next on the timetable, we've got conditions and legal agreement. I don't anticipate it taking a long time, but did we just want a short break before we move on to that, yeah? 15 minutes? 10 minutes, yeah? So if we break till 3:30. So the inquiry is adjourned. Thank you very much. As mentioned in the opening announcements that I made, this is standard procedure. It doesn't prejudice the case to the council or the Rule 6 parties. It's just so that I can understand the conditions and the issues in the legal agreement. Mr. White did just ask about the timetable as well, so I assume I'm hoping that this is going to be a relatively short session just to discuss with the parties the conditions in Section 106. We did say about the site visit, but time's ticking on today, so it's likely that that will be tomorrow morning. And then we'll resume with the remaining witnesses for the appellants on Tuesday next week. Okay. Are there any procedural matters before we begin?
Madam, only to introduce Hannah Gunner to the inquiry, who hasn't spoken before. I don't think most people in the room will know who she is. I should just say, of course, that Ms Gunner was the case officer who wrote the report. I have sometimes had criticism from members of the public that the case officer, where there's been a overturn by committee, presents at the inquiry. Of course, she's doing so on the basis of conditions and on a without prejudice basis. So you will understand, but just so that members of the public do, that's the capacity in which she appears.
Okay, thank you, that's helpful. Anything else before we go? No.
Madam, you're going to hear from Mr. Edwards as well, who you've got. Oh, and Mr. Mills, sorry, both helping on the, well, Mr. Edwards giving evidence on the planning side. You'll hear from him on Tuesday, or Wednesday, more formally, and Mr. Mills also assisting him.
Thank you. So I think if we start with conditions, it was just my intention to go through them one at a time. If I've got any questions, I'll ask them. I'll give you opportunity to comment and just take them in turn. So beginning with condition 1, this is the standard condition for submission of details for reserved matters. I've got no questions on this. Is there anything anyone would like to comment on with regards to this condition? No? Okay. Thank you. Similarly, condition 2 is the standard condition for reserved matters and outline. No comments from me. Anything from anyone? Yes.
Why is the preschool within the village not considered? It names the Cliffe Woods Independent Preschool and or Temple Mill. We have a preschool that sits adjacent to the memorial.
Condition 2, plans and particulars of the reserved matters referred to.
No? Which bit?
I think you may be looking at heads of terms.
Is that the
perhaps?
Section 106 you've got? Sorry, have I done it in the other way, the other order that you was expecting? Sorry. Okay. So you've given it away now. It won't be a surprise when it comes later. Thank you. Okay, so no comments on condition 2. Condition 3, we've touched on it a couple of times, and it's about the illustrative master plan. Am I correct in thinking that should be removed from the list? So that's the, yeah. Any other comments on that? Nope, happy with the plans otherwise? Yep. Okay. Condition 4, the phasing plan. I've got no questions or comments on this one. Anything anyone would like to raise? Yes.
Yes. So it indicates a minimum of two locally equipped areas of play,
Yes.
A leap, and one local area of play. It should be the other way around. What is proposed is one leap and two laps.
Any comments from the council on that? No, that's correct. So a minimum of one.
I've just got one particular issue on phasing. Just with experience with developments that are taking place in Cliffe Woods at the moment, we've particularly had issues with the availability of UK Power Networks to carry out utility works. And sometimes that can impact major on the local villages. So when we're looking about phasing, it may be that there needs to be some consideration into utility works that are required in the current highway.
Okay. So that can,
Well-
so because the whole development is listed, that would fall somewhere within there. So once the information comes in, if that information that is then needed, it can be requested by the council on that. So just to confirm, a minimum of 1 locally equipped area for play and 2 local areas for play. Is that correct? Yes. Okay. Any further questions? Nope.
I
Comments?
think it's missing a P.
Yes, I
after-
guess.
You've seen that.
I wasn't going to be pedantic and point out your typos.
Sorry, leave that to a lawyer. Sorry. Be pedantic.
Okay. Condition 5, the first condition 5, design codes. I'd got no questions on that. Is there anything from any parties there? Give you a moment to read them. Nope. And then presumably condition 5, number 2 is actually condition 6. I'll just amend that. Thank you. So that's the standard archaeology condition. I understand that's been requested by the relevant team just to ensure that any artefacts on site are suitably protected. Are there any comments? Or
Yeah, just to clarify that the KCC archaeologist commented on the application. His comments are reflected in the committee report, and they are the reason that these are requested.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am, there is also now some implications, probably all the way through, with neighbourhood plan policies.
Yeah.
There is a hidden history policy which also would apply to this area,
Yeah.
which needs to be considered.
Thank you. Okay, and condition 7, no comments from me. Anything from anyone?
Yes, madam, just to say that within condition 7, it refers to condition 5, which should actually refer to condition 6.
6. Yeah, well spotted. Thank you. Okay. Condition 8, this appears to be pre-commencement. Obviously, any pre-commencement conditions need the written agreement of the appellant, just as a heads up. I won't say it for each of them. And you consider it's necessary that this is pre-commencement? Yes. Okay. Any comments on this one, condition 8? I had one question, which I feel like it's probably going to be a stupid question. But measures to ensure that HGV loads are adequately secured, does that mean like on the back of the lorry? Is that what that means? Is it literally like make sure everything's on? I see, yeah. Thank you. I've never had that before me before.
Seems to be more common now. I have a lot of HS2 traffic. They seem to have these.
Yeah. Oh, I see, yeah. I thought that was what it meant, but I thought, I've never seen that before in this.
I suppose it could be other loads. It might be building.
So, yeah, if you've got like concrete, yeah. Okay, thank you. Any comments on that? No. Condition 9, I think 9, 10, 11, 12 and 13 are probably ones that have been requested by the local highways authority. Is that correct? Yep. And it's essential that they're all pre-commencement. Is that right? Any comments on 9 through to 13 then?
Sorry, only to say, madam, that when we do the site visit, if that's now going to be tomorrow, we can stop and talk. We can stop at each of these points where these proposed improvements are, or just to highlight for your benefit where they are, just in case, to avoid any uncertainty.
Yes, that'd be helpful. Thank you. Okay. So condition 14 refers to the final detailed travel plan. I've got no questions on that. No. Yep. Happy? Great. Condition 15, so the area shown on submitted layout as vehicle parking space garaging should be provided, surfaced and drained. Is that parking for within the development itself? Because I know there's been mention of sort of provision of parking for existing residents in Cliffe.
Sorry, that is within the scheme.
That's within the scheme
Yep.
itself. Yeah. That's fine. Fine, thank you.
Probably shouldn't. The earlier conditions and the plans, I mean, we've got no objection to it. The only query I've got in my mind is those plans have already been submitted and covered by condition 1, haven't they? So I'm just wondering why they need to be submitted and approved. But I don't want to create any. Sorry, condition 3.
9 through to 13.
Yes. I'm just wondering whether they're necessary. I can see implementation would be necessary, but why they need to be submitted and then approved in writing?
Until the details. Is it that the details are, I suppose it's the highway, we haven't got someone here from highways, have we? Whether there's a little bit more information required, perhaps?
Well, sorry to raise the question, and we're happy with it.
No, that's the point of the session.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we're content with it. I think, looking at it, I suspect it's in order to get the operative part about requiring you to implement the plans. The only thing I would say is that that's what condition 3 does require, doesn't it? But I just wonder whether they're necessary. But I don't want to. I'm now regretting raising it now.
It may just be the timing,
Timing?
that's been controlled.
Yeah, for the implementation.
I've been overruled by my team. So
Oh, there you go.
there we go.
One time.
Okay. So going back to condition 15 then, there's the removal of PD rights. I mean, they should be exceptional circumstances only. Do you consider it necessary that they're removed as part of condition 15?
Sorry, Madam, those are usually left in place on the basis that the parking provision is usually compliant with our standards, and conversion of that without our consent could lead to parking problems on the wider site and in the wider area.
Thank you. That's helpful. Any other comments on condition 15? No. This is a bit of a whistle-stop tour, isn't it? Condition 16 relates to the provision of the electrical vehicle charge point. I'd got no questions on that. It seems, yes.
Obviously not objecting to it in any way, but as part of the proposals, we do actually indicate that we would provide communal or community electric charging points, and we'd be happy for those to be included as in part of this condition or a separate condition.
Thank you. So that's in addition to the ones for each dwelling?
In addition to the residential ones.
Madam, can I add to that though? In those circumstances, we'd generally request one fast charging space per 10 spaces within a communal area, but I'm happy for that to be added.
So,
What we had in mind, Madam, was probably a couple of charging points at the hub as part of the community hub has got a proposed management plan to be prepared and so on and so forth. So as part of that, provision of 2 charging points there. And then we're also thinking, as part of the replacement sports pitch area, and that's going to come forward with the management plan as part of that sort of pavilion and the parking area there, another couple of provision of charging points there. So that's what we had in mind.
okay, so in terms of the wording of the condition, obviously we don't want to be too prescriptive because it's outlined.
Yeah,
So,
on charging points, we noted in a fairly recent, the Gladman's application in Cliffe Woods, that the affordable housing didn't have charging points. That seemed to be permissible because they were affordable houses. I wonder whether that's something that really ought to be conditioned as far as this is concerned. They were going to have some communal charging points in a car park area, but they weren't going to have individual properties having their own car parking, their own charging points.
We're proposing one for each residential unit, affordable or not.
Yeah, I suppose with the wording of the condition, one electric vehicle charge point per residential unit covers the whole site. So would we then add a second bullet point saying and communal charging points to be agreed? Or just to...
Happy with that?
Yeah. Okay, thank you. So condition 17, provision of cycle storage facilities. Is that for dwellings or are they communal ones at the hub? So is it necessary to specify that each
It says the residential units.
Yes, it does, sorry. And so is that necessary to specify that each property has to have cycle parking? Is it not enough that they have a garden shed or has to be a dedicated
Parking
area?
can be, cycle parking can actually be accommodated within garaging or sheds, but subject to how the design of the houses comes forward, it's to ensure that that is available on each property that comes forward.
I see, so just that there is some space there.
Yes. It doesn't
regardless of
necessarily
what
have
it
to
is.
be a
Like a lock
cycle
a
lock,
shed
as
or-
long as it's provided within each unit. So, yeah, we ask that cycle storage facilities are included within each phase or subphase for the residential dwellings, but that could be in the form of within garage space or shed space.
Right, I understand, thank you. Any comments, further comments on that? Yep. Okay, thank you. So waste and recycling, no comments from me. Anything on condition 18? And we've got the contamination conditions 19, 20 and 21. Oh, do you... Is it a call? Do you need to step out? Yeah, no, not at all. We'll...
Yeah, Madam, while Hannah's out, someone's reminded me, I'm not sure where this would fall in planning terms anyway, but we have noted a number of developments in Cliffe lately that have applied a policy on their tenants or their residents of the development that ban them from parking their vans on site. And that's led to quite a lot of problems with those vans then being parked on any space they can find on the highway. Whether that falls anywhere within design or whether in a commitment from the applicant when it comes to that constraint. I mean, it would be very difficult to cater for that sort of thing. It's possible, I suppose, in design terms to have somewhere where those vans could possibly be parked rather than outside everybody's house or on the public highway outside the site. I think the biggest concern is where they might end up being parked outside the site, banned from the site and parked on the local roads.
Yeah,
causing
I think
further
things
problems.
restricting certain vehicles, like caravans and things, are often a legal covenant, aren't they, to do with the deeds of your property, outside of the planning legislation. I mean, if it came to the design of the scheme, that's something that could be considered, but in terms of
this
actual
is where I
restriction...
would have expected, yes, that
Yeah.
restriction to lie.
Yeah.
But certainly something to be avoided if we can or catered for in some way.
Yeah. Okay. Yep, okay, great. No. So we've had, where was that actually? Yes, 19, 20, 21, 22 are your standard contaminated land conditions. I assume they've come from the environmental health teams.
Sorry, on condition 19,
Yeah.
it refers to conditions 19 to 21, but that should read 20 to 22.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're on the ball with the numbers, aren't you? Just, I'll be scratching my head thinking these don't add up. They're obviously supported by policy and environmental protection ones. Any comments on the contamination? No. Okay, thank you. So, and that includes 23 as well for the unexpected contamination. Materials conditions 24, I've got no questions on that. Any comments from anyone? No. Condition 25, which was the acoustic assessment in relation to noise from transport-related sources, is that from new, like additional vehicle movements, or is that the existing levels of transport in relation to the new properties? I just wasn't quite clear on that one. For the new dwellings. Yeah. Okay. Okay, any comments on that one? Condition 26 relating to the community hub. No comments from me or questions on that one. Anything anyone would like to raise? Condition 27, extraction and treatment of cooking fumes from the community hub. Is that a just in case? Because obviously we don't know, we haven't determined what will be in the hub yet. So if nothing was in the hub that required cooking, that condition would essentially fall away. Is that right? Yeah. Okay, thank you. Commercial goods, delivery times, no comments from me. Any comments? Condition 28. I've got no questions on condition 29. Anything anyone would like to add? Same for 30. No questions from me. Any points to be made? Landscaping, no. And condition 31 is standard surface water drainage scheme in accordance with the lead local flood authority. Yep.
30 and 40.
43, did you say? Flood lighting.
No, sorry, 46.
Yeah. I was going to ask about that. Is that because 46 is actually specifically relates to the semi-natural open space, and then 30 includes is the wider landscaping throughout the site? Is that correct?
I mean, we've got no different. I just wondering whether it could be one condition applications for approval of reserve matters. Including these semi-natural open space on the west side of the site. I don't mind it just otherwise.
If that reduces
No, I can
repetition, I'm
consider.
happy that they are very similar.
Yeah, as long as there's a specific mention of the semi-natural open space and everything
Yep.
in each condition is included in the one. Yep. I can consider that, that's fine, thank you. Yes, 31 in accordance with the lead local flood authority. Is that that's one of their standard conditions? Yep. And 32 drainage, and again another sort of fairly standard condition. No comments from me. Anything from? Nope. Construction surface water management plan. No questions from me on that. That's another one from the lead local flood authority. Is that right? Yep. Thank you. 34, I don't know whether I said I wasn't going to do typos, but I don't know whether it's a typo, but from the commencement of works, from when? Should there be a time in there? I couldn't quite understand. Is it from so many months after the commencement, or I just couldn't quite, it's probably me not reading right. From the commencement of works, including site clearance, all mitigation should be carried out. Or should it be following the commencement?
I'm happy that following reads better.
Following.
Madam, I think it should also say June 22 for the ES rather than, because there was the subsequent one. There was the addendum.
Okay. Do they both need to be referred, or just the June? Just the June. So June 22. Yeah.
Sorry, Madam, paragraph 9.79 also includes some more information regarding the actual timing in terms of when to and when not to, in terms of do any sort of ground clearance and so on.
Yeah, so that's still 9.79
Yes,
in the latest document. It's June 22, is that right? Yeah. Okay. Happy with that? Yeah. Okay. No comments from me on the lighting condition. Everyone happy with that? That was number 35. Condition 36, I just had one question on the landscape and ecological management plan. It sort of halfway towards the last paragraph, it says the LEMP shall also include details of the legal and funding mechanisms for the long-term implementation of the plan. Is that something that's necessary in planning terms? I mean, is it to ensure that the areas that the management plan continues and is implemented? So, okay. So it's the happy.
We're happy. I mean, strictly speaking, the obligation to implement the plan means there has to be the mechanism anyway for doing so. But they want the details put into the plan itself, and we're content with that.
Okay, thank you. It's just, yeah, just an extra layer of security, I suppose. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Condition 37 makes reference to the illustrative master plan. I think we've removed that, haven't we, from condition 3, but you're satisfied that it remains in there as a sort of a guide. Is that?
Yes.
Yep. Fantastic.
Sorry, Madam, also the obviously the illustrative master plan regarding the replacement sports pitches has been suggested to be, has evolved in terms of in evidence. It's all still illustrative. So whether you want to reference that particular plan, or whether you want to, or the subsequent amendment, or the specific, this is in condition number 37.
Yes.
So
I think it's probably, it would be more so, I agree with Mr. Preferred, to refer to the land use parameter plan on,
Madam, on sports provision, there is also a specific policy in the neighbourhood plan regarding the provision of outdoor sports pitches, which identified the shortfall of a rugby pitch, a youth size pitch, and floodlit training midweek facilities, a 4G pitch. Those obviously haven't been addressed as yet in any of the submissions for the applicant, but that would become is now a valid policy for consideration.
Okay, thank you.
so I was going to suggest that rather than say on drawing number that I got, we say show sport/recreation on the parameter plan. Sport/recreation recreation on parameters land use.
So remove reference to the sketch illustrative plan or master plan.
Yes.
And so,
Then it's tying it, provided everyone's happy, it's saying that you have to provide your replacement pitches and courts in that location.
okay, so completed and made available for use on the site shown for sport recreation on parameter plan land use. Yep, any comments on that? Okay. Question. Condition 38. I just had a question about what it meant by replacement playing pitches, tennis courts and pavilion facilities hereby permitted shall not be constructed other than substantially in accordance with Sport England. Is that to allow for any changes in what they require, or does it mean that they don't have to fully accord with the guidance? I just feel like there's a bit of wriggle room in that one. Has that condition been requested by Sport
That is a
England?
Sport England condition. They have put that wording in. If substantially needs to be removed, I'm happy for it to be removed.
Any thoughts
Substantially does leave it open to interpretation, I feel.
Unless, yeah.
However, they are guidance notes, so I suppose that's...
Yeah.
I think that's why they articulate it in that way. So from my recollection, I haven't looked at them recently, but the bracketed recommended guidelines for construction and maintenance have some flexibility within them. So
I see.
saying whether...
So it's just to allow that flexibility within the guidelines.
I understand. That's what I may be wrong because I didn't draft it, but that's what I think they mean.
Okay, that's helpful, thank you. Condition 39, no questions from me. Anything from any of the parties? Nope. Condition 40 seems fairly straightforward. I've got no questions on that. Any comments? Okay. And again, with 41, it makes sense. It seems quite straightforward. Any comments? 41? No. Condition 42, I just wondered if you could clarify what was meant about a community use agreement. Is that something along the lines of who could use when it will be open, timetabling, or?
Yeah, community use agreements generally we tend to get required by Sport England, and it's just to ensure that an agreement's put in place so that there is flexibility for private fitness classes and various other activities within the pavilion or on the site itself. So it opens it up so it's wider community use is available.
Oh, okay. That makes sense. Any further comments on that? Condition 43, no external floodlighting to any sports facility. I understand in relation to sort of living conditions of neighbouring properties. How would that affect the use of the facilities sort of in winter when it's sort of dark at 4 o'clock?
It narrows usage down in winter,
right, so
basically.
Yeah, okay.
No, I disagree that there is a demand we already have in our recreation ground. No planning submissions have been made at this stage, but Rugby are certainly indicating they want to be able to train all year round, and they will need evening floodlighting. So, I mean, obviously will be a matter for a planning application and consideration at the right time, but there is a demand for that facility.
Is it worth extending the conditions slightly to say there should be no external floodlighting to any sports facility unless otherwise agreed in writing by the local planning authority, and then if the need arises and it can be designed sensitively? Any thoughts on that?
We're neutral about that in the sense that the current
facilities aren't floodlit,
Oh,
that we're
okay.
replacing, if you see what I mean. So we've sought to preserve the status quo, but if we're certainly, if flood lighting is required or requested, we wouldn't oppose that, subject to it going through the proper planning processes. So whether you had it in the way you put it, Madam, or whether it's just left as an application could be made to amend the condition, we're neutral.
Okay.
Yeah, obviously from the parish council's point of view, it's one of those things that's not going to progress unless we are able to identify Section 106 commitments from developments. So, I mean, although it's not a condition, that's when we look at financial contributions. But yeah, if it's not mentioned, it'll just fade away, and we'll have all sorts of problems getting it introduced.
Well, in that case, your wording, Madam, seems to be favoured by the parish council.
Yep,
At
I can
least.
consider that. Okay. Thank
Madam,
you.
I don't have any strong objections to that wording. Just in the back of my mind, I think there is an authority where courts have criticised the use of that sort of tailpiece language, and obviously an application can be made. I've got no strong feelings,
Okay.
but I just raised that as a... I can't remember the authority off the top of my head, but
No,
there's one out there.
yeah.
Without wishing to prolong this any further, sorry,
That's fine.
Madam. And also thinking about with the local residents in mind, I know we've got Mr Fribbins from the parish council. It's not something that we proposed as part of the application. We've been very clear that it's not part of that.
Right.
And what I wouldn't want to happen is that if this then filters back and the local residents' perception is this is something we've then introduced or has been introduced at the 11th hour, that's certainly not the case. And so I think my preference would be to leave it as is. But I'm happy either way, other than the subject to Mr Defoe's note there, in terms of if it opens other doors, I'd rather not open other doors.
I mean, I think, as already been said, if you leave the condition as it is, there's still mechanisms to alter those. So, okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. I'm only raising it because obviously there are specific policies in the neighbourhood plan, and there'll be very little opportunity for something like this otherwise.
Yes, thank you. The facilities to be used for sports purposes should not be used outside the following hours, 44. I just wondered why it was 11 o'clock and 3 o'clock on Mondays to Fridays for the internal and external pitches.
We've asked the same.
Because you're not allowed to
Funnily
play
enough, I knew
until
it was
3
going to get
o'clock.
raised. I believe it came about just through discussion on the basis that it was just ensuring that that neighbour amenity was protected in terms of reducing any sort of noise and disturbance. Obviously, it's fairly well understood that most matches are going to either be after school activities, evenings, weekends anyway. So if the hours are shown to be earlier in terms of the operational, I don't think it's of any particular harm. But the intention is protecting existing neighbour amenity from noise and disturbance.
Because in terms of sort of external pitches, I suppose, like you say, the majority of groups might be weekends and after school and things, but I suppose you could sort of have walking football groups of retired people who want to sort of 10 o'clock. So what sort of times, if they were to change, what sort of times would be reasonable? I mean, does it need to be 11 for internal spaces? Is there going to be a great deal of noise internally?
I presume if the pavilion's used internally for anything, it'll be for sort of smaller fitness classes or what have you. So in reality, I don't feel too strongly about that being changed.
Zumba can be quite noisy, can't it? With all the
A Zumba at 9 in the morning, I don't know.
It would be inside, I suppose. I assumed, and again, we can live with it if it's in this form, but I'd assumed 0800 Monday to Friday, as for Saturday to Sunday and public holidays. If it's acceptable then, it's difficult to see why
It's 9
objection.
o'clock. 9 o'clock externally and 8 o'clock internally.
I was dealing with the internal
Sorry,
one.
internal, yes.
It starts at 11 on Mondays to Fridays, but 8 o'clock on Saturday, Sunday and public holidays. It seems sort of almost counterintuitive, I think. But I'd assumed you could start at 8 o'clock internally, and then external pitches we were going to suggest also would be 0900.
9, okay.
But again, we're not
we can live with it.
Yeah.
But it doesn't seem to make a lot of sense.
That's fine.
Did you
I
get
can
this,
have a
what
think
we were
about that.
suggesting?
Yeah, we're just trying to work out where the original suggestion came from. We don't know the answer.
I do know a lot of money. Right, it's part of the network, and they pay past 8 o'clock
Right,
in the summer, so that would seem to be a little bit
for the external pictures.
Well, I think,
I was using that as a...
no, absolutely,
Yeah.
yeah.
For instance.
I'm sure she'd be very happy if you were offering that ball, and that would certainly be an increase in immunity. But
I think obviously there's clearly a balance to be struck, and
Yeah.
we're perfectly happy with the 8 o'clock finish. It just seems odd to prevent someone, if they want, as you say, wanted to play football at 12 o'clock on a Monday. Bearing in mind that this would apply in non-school times as well, it seems odd to restrict it. And the only other one was the finish at 5 o'clock on Sunday and public holidays, because the idea is to have cricket on this ground to try and restore cricket. There's some evidence about that. And cricket matches quite often extend beyond 1700. But if people have strong views about that, then but we were going to say 6 o'clock on this, the finish on Sunday and public holidays.
So you suggest 6 o'clock in the evening, Sunday and public holidays for the external pitches, and then 8 for the start for internal spaces on Monday to Friday, and 9 for the externals.
That's what
Monday to
yeah,
Friday.
Exactly. I
Do you
don't know
have
how
any-
that sits with everyone else.
Football and rugby teams can be training, even if there's no floodlights, can be training in the evening, and certainly past 5, 6 o'clock. It could be 7 or 8 o'clock. So that does happen on our pitches currently, and the teams that are involved are in this proposal are still the teams that we have on our own recreation ground.
Yes.
So it does sometimes extend.
Yeah. So, okay, that's fine. I can have a think about that. Are there any comments from the council then on those times proposed? Okay, thank you. That's helpful. Condition 45, I'd got no comments or questions. Anything on that? Nope. We've already discussed 46 and possible amalgamation with the earlier condition. Anything additional on that?
Sorry, Madam, not in relation to 46. Can I just take you back to 45?
Yes.
There was reference, and we did reference it, and we took you to it. Mr. Tarbert took you to it this afternoon. The proposal is for the leaps and the laps. Apologies for all the acronyms. For the laps and the leaps to be provided based upon LLAPs, locally landscaped areas of play. So it's a more rural nature of appearance of the play equipment. And the reference in condition number 45 is to policy L4 of the Medway local plan. I don't know what that is off the top of my head, but I'm pretty damn certain it won't mention LLAP. So whether or not you wanted to extend 45 to make reference to LLAP, locally landscaped area, so laps and leaps as LLAPs, then we'd be happy with that.
Okay. Any further comments on that? No. Okay, thank you. Oh yeah, condition 47, removal of permitted development rights for the dwelling houses, restricting change of use. I just wondered why it was necessary.
This is becoming somewhat of a more standard condition on some of our proposals, on the basis that it just allows us to ensure that intensification of use and overdevelopment doesn't occur with conversions to flats and HMOs, which obviously then put pressure on parking in the area, etc.
Okay. Any comments from the appellant on that? No. Okay, thank you. Condition 48 refers to the biodiversity net gain, and it says 10%. I know 20% was mentioned yesterday. Is 10% included because that's the minimum standard and you're aiming to go above? So you're happy that it says 10%?
Yeah, to be clear, we have proposed 20%, but this condition is simply reflecting the minimum.
The requirements, yeah. Okay. So it doesn't prevent you from going above?
No.
Okay. Conditions 49, climate change. I've got no comments or questions on that. Anything from anyone? Condition 50, we've obviously just mentioned the leap and the lapse. Is that still okay as a standalone condition as part of the reserve matters?
I wonder whether it could be part of the original.
We just talked about it in relation to 45, didn't we? And then we've got...
Yeah, it's one leap and 2 laps.
Oh, yes. 1 and 2. But you're happy to that secures something different and needs to be a standalone condition?
Yeah, I think the earlier one was to do with the phasing plan, and this one's to do with proximity to properties.
Yes. Okay, thank you. Okay, 51, I've got no comments or questions on that. Anything? Nope. Same with 52. Any comments? Spelling. Reserved.
No, I've got bowls.
Bowls as well.
Oh,
yeah.
bowls, yes, I would have missed that one.
Now the E.
Fine. I think when you get to condition 52, you're allowed to make the odd spelling mistake, aren't you, really? Condition 53, the air quality emissions mitigation statement. Yeah, which has got the monetary value at just over £82,500. Can you just explain that, how it's calculated and why it's in as a condition? Oh, sorry.
Okay, so the calculation is done by our environmental protection officers. I just want to see what is in the committee report that refers to it. I don't have the calculation on how it's worked out on hand. Okay. It's a figure that comes forward, and yeah, like I say, this is just to ensure that a minimum of that cost is put forward. To be fair, I think it's met quite quickly with the installation of electric vehicle charging points.
Okay.
See,
I can obtain it, yeah. I can obtain that calculation.
Yes, yeah, thank you. And you're happy with it as a condition and it doesn't need to be part of the legal agreement? Or?
Well, that's why, actually, that sentence could be deleted in terms of referring to money, because the obligation is to submit the mitigation statement and for it to be approved, and it's got to accord with the guidance. So that calculation would be done at the time of that submission and only approved if it met whatever the calculation was. So, because it is a bit strange to have a financial amount referred to in the condition. So I didn't see that sentence is actually necessary.
Is it also the case that if it's calculated again at the time that you submit the plan, it could actually be a different figure?
Absolutely, the guidance might have been uplifted to reflect, inflation or whatever. So it may be that it's not even a good idea to refer to the figure.
I mean, if that's something you need to run by your environmental protection team, I
think that's absolutely correct as an observation. It would have to be covered within the statement itself anyway. So if that as a figure doesn't get included within this condition, it doesn't actually affect what we're asking. So
yeah. Okay. So that could possibly be. So that's the sentence that starts the total monetary value and ends with the figure. Just that one sentence. Okay. Thank you. That's helpful. And that's all of the conditions.
Sorry, Madam, could we just very quickly go back to the contamination conditions?
Yeah.
We've got 19 amended to refer to conditions 20 to 22.
Yes. Have I missed other numbers?
At the end, there's another reference to a condition 22, which should read 23, I believe. And then condition 23 itself, the conditions within that all need a +1.
Yeah. There's quite a lot of references, isn't there?
So that, yeah, there's 4 instances within that condition. So there's reference to conditions 19 and 20.
Yeah, and they're 21 and 22.
And 21.
20. So basically anything that refers to a condition.
Just
After
it
number
needs to be a
6.
+1.
It's probably a +1, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's helpful.
Sorry, can I just go back to condition 5 quickly?
Oh, that's a long way on. No,
Sorry.
we've gone past that one. Yes, of course.
Controversial.
The first condition 5.
Yes, 5A.
Very minor point, but it refers to the submission of design codes.
Yep.
That's the different phases.
So being submitted design codes applicable to the...
You
Oh,
gonna
it's
say
just
whether
a code.
Just wondering whether it should be design code or a
Code.
single code.
I thought it was different phases.
Any thoughts on that one? No? Okay, well perhaps I'll do a design code and a design codes, just to be fair. No, I won't, I wouldn't. It's fine. Okay, thank you. That's really helpful. Thank you very much for that. Are there any other comments on the conditions that have been proposed at this stage? Okay. Thank you. So turning to the legal agreement, mine's electronic, so just bear with me while I... Can I just check I've got the right version? The latest legal agreement I've got is a draft one that was sent on the 12th of May by email.
Madam, I've had versions flying into my inbox multiple times today because they are in the process of finalising the report. But in terms of the one that's been circulated, I've just been CC'd in on the correspondence between our legal teams today, that's all.
Are there still, is it still evolving then at this stage?
It's almost evolved.
Almost evolved.
In minor ways it's evolving.
In minor way, the principles are largely the same, so if we could cover those points.
Yeah, I was going to say we can either do it now or I can ask any questions in writing once it's done, whichever you prefer.
No, it's minor tweaking going on currently,
Okay, so
so
we
it's
can
substantially
proceed.
agreed. It's just
Yeah.
small aspects.
Although I would expect some review bearing in mind the
Yeah. That need to be included in the legal agreement.
I think that should be considered for inclusion.
Right. Which version are we up to then? Because I don't know. The last one I saw, I think, was the one that was sent on the 12th of May.
That is the last one that's been submitted.
Can I just check the reference at the bottom of the page? There's some small text. It says MC and MT 110523. Is that the one that you have, madam?
MC and MT 110523
That's the one
at
I
the
have,
bottom.
yes.
Yeah.
Yes, probably, yeah.
So we're happy to work from that one. Okay. I'll put some notes in. I've got a few queries, but nothing too much. I wonder whether it's probably easier if someone wants to walk me through it, given that it's still evolving, and see where we are, or would you prefer that I just ask my questions?
If you wanted to ask your questions, madam, then we could start there. There are some particular points I would like to draw out
Yeah.
for the benefit of some of the people in the room, just in terms of a couple of comments that were made yesterday and today, just to make them fully aware of what's being proposed.
Okay,
Would you like me
thank
to
you.
do that first, and then you...
Yeah, if you start with that, that would be helpful, yeah.
I appreciate it's not something you're familiar with on a day-to-day basis, so I appreciate... Have you got the 106 in front of you, or do you just have the list that was at the front of the committee report?
No.
You got the 106, okay, fantastic.
Yeah.
Was that the email? The email was the 12th, yes. Okay.
Does it say MC and MT 110523 as a footnote on
Yes.
each page? Yeah, that's the one.
It's just really the scale, the financial contributions. Particularly wanted to draw your attention. Ms. Shorter, I know you referenced earlier about the primary education contribution, but we can come back to that in a minute if you can then reference your question.
Are we Schedule 1? Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, sorry, Schedule 1,
1, yeah.
which is on page 14. I was just going to quickly.
I think the email was sent on the 12th of May. That's no, it's all right.
Sorry. Oh, beg your pardon. No, so I've just been showing my email of the 12th on Friday afternoon, sent it to Pins and Mr. Simons. I foolishly didn't. No. Can you quickly forward that? Oh, okay. Apologise about that.
I just forwarded it.
Whilst you're receiving that, I'm just going to warm Miss Gunnar up in terms. I was going to start on the education, just because I know Miss Shorter had a question about that. The SIL 122 schedule that you shared earlier this afternoon, that has reference to an appendix which came from the Education Authority. Did you just want to say something about where the education contributions, how they're generated, how they're calculated? Sorry, I'm just...
If I understood how it was, then I could.
Councillor Rubins, have you got it as well? Yeah. Thank you.
Madam, there is a draft R122 that our Section 106 officer has put together. It isn't finalised on the basis that Section 106 isn't finalised, but I do have extra copies if anyone needs them, just because they're a point of reference, really.
Yeah.
That will help, hopefully, to explain
It's probably going to deal
how
with all
the
my
calculation comes about effectively. But if you turn to the back of what is just being handed out in Appendix 1, you'll see the education charging system is set out there. So it shows, I don't profess to understand it myself. It shows the calculation that our education team use to work out the contribution per pupil per education option.
And Madam, if I could just say, I think this is one of the areas which is just being looked at again in terms of the final numbers, to double check that the calculations are correct.
The interesting bit, if you like, numbers is the pupil product ratios. They base the number of anticipated children from each flat and each dwelling based on the demographic that have evolved within the authority. Medway is a unitary authority, and so therefore they've got all of that data to hand and so on. So the pupil product ratio indicates the number of anticipated children in each particular age group from each particular dwelling, and then from that they can assign a sum based on the financial cost of a one pupil place, and then they times that by the number of dwellings and so on and so forth. That's how the numbers are arrived at. So they're not figures that have just been plucked out of the air. They are sort of based in calculations and so on and so forth. Sorry, Madam, I was...
No, you're quite right.
I suspected you probably already knew that. I was trying to explain it to
No, that's fine.
for the benefit of the Rule 6 party.
I very much suspected that.
So if you've now got the 106 then in front of you, those are the financial contributions the Education Authority has asked us to provide for, and those are the sums that are being provided for within the legal agreement. Do I believe, Madam, through you, I think Ms. Short had a question regarding the primary education, is that correct? If now seeing that sheet has answered your question, that might have satisfied your curiosity in terms of where the numbers came from.
It wasn't the numbers that were being raised, because I don't actually, I knew there would be some sort of assessment that sat behind that. It was more that there was specific references to two schools that aren't actually in the village and you would have to commute to, and why the preschool in the village wasn't one of those named schools. Sorry, I've found it now. So it's a contribution towards nursery school provision, Cliffe Woods Independent Preschool and or Temple Mill Primary School, when there's a preschool at the Memorial Hall in Cliffe. And surely, rather than push children out of the village in cars, it would make more sense that...
Oh, sorry, I've lost... Whereabouts is
sorry,
that in the doc? What page is it? Sorry.
This section 106 specifically it relates to nursery education, primary education and secondary education within a 2-mile radius of the site, and doesn't specifically name any schools.
So actually in the legal agreement itself there's no specific names, it's just that distance within 2 miles. Mrs. Shorter, does that answer your question?
Well, if it's within 2 miles, then that excludes Temple Mill and a free school anyway, doesn't it? Unless they're set up in the village. So if it's very prescriptive that it's within 2 miles, then that's...
So the legal agreement itself specifies 2 miles, so...
Right, thank you.
It would have to be within that with it, unless it was varied.
I was just going to say, Ms. Shorter won't have seen the right page, but if she wants to find it, it's page 14, I think, of the legal agreement, isn't it?
He's desperately scanning as we speak.
Page 14, you get the schedule for financial contributions, and the 2-mile radius appears at the end of nursery education amount and primary education amount, and then secondary education amount is within the administrative area of the council, obviously a bit wider for secondary. Yeah.
Sorry, I was looking at the wrong part of page 14.
Sorry, so
Slightly
for
embarrassing there.
secondary...
Not at all. You're trying to get up to speed with it very quickly.
Just for my layperson understanding, for secondary, there will be a total reliance on commuting out of the village. Does that contribution factor that in terms of additional costs for, I mean, the buses are full, the school buses. Does that number, when it's crunched, consider the fact these children have got to leave the village to get to those schools?
I think it's based on school catchments, is that right? Yeah, and so it will factor in where those schools are. Yeah, I mean, it's sort of like Mr. Dufers mentioned, it refers to the council's administrative area rather than a 2-mile radius, so it is allowing for that slightly wider area. Correct me if I'm wrong.
I think the specific schools reference then with the outline planning application for good ones.
Oh, yes, yeah.
And that did talk about the numbers being well outside of the area.
I see.
As well as Great Lines Park, just under
I see. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, that's helpful.
Sorry, for the benefit of the people, some of the local residents still in the room, madam, and anybody viewing online, in terms of total sums, that's 356,000 for nursery education, 374,000 for primary education, and 633,000 for secondary education. That's about 1.35 million pounds financial contributions towards education. That's quite a considerable sum. One of the other particular figures I did want to draw your attention to, and it's the point, I think it was Ms. Shorter either this morning or somebody yesterday, in terms of the cost of the possible replacement of the sports pitch. I think there's possible confusion. The Section 106 has a contribution relating to open space and outdoor sports contribution. That refers, the Section 106 schedule refers to £642.63 per dwelling. If you times that by 250 units, that comes to £160,000, £653,000. That is not towards the cost of the replacement sports pitch. The cost of the replacement sports pitch sits outside the 106 and is a sum of money that the appellant has already committed to, and that's to undertake these works. That's going to be in the order of about £1 million. So I think it was Ms. Shorter, it might have been Ms. Shorter this morning, that said, well, £160,000 is great, but it's not going to provide for the cost of replacement of the sports pitches. That's not what this sum of money is for. The cost of the replacement of the sports pitches has already been committed to, and that the cost of that is circa £1 million. So hopefully that was helpful and provides some reassurance in that regard as well.
I think one of our concerns was that the one area that is named is quite considerably outside of the village. So again, it's another amount of...
The Great Lines Heritage Park?
Yeah.
Yes. It is a recurring financial contribution that Medway Council seeks, pretty much on all applications, given the importance that the council and also wider local residents place on that Great Lines Heritage Park. I have questioned it numerous times in my several planning applications that but it's something that, yeah, but it's something very specific, and it's something that we're happy to provide for. So that's that 160,000 is in addition to the £1 million, circa £1 million for the cost of the replacement sports. Public realm contribution. I'm not proposing to go through all of these. Just wanted to come to public rights of way contribution. You'll have a look at this. You'll see in the schedule that is £50 per dwelling. And you times that by 250, that comes to the £12,500 that's listed, referenced in the committee report. We are having conversations with the council in terms of whether or not that sum can be increased. I can just leave it at there at the moment, because I understand those discussions are still ongoing.
Okay, thank you. So whether it could be increased?
Yes, this is one. We call it minor tweaking, but it will be substantial if it's going in the direction we think it's going in.
Okay, thank you.
We were hoping to have that agreed by now, but we're just still waiting for the final sign-off, I believe, within the local authority. And the only, again, to avoid some any potential confusion, the particular, again, because it's come up, the NHS contribution was mentioned. This was the £653 again per dwelling. That is then, I'm trying to find it, sorry. So yes, so that is then that's the £163,000. I think we did talk about that this morning in terms of that's the sum that's being requested from the local primary healthcare facility people, and that's the sum that's then being provided and provided for within the section 106. And then just finally, the only other one I just wanted to quickly draw your attention to is on the next page, page 15, sustainable transport contributions. That's 365,625. That goes towards the bus provisions that we've been talking about over the last few days as well. So that's what that particularly relates to. I hope that was helpful, just by way of an introduction, Madam.
Yes, thank you. That was helpful.
Just to stress again that I think this does need to be reviewed in light of the plan. And there are particular infrastructure improvements that they've had here as well. So I know it's new, it wasn't there at the time when we put this together. I think it's really important that it's reviewed. If it was sealed, a bit of a group point because they're not, there would be a sizable contribution to their area that they could pay, which they could spend on items like this. But while there's still section 106, we're relying on those contributions.
Okay. In terms of the provisions of the legal agreement, correct me if I'm wrong, obviously that has to be based on the SPDs and the County Council's requirements as standard. So I don't know whether the neighbourhood plan, what your thoughts are on the impact of that having been through referendum. It's perhaps something that can be, yeah. Perhaps if I could leave that with you to consider, I don't think.
I mean, I think already the defendant needs to be informed as to what those contributions are. I don't know. I don't very know.
No.
I don't know either.
No, we've not got the document for any mechanisms that may or may not be there. So.
Well, I don't know what you're referring to, Councillor Privens. So well, it may be clear to you. It's not clear to me. Well, just can you give me an example? What you're saying?
Going for policies, agreed policies in the plan. In the infra section, so within the plan, at the rear of the plan, 53, talk about road safety issues.
Well, that's already covered.
But if it's not specific to those areas of road safety concern, they are areas we would expect it to be considered. And that was to do with junctions, particularly through Cliffe, as you may recall, was an issue of concern, the reason for members turning down the application, some of the impact on the roads through Cliffe.
No, sorry, Mr. Councillor Privens, no.
One of the reasons for refusing the planning the impact on amenity.
I think with the Sorry, I think with the legal agreement, obviously there has to be the mechanism in place to secure and justify the actual amounts. So I'm not sure how the neighbourhood plan fits in with those.
I'm happy
mechanisms.
to just get verification from our legal team what the implications of the neighbourhood plan being adopted are on the section 106, and just get that confirmed with you once I've squared that up with our legal team.
Yeah, if you could update the appellants, if you can find anything out on that, and then we can always revisit that as necessary.
Yeah, just to be clear, I mean, we'll listen to anything that's said,
Yeah.
but we're not aware of any additional requirements that we haven't already addressed that come from the neighbourhood plan.
Thank you. As the discussions are ongoing anyway, if we just cover that as well. I think with this document, actually, most of my questions have been dealt with. I've just got a couple remaining. I've got no sort of questions or anything about the phasing. Assuming you're quite happy with the sort of phasing of payments, 50% here and there. The community building, page 5, it refers to the community building being restricted to Class E, which is fine. Are you happy that that is secure enough within the legal agreement? It doesn't need to be a condition on the permission, on a permission or anything like that. The legal agreement's enough to secure that. Yeah, okay, thank you. And then page 6, there was just reference to council's monitoring costs, and I just couldn't see that anything about how they were arrived at. I mean, again, it's probably something you need to take instruction from your legal team on, but it would be just helpful if I could just understand. It's page 6, just I've whizzed by it in my haste. Monitoring officer costs means the sum of 22,320 in respect to the first phase and 13,020 for each respective phase. And there is actually a comment on the version I've got from John Bosworth saying these figures have been suggested by the council and are not yet agreed. I don't know whether there was an update, or whether I've got the wrong version. Or it's now agreed. Okay. But yeah, if a little bit of background just on how they've been arrived at would be helpful. I can leave that with you. So in terms of the progress, obviously still a bit of work going on. We're sitting again next week. Perhaps an update at the start of next week to see where we are, and if necessary, we can always finish up any queries in writing if it's still rumbling on, or if another document appears, feel free to send it to me and we can just wrap this up next week.
With your permission, if we do reach any further agreement on this sort of content, are you happy for us to update the planning inspectorate by probably Helen Skinner, I suspect?
Yes.
Or
Yeah, Helen or John.
Helen or John, yeah.
Helen's not one of them. John's new, so suddenly gets a load of emails and Helen steps in and sorts them out for him.
No, that's fine. Well, we'll communicate in a normal way, but just
yeah, that's
if there
absolutely
is
fine.
any further information.
Yes, yeah. I know. She doesn't stop, does she? She doesn't stop. Helen and Holly, they're the ones. So, okay.
And sorry, Madam,
No.
if we do provide an update, I'll make sure we include the Rule 6 parties
Yes,
as well.
thank you.
So apologies for that.
Keep updated, but yeah, the discussion on that. Well, that's all the questions I had at this point, because a lot of them have been covered by this. I've accepted this. I assume you're happy for me to accept this.
Yes, I think we're happy. I think we've been told it's a draft, but that's
Yes.
fine if it's updated.
That's fine. I won't record it as an inquiry document at this stage then, just in case it gets updated. Whilst we're on inquiry documents, I've had a few emails come in. I haven't numbered them yet, so would it be helpful if I put together a written list of what documents I've received and just send it out to you rather than go through them?
That would be very helpful if you're happy to do that.
Yes.
Very helpful. Mr. Simon has put together a list which we can check in against.
That's absolutely fine. Yeah, perfect. Thank you. Yeah. Yes. In terms of the roundtable session, yes, you may ask a question. With regards to the legal agreement, it refers to a 2-mile radius for the contributions, and it's based on standard guidance from the Kent County Council, who are the education authority, and it's down to them where they use the funding. Is that correct? Oh, yeah, sorry. Yeah, sorry, of course you are. Apologies. I'll let you. You might be best placed to answer that. So.
No, it does offer, because it's within a 2-mile radius, it allows for expansion within those schools, so within the village itself, so it would provide for those. We've been told by education that there is actually capacity for expansion within the local schools, so they would be looking to expand the local schools rather than provide schools further away.
I'm not sure that that's something that can be covered under the Section 106 discussions, really, for this session. And this is more about sort of the legalities of what's been proposed. But yeah. Yes, thank you. That's helpful. Are there any other points on the legal agreement at this stage then? No? Okay. Thank you. That closes the roundtable sessions on that. And thank you very much. I'll leave those bits with you. So we're just coming up to 5 o'clock, so I'm probably not going to get the site visit done this afternoon. I can't run that fast to get round. So I'd be looking to do the site visit tomorrow morning. How does that fit with all the parties? Is there someone who can accompany me from each group?
It will be Mr. Churchill on our behalf.
Yep.
Mr. Edwards from our team.
Yeah, I'll certainly be there, and possibly someone else from be a group as well.
I'll be available, although I've got an earlier meeting at 9 o'clock regarding the river.
Okay.
I should be able to straight up.
Yep, okay. So if we met perhaps 10 o'clock, would that be okay? Is 10 o'clock okay?
In terms of anticipated timescale, because I can't do Friday afternoon.
Yes.
And so therefore 10 o'clock is fine with me personally if we're going to be finished by 12.
Yeah.
If you're thinking it's going to be sort of 3 or 4 hours,
I'd need a sandwich.
then I would request we start slightly earlier. But if the understanding is that we'll be all done by 12 o'clock, then that's fine with me.
I mean, from our point of view, earlier is absolutely fine, and in fact, possibly preferable. So if we could suggest 9.
Councillor Fibbins, you've got a meeting at 9, have you?
So, yeah.
Could you do 9:30? Or will you still be, or 9:45?
We're overdue.
So if we say... Okay, so if we try and aim for 10 o'clock, is that okay for you, Mr. Brunskill?
Yes, I can make 10 o'clock.
Yeah, and I don't anticipate it being more than 2 hours, so we should be done by 12. Obviously, we'll park up and we'll all walk the route together, and it just be a case of pointing out various viewpoints and features that you want me to see, so it won't be lengthy discussions about the case or anything like that. It's just purely to see the site and the surroundings.
Can I understand, Madam, that it's one representative per party and you're not anticipating anybody else?
Did you say you've possibly got 2?
Possibly
yourself
2.
And one
There's,
other?
yeah, there's someone else who
yeah.
would like to come along. Or I could, if there's 2 people who are desperate to come along from a group, I could defer to them and for that and actually get some work done.
Yes.
Which would be
yeah.
nice.
But
That's fine.
yeah, as long, we try and keep the numbers small because it gets quite difficult to actually see the site if you end up with crowds of people following you around. So we try and limit it as far as possible, just for
Yeah.
sort of the ease of
Yeah, certainly.
access. So yes, fantastic. So if we meet at 10 o'clock, Councillor Fibbins has highlighted the car park. Does everyone know where they're going for that? So we'll be able to get in and park there. So if we meet at 10 o'clock and we'll go the route that's on the plan, but then if there's anything else you wish me to see, if we need to go slightly further or anything like that, we can accommodate that as well. So thank you.
If we're planning on doing any driving, there is actually a blockage on Cooling Road at the moment. They're doing some roadworks,
Okay.
which is quite important because the Wellpen proposed cycle route crosses Cooling Road, so there might actually be a diversion around there if you wanted to see the end of that in Cliffe Woods at Perry Hill.
Okay, yeah.
So,
Okay.
so bear in mind that it's a reasonably long route to walk
Yeah.
as it is.
Okay, that's fine.
Just mention, I think it's the fun fair in Cliffe. I
Oh.
may be wrong, but I think the fun fair, I think, starts tomorrow. But okay, fine. They were certainly setting up on Monday in the
Okay.
middle recreation ground, so you may come across some fun fair equipment.
So you can meet in the
Meet
in
on
the
the
ghost
horses.
house.
So, fantastic, thank you. Okay, so
Just one final thing, madam. I'm
Yes.
not being fashion conscious, but in terms of clothing for tomorrow, are you happy? that it-
casual's
you.
fine, yes.
Appropriate.
Wear
appropriate.
something comfortable, so yes. Yeah, sensible boots and something. We don't sit on Monday, we resume on Tuesday at 9:30. Thank you, I think. So it's just coming up to 5 o'clock. Have I been provided with all documents I'm expecting? I think I have, haven't I? Yep. We've got, it might be worth over the weekend just considering timings and things for Tuesday. At the minute, we've got quite a long day. Mr. Simon did highlight that actually the live stream cuts off at 5. So if we sit beyond 5, part of it won't be live streamed, just to highlight that. Are you happy to resume at 9:30 on Tuesday?
Yes, madam.
Yes. 9:30 Tuesday, is that okay?
I am.
Yes.
Yep, fantastic, thank you. So that will be to hear the remaining evidence for the appellant on transport, sport and hopefully planning. No issues with availability for Tuesday? I think.
No, Mr. Churchill won't be here, but
Okay.
he's not required. He's in a EIP elsewhere.
Oh, gosh. Okay, thank you. Right, so the inquiry is therefore adjourned until 9:30 on Tuesday, with the exception of the site visit tomorrow, which is just to see the site and the surroundings. So thank you very much, everyone, today for your contributions. It's been really helpful. I hope you, for those of you I don't see tomorrow, I hope you have a good weekend. And I'll see some of you tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock in Cliffe then. Thank you very much. The inquiry is adjourned.